All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Monday afternoon. We're going to have the normal stuff we do every time we come here. We try to share the live, let other people know about what we're doing. Folks on TikTok, we click on the heart icon beside the name, all those, basic things that we do. So please, let's quickly do that now. Let's share the live. And thank you very much for getting also 27k likes. I think it's apt that I perfectly. So thank you for getting us to 24k likes. It's actually quite nice. 27 actually, not 24, 27. Thank you. All right, so let's do this. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon beside Busuyo. It's just above my head. Join the team. If you're already a member of the team, click on the heart icon, drop a gift. Thank you. True Nigeria on Twitter. Please, can you hear me? And is it very clear? I want to be sure. Yeah, I want to be sure that we're good and that the sound quality is great. So it might take an extra minute or so just to be sure that we're good. Good afternoon, Adeglo. Thank you very much for joining us. All right. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you. Today we're discussing Awolowo, Zik and Federalism. Last week we talked about Awo, Zik and NYM, the Nigerian Youth Movement. So today we're going to push up a little. Okay. So please just like the live and share the live as well. Thank you very much. One second, let me just check the audio on TikTok. Abi? On Twitter, Danny. All right, I just wanted to be sure we're good on Twitter, and I think it's fine. For those joining us on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Please like the live. I'm glad you're here, but we need to like the live. All right. Thank you very much. Please just bear with me. We're trying to be sure that all the platforms are good and that we can dive right in. Okay, so we need folks on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. For those of us here on TikTok, please share, like, and also join the team or drop a heart me. I'm sure we all know this by now. Every single heart me or gift helps get the live on the FYP. So please like the live and also share. I'm almost done, by the way. I'm just trying to share this on another platform. I know one air historic pin. Ìgbà náà kọ́ máa fẹjọ́ pa mí o. Simple yes or no. All right, thank you very much for being here. How was your weekend? I should ask. It's Monday, so I'm sure, you know, let me not say I'm sure. Let me ask. Am I a cat? So how's everybody's weekend? Hope you had a great one. How's family? Ìyàwó ńkọ́, ọkọ ńkọ́, àwọn ọmọ ńkọ́? Ṣé dáadáa lẹ wà o? Mi ò tí ì rí ẹ̀rọ kó dáhùn. Tán bá ti dá mi ló máa tún máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Ẹ má máa sọ̀rọ̀ o. Ó ṣàtìyẹ. Ẹ má máa bọ́rọ̀ bọ̀. Yorùbá ní wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tán, wọn sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. Oh boy. It's a beautiful day. Thank you, T Dan 89. Thank you. Yemo night, weekend wakpa. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you, Brother Mosi. We're good. Thank you. Ṣé à ń pé akọ̀nlé dédé kakàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ọjọ́ ìṣèlú àbòṣèlú ọ̀dẹ̀ ń pè àbí tán. We should know how we're all doing. Alhamdulillah. Bíọ́lá Kísàn yóò máa tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta. Outside TikTok ó tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta. Ó yẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀ o. You had a nice weekend, Mr. Victor. Awesome. And I'm on my last leg of sharing stuff. Kuli, how have you been? Ó tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta o. Láyìn ọkọ tí mo kàn rí lónìí, ẹ máa ń wá bọ̀ ẹ kì í sọ hello nínú comment section. Mo mọ̀ kẹ́ máa ń wá tí mo máa ń rí lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, but even then outside TikTok, there are some people usually outside live sessions, even if it's on TikTok, maybe just chat and stuff beyond the sessions. So, but it's good to see everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Please, just a few more seconds, less than a minute, we'll get started. Because we can't, I would love to have done this, before, coming on the screen. The only issue is I'll be coming on camera then. The only issue is copyright stuff on YouTube. So I apologize for the delay, but we're good now. It's perfect. All right. Okay. So we're on Twitter today, Twitter space. Oh dear. 1 second though. Twitter yóò tí mọ́ mi lára. Mo mute ara mi lórí TikTok. I was talking to someone, so we just switched to we're changing light sources. I'll be power sources then. So Twitter máa tó mọ́ mi lára. Arábìnrin Shola, thank you very much for being here. We're glad to have you join us. It's a beautiful Monday afternoon. Hope everybody's good. All right. So, like I said, today we're on Twitter Spaces. Twitter Share Spaces normal. We're having a space right now. So please, Arabic, if you don't mind, if you can hear me clearly, you could just maybe an emoji, a clap, or heart me or something. So, or heart icon. You get the point, Abby, because it's our first day, so we might experience some teething problems, but it's fine. Okay, it's good. All right, no teething issue. So we're good. All right, we're good. Thank you, great Ife. Ah, you have great Ife. The echo for oh boy. Not only are you using my school's logo, the description is the echo from the cradle of Yoruba civilization. But it's good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. And I'm glad to be here. We're going to get right into today's conversation. But thank you everybody for being here. Again, before we get into it, if you're on TikTok, please like the live, share the live, click on the heart icon if you're not a member of the team. If you're a member, just get in there and drop a heart me. Anything that will help push the live to the FYP, that's the For You page. If you're on YouTube as well, please like the live and share. And on Twitter, thank you very much for being here. So we've come on Twitter a number of times, but I decided that from today, we're going to be having full sessions like we do on TikTok and YouTube. So what that means basically is that we have the sessions every weekday, 1 p.m. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we do 1 p.m. till about 7:30 p.m. So, I mean, so that's for Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do 1 p.m. as well, but we end a bit earlier. So that'll be around 3 p.m. We'll be done on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But going forward, we're going to be having this session on every platform, right? Well, not every platform. One that we on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter for now. I had to stop Facebook because I think a lot more people use YouTube for streaming this particular live session, so we don't have a lot. So I felt we were having issues with the streaming platform, so we decided to restrict it to just TikTok and YouTube, and now we have Twitter. So I'm glad that everybody is here, and I can assure you, you're going to have a fantastic time with us. So far, we've been talking about Papa. And by the way, just in case you're coming here for the first time, his name is Awo. His name is Awolowo, but I often use the word Papa because so anytime you hear me say Papa, most likely I'm not talking about my own father. If I'm talking about my father, I will say father or dad. When I'm talking about Awo, I will say Papa. So if you hear me say Papa at any point, trust me, it's not about my own biological father. It's about Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And we've been spending a lot of time discussing his legacy. But one of the things I've discovered, over time in our understanding of Awo is that we rarely talk about the person of Awo. We talk about his politics, and even the politics we talk about, we don't really, for the most part, understand it better. No, it's just based on what we've heard and stuff. But I think it's important to actually hear from the horse's mouth to know who he was and who he still is. Like I like to say, he's one of those personages that is very difficult for you to use past tense, even though he's been physically absent from this planet for about 38 years. But even then, you still have that thing about, and BB, because his ideology is here. And I believe his spirit is here. And every time you read his books and you read his thoughts, you can feel him, you can understand, it's as though he's actually in the room with you. And one take advantage of that and say, we are online. So how about having Baba with us here online? So there are many books that we've read about him, written by others, but I just thought that we should also spend some time in his own autobiography. So for some weeks now, I should say, we've been talking about Awo, and we started with Awolowo's path, where we went into his early life, right? His childhood, the schools he went to, the struggle he had with his education after his dad passed when he was barely 10 years old, how he moved to Ibarra and was in Abeokuta with his uncle and then with his grandmother, how he did all kinds of things in order to get ahead, to go to school, and he had to work as a houseboy in 4 different places. He had to, sell firewood, he had to fetch water, he had to was a laborer, so that by 1926, at the age of 17, he was done with primary school. And then he went on to secondary school, went to Wesley College in Ibadan. I mean, so many details, but you can always watch past episodes on YouTube. That's the beauty of YouTube. We have everything we've done recorded there in the live section. So he went there, he he went to Wesley, and the idea was for him to become a teacher. So get training, but to be free, and it will pay back. So they have just you sign a bond. You're going to teach other kids. Eventually, he decided not to continue with that because he saw something about shorthand and typeface, and he felt that would be a better use of his time. So he learned shorthand and typing. Moved back to Abeokuta, and eventually back to move back to Abeokuta. Was a teacher, spent like 2 years teaching, and then moved to Lagos. Worked with a German firm as a typist, and then lost that job due to nepotism. Eventually did all kinds of things. Trained other people to for the exams. Eventually went back to Wesley College Ibadan, where he had studied, and there he worked as a clerk. And it was from there that he started planning how he would fulfill his childhood dream. The dream, of course, that he got while he was in Abeokuta, seeing lawyers, walking down the road, and he thought he was wanting to be like one of them, with their wigs and their gowns and all of that. And so he then decided to start business, right? Because salary tongue by clerk that may not really work. By the way, before he even started business, he also worked as a freelance journalist. He worked as a journalist working for the Nigerian Daily Telegraph. He also wrote for the Nigerian Daily Times. There were 3 major papers in Nigeria at the time, and they were all concentrated in Lagos. And of course, they had readership in other parts of Western region. Well, there was no Western region at the time anyway. There was no Western region, by the way. There was no Western region or Eastern region until 1939. And that's going to come in handy. That information will come in handy as we go on in this conversation. Anyway, there were 3 major papers. There was Nigerian Daily Times, there was the Nigerian Daily Telegraph, and then there was Lagos Daily News. So he worked there, and then eventually they also started something called Service, or Daily Service, that was also pioneered by people like Kenneth Tikoli, who at the time, of course, was also the editor of Nigerian Daily Telegraph. And you had people like Samuel Aduke Akintola, who also wrote for the Nigerian Daily Telegraph. This was in the 1930s, by the way. After a while, they decided to be a freelance journalist. And I should also say that one of the first time that Papa actually met with Zik was in 1934. And what had happened was that Zik returned to Nigeria, to Lagos, and then was going to be hosted. Interestingly, this morning, just before I came here, I was reading Zik's own autobiography. And it's possible that we actually visit that book today, but I was reading the book just to understand, what happened in 34 from his own perspective. So he was 30 years old. He was done with school in the US. He had done his first degree, second degree, returned, and then he had a meeting. All right, he was given this what do you call it now? Like a welcome party of sort. And then he had spoken to them, so he was eventually invited to speak in certain schools in Lagos, 3 schools to be specific. And Awolowo, being a journalist, was sent to cover the event. So he was the one who wrote about the things, the things that he said, and we'll talk about all of these things. And one of the things that's, I think stuck with Papa was that Zik was an orator. He was a very good person. He was very good with words. Excuse me. All right, he was very good with words. He knew exactly what to say and how to rouse people up and things like that. And then we moved away from all of this. So we got into, I'm trying to give it a recap of 2 weeks or 3. So he was a journalist, he left journalism and decided to go into business because he was trying to raise money. He had made up his mind that he wanted to, go to the UK to study, but then there was no way to get money. So he decided to go into business. 2 major things that Papa went into after leaving, he didn't really leave journalism, but after leaving it as a full-time job. So he went into produce buying and also transport business. And he was the secretary of what you would call at the time. Today we'll call it NURTW. But Papa was secretary of that union. He also joined the Produce Buyers Association, where they would buy produce from mercantile houses and sell to bigger firms, or the other way. Anyway, started making a lot of money, worked with certain people. They raised money together, and it was the agent for the organization. It was called Progressive Cooperative Union, something like that. And then they were making a lot of money, and everybody was sure they were going to make more money. Well, the following year, the market went down. Everything went bust. And so he got in debt. Now, this was 1936. It was also the year that he got married. Papa got married, 1937. He got married at the age of 26. so it was 1937 December that he got married to Mama HID Awolowo. Now, from that point, he made a plan on what he had to do to get out of debt and also how to be able to get to the UK. Eventually, he came up with a plan to borrow money from, we've done all this before, Chief Adeola Odutola, who, of course, eventually became the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu-Ode and also became a major person in Action Group later in 1951, but we'll get into that much later. Anyway, wrote a letter trying to borrow £1,400 with a promise that I was going to repay after 12 years. Of course, he couldn't get that money because, I mean, it is what it is. He didn't get the help he expected, so God, so good. He had a different plan later where he, applied for a contract or something like that, and that worked. So he was given the contract to supply yam and yam flour to army stations in Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, and Abeokuta. And so Papa did that, and then he made money, and then of course was able to borrow money from other people, and eventually went to the UK. So that's a very brief summary of his entire early life until he went to the UK, where, by the way, where he eventually got his LLB. Before he left Nigeria, he had already done his BCom, essentially Bachelor of Commerce, which was done through correspondence. And then, of course, he went to the UK in order to study law. Right, so that's about that. We then started talking about NYM. So backtrack a bit. We talked about what happened in 1934 when Zik, had spoken, and that was where Papa met him. But that was not Zik was not included was not part of the movement at the time. So let's talk a little about the movement which we discussed throughout last week. The Nigerian Youth Movement was founded in 1934 as Lagos Youth Movement. And they founded that movement because of the institution we now call Yaba Tech. So the Yaba Higher College was founded in 1934. The issue was that when they started that college, the British wanted to do something where the diploma you got from Yaba Higher College would be inferior in quality to the ones you get from universities or institutions in the UK. So what that meant basically was that anybody who graduated from Yaba Higher College would not be able to go beyond a particular level in the civil service. Now, the Lagos Youth Movement was not for any of that. What they wanted was a situation where their own people would be able to climb the ladder and become anything just like the British. As a matter of fact, one of the goals that they had was the Africanization of the civil service. Now, so they fought that to a standstill. And then by 1936, they changed the name from Lagos Youth Movement to Nigerian Youth Movement. And like I said, the major goal, well, they had three trusts, so to speak, three charters, they called it. There was a political one, there was economic, and then there's a social and cultural charter. And one of the goals was to Africanize the civil service. What that meant basically was that, see, back in the day, please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you very much. Back in the day, you see, the civil service had white people, especially in the higher cadres. So if you are in the lower cadre, you are working as Orishish and Okotonje clerks, and you find Nigerians, you find black people. But they wanted to have a situation where Nigerians or black people would be in the civil service. Now, remember these things because it's going to come up as we continue in this conversation. So they wanted a situation where there will be there will be less of white people in the civil service and more of black people in civil service. Now, this was again 1936. Now, let's go back in time just a little bit. 13 years prior, an organization was started in 1923 by a man called Herbert Macaulay. The organization is called Nigerian National Democratic Party. Now, the man was also the one who was the editor of Lagos Daily News. So Herbert Macaulay was the president, so to speak, of the Nigerian National Democratic Party, which was a party in Lagos. And also everybody, NYMO, NNDPO, they wanted Africanization. They also wanted independence. All right. Now, that was 1936. 1937, Azikiwe returns from Ghana. So Azikiwe had come back from the from the US, eventually went to Ghana, but by 1937, right? Yes. 1937, Azikiwe returned to Lagos, and then he joined the Nigerian Youth Movement. And for the first few months, everything went well until everything went all right. So what happened? Quick one. Number one, again, NYM started in the 34, the name was changed in 36. The group was doing well. They had four major people that were seen as the essentially leaders of the movement. So there was J.C. Vaughan, Ernest Ikoli, H.O. Davis, and Obasanjola Kisonya. So there were four gentlemen. When Zik came, they welcomed Zik. They've known Zik. I mean, again, 34, Zik already spoke in Lagos. The person who was the editor of the newspaper that sent Awolowo to cover that event was Ernest Ikoli, and he himself was not a member of the NYM. So it made sense. They've known him. So they brought him in, and then they made him a member of the Central Executive Committee. And I said last week, as I will say again, that was a major mistake. And if there's any lesson that we learned last week from that particular thing, amongst other things that we learned, is the fact that talent is not enough. A person being very talented doesn't necessarily mean that they have the right or they have the wherewithal to lead. Leadership is not about talent. Somebody says, have we covered the news? We're going to cover the news. I want to do the recap of last week. We'll do the news. Then we'll not get into today's session. Sincerely, what I'm doing right now, I should be doing later. But the way I started, so we'll stop at some point, get into the news, then we'll come back into the topic of today. Where was I? Oh, you know what? I think I was saying something about, yes, how they brought him in, and then he joined the movement, and he was made a member of the executive council. And I've said this several times. When you meet talented people and they want to be part of what you're doing, whether it's a business, an organization, let them in, work with them, but look beyond the talent. Talent is never enough. For the most part, when it comes to leadership, character, even not just leadership, to life, to work, it's character before talent. But of course, they saw his talent. He was an orator. And one more thing. Like I said last week, there were two major reasons I believe they allowed Zik become a member of the group. Number one was the fact that he was talented, he could speak. And then, of course, he was one of the quartet when it came to speaking that would just scatter everywhere and turn things around, and people just looked up to them. So it was Ernest Ikoli, H.O. Davis, Obasanjola Kisonya, and Azikiwe. So people liked the way he spoke. Number two was that he had begun to publish a newspaper at the time called West African Pilot. Now, West African Pilot was a different kind of paper. So there were three main papers, like I said earlier. There was Nigerian Daily Telegraph, which was edited by Ernest Ikoli. There was Lagos Daily News, which was edited by Herbert Macaulay. And then there was Nigerian Daily Times, which was edited by Bates. Now, the issue with those papers is that those papers, they were good, but there was something young people were looking for. And Azikiwe had that in his West African Pilot when he came back and started publishing in 1937. So a lot of people began to read this paper, right? So that meant that he had influence. And based on his influence and his talent, they allowed him to become, or they made him one of the members of the Executive Council. Again, big mistake. Why am I saying that? You will soon know as we go on. All right, so he became a member of the Executive Council, and around that time, they were planning for an election in 1938. And as they planned towards that election, they had some issues, right? And one of those issues, of course, was what happened with Obasanjola Kisonya. He was trying to run to become one of the candidates for the Lagos Town Council. So at the time, again, let me quickly say something. NYM was a youth movement, but it was more than just a youth movement. It was also a political party, all right, in the sense that it could present candidates for elective positions. So you had NNDP, and then you had NYM. By the way, in the entire country called Nigeria at the time, there were only two places where you could vote. You could vote in Lagos, you could vote in Calabar. Any other place, you are your own. All right, the identity of authority, the indirect rule system, all those things, but they didn't have a situation where you could vote. And even then in Lagos, you had to be a man, you had to have property, and of course, you have to have a certain amount, in terms of income. By the way, this thing I just mentioned right now was also one of the things, or were also some of the things that NYM was against. I wanted to have universal suffrage rather than having to limit the ability of people to vote to those who have a certain amount of income and have buildings, and of course mostly males. In the north, it was exclusive to men anyway. It was just in the south, you have to have buildings in that place, then you have to have a certain amount of income. Now, so NNDP and NYM could field candidates for the election. So in 1938, NYM was so popular amongst Lagosians that they won all three legislative council seats, and they also won all the seats in Lagos Town Council except one. That one they did not win was the one that Oba Samuel Akisanya was vying for. He became Oba much later, but at the time he was not Oba, but we call him Oba now because retrospect. He was vying for that post, but he lost it. But the question is, why did he lose it? So a few things. Excuse me. Number one, the people is people. So Samuel Akisanya himself was a Remo man, right? Was an Ijebu Remo, and at the time in the 1930s, actually it started in the late 19th century. Okay, I just don't want to go into that part of history because but towards the end of the 19th century, the Remo people started, coming up with their own stuff where they made their Caribou the paramount ruler of Remo. And if you were not here earlier, we've spent some time talking about the fact that Yoruba is very interesting people. By the way, if you're a Yoruba person, when you use the word, people usually say, my tribe is Yoruba. Yoruba is not a tribe. Yoruba is an ethnic nationality. It's similar to the Scottish or the Welsh. It's an ethnic nationality, or the English. And within that ethnic nationality, we now have different tribes. Okay. Now, those tribes, interestingly, all those tribes actually have city-states. Within those city-states, you have towns. And at the head of all the towns brought together, there's a paramount head or the paramount king. That king is always residing at the capital of the city-state. So let me walk back just a little bit. So Yoruba is a nation. Within Yoruba, you have different tribes. There's Oyo, there's Ife, and I'm not doing that because of superiority or Ife is superior. I should be saying it because I see things on social media these days. So let me do it again, just to be more intentional. Yoruba is an ethnicity. Within the ethnicity, you have different tribes. So you have the Jebu, you have the Jesha, you have Ife, you have Awori, you have Okun, Ekiti, Oyo, Yewa, and so on and so forth. Now, each of those groups would then have a city-state. Essentially, the base of that tribe is every tribe would have a capital. So, for instance, Ijebu tribe, the capital of Ijebu tribe is Ijebu Ode. Somebody says it's Kogi Yoruba. Kogi is not Yoruba, but they're Yoruba and Kogi. We have to so Yoruba land is in Kogi, but the entire Kogi is not Yoruba land. So Okun people in Kogi state are Yoruba people. All right. So like I was saying, so every tribe like that will have a major place. For the most part, I think it's either Kaba or so, where they call this. All right. And for Ijesha people, for instance, there is Ilesha. Okay, but Ilesha is not the only Ijesha town. There is Inisha, there is Ibokun, there is Ilesha itself, Ilashe, Esaoke, and so on and so forth. The same way you have for Ilesha and Ijesha people, you also have it for Ijebu. With Ijebu, you have Ijebu Ode, Ijebu Igbo, Ijebu Mushin, Itogbolu, Odogbolu, Agowoye, and so on and so forth. But you see, at the time, there's another group that was part of Ijebu. There was all the people in Remo, or under Remo. Now, the Remo people, of course, they also have their own different, they are part of the same group, but they have a different migration story. They're from a quarters in Ile-Ife called Iremo. Anyway, the point is that somewhere towards the latter part of the 19th century, they decided not to be part of Ijebu. Why? Because, like I said, every tribe has a city-state, which is the capital of the entire group. So for Ijebu people, the city-state or the capital of the entire group was Ijebu Ode. And that means that the seat of the paramount ruler would be in Ijebu Ode, and that would make Awujale the paramount ruler. So Awujale was controlling not just the Ijebu people, but also the Rema people. So around that time, they wanted to, say, okay, you know what, we are different, we are the same, but we are also a subgroup on our own. So instead of saying Rema under Ijebu, we're just going to call ourselves Remo. So the head of Remo would then be the Akaribo. And where is his own capital? Anybody knows where the capital is of the Remo people? Anybody? In the comment section. We'll make this very quick. Sure, we're in class, Abby. Although we're supposed to be doing news now and then go to class later, but class came early. We're going to stop at some point and then go to the news. Shagam, thank you very much, Ade Royal. So the capital of the Remo people will be in Shagamu. not Ekperu, Shagam. That's where the Akarigbo is. Now, in 1938, before 1938, they've been talking about this thing, but Oba Samuel Akínṣányà preferred to still be with Ijebu. And so the Remo people in Lagos voted against him, and that's why he lost. That's one of the major reasons he lost his seat. All right. However, that was not the only reason. That was not the only reason, but we'll talk about the other reasons later. But that was the major reason. His own people did not favor him because he was against their choice at their back home. In Remo, you couldn't even vote anyway. Ijebu Remo, or whether it's in Peru or, by the way, there are many towns in under the Remo people too. I mean, there are many towns that make up Remo as well. So there's Shagam, there's Peru, there's Elisha, and so on and so forth. Ikene, and so on and so forth. Anyway, back home, they couldn't vote, but his own people could vote in Lagos, but they voted against him because it was against what they wanted back home. 1 second. All right, it was against what they wanted back home. Now, moving on very quickly, we then talked about what happened within NYM. And I think at this point, I'm going to pause. We're going to go into the news. When we come back, we'll do the NYM a little bit, but I repeat some of the things I've said now. And then we're going to go into what we're discussing today, which is Awolowo, Azikiwe, and federalism. So what we do normally is we'll have the news, we'll bring people up, we'll take everybody down, then we'll go into the class, okay? So let's get into the news now. That's, by the way, I've given you 2-3 weeks recap. We'll continue with NYM when we come back. So let's start with the news. What time is it? Okay, we're good. So a lot of interesting things happened over the weekend. Oshogbo Festival happened in Oshogbo and was really good. A lot of people were at the event. People came from different parts of the world to celebrate Oshogbo. And I remember saying to us the other day that if, regardless of religion, you can look at it as a festival. So there's tourism potential in it, and we're taking advantage of that right about now. All right. So there was a Twitter space last week, and they invited the former Minister of Transport, and he had some interesting things to say. Right? I don't know if you heard about it, but just in case you didn't, we're going to listen to some of the things he had to say, and then we'll have some conversations. Then we'll read other news as well. There's a lot of things. We'll get there. But let's start with Amechi. Please, if you're on TikTok, don't stop our tapping. YouTube as well, please, let's like the live. If you're on Twitter, please share as well. Thank you very much. I'm hoping, by the way, Twitter people, please, if you have any issues at any point, please feel free to type so that I will know. Please remember that is our first day of having full Twitter session. We've had short ones, but the setting is always different. So please, if you have any problems in there, please feel free to let us know. All right, so let's start with the former Minister of Transport, who was also the former governor of Rivers State. Capital is Port Harcourt. Take a listen to Rotimi Amechi.
Question. I have a completely different question. Please do. Okay, no problem. Easy. Nigerian Central Bank currently uses a mix of high interest rates and currency management to control inflation, but this has also restricted credit and slowed growth. If you are president, would you back CBN's current tightening stance on?
I just realized that what I'm doing right now, the folks on Twitter, Okay, Twitter people will make it work. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, I know what I'll do. We'll try it. I hope it works. Let's take a listen. So if you're on Twitter, just pardon me. We're going to start all over again. Guys, let's do this. Oh, yeah.
Question. I have a completely different question. Okay, no problem. Question. I have a completely different question. Okay, no problem. Easy. Nigerian Central Bank currently uses a mix of high interest rates and currency management to control inflation. But this has also restricted credit and slowed growth. If you are president, would you back the CBN's current tightening stance on or push for looser policy? And specifically, what inflation target, exchange rate regime, and money supply growth rate would you aim for in your first 2 years? It's a very specific question with specific numbers. Thank you.
Sir, please, can you unmute? It seems like you've muted yourself. Sir, please, can you unmute? It seems like you've muted yourself.
Is there something? Can you hear us, sir? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Is there something? Can you hear us, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I say it's a good question. Unfortunately,
I'm not an expert in finance, so I will keep the experts in finance to advise me on this.
I'm not an expert in finance, so I will keep the experts in finance to advise me on this.
Can I maybe ask a much maybe ask a much simpler question in a different way, not directly finance. In your opinion, do you think the CBN is doing the right thing when it comes to monetary policy? In your opinion?
If they were, the HLF won't be as high as it is now.
Thank you very much. That's all my question. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, Esther, please.
So guys, I just want to confirm something. If you're on Twitter and you heard the whole exchange, I'm going to play the real stuff I want to play now. But if you heard the whole exchange on Twitter, please thumbs up. If you didn't, is there thumb down? That's the point. Me. I think they can hear. So let's continue with Amechi.
Until I got NDC to fix that.
Until I got NDC to fix that.
Part of the road. Now, let me tell you this story. Why I laugh at the so-called coastal road.
Now, let me tell you this story. Why I laugh at the so-called coastal road. If you complete, if you do the bridge from what is this place in Akwa,
you do that bridge to Calabar. You have completed this first road.
In Akwa, you do that bridge you have completed this first road. If you don't know that, why did Jonathan as president of Nigeria, who has his office, not do it for the South Africa? So, young man, I will defeat it 100 times. Jonathan was not our brother. Because if you vote for me, if I will do that on one bridge, I will do it. Because if I will abandon the so-called coastal road, because that's the road for stealing. And if you complete the road from Calabar to Oron and fix the east-west road, it's the same thing as coastal road now. When we 13 trillion or is it at 3 trillion naira? When people are dying of so, young man, Jonathan is not our brother.
My question is very straight. You said you're going to stop
Your Excellency. My question is very straight. You said you're going to stop the coastal road because it was an avenue for corruption. So the question is, are you also going to stop the Sokoto-Badagry coastal road and an extension? Which other policies of the APC are you going to reverse when you become president? If you become president?
Thank God you asked this question. I didn't say I will stop the coastal road. I just told you that in place of the coastal road, if I were this government, we should just have done the bridge from Oron to Calabar. Once you do the bridge from Oron to Calabar and you expand the east-west road, you will achieve the same objective as the coastal road. And I'm saying that money we are spending to build the coastal road would have been saved. Because what we need in the south is a motorable road. And this west road should be made motorable. Currently, it's not motorable. Everybody knows that. Currently, there is no link between Akwa Ibom and the Cross River. the people from Cross River are suffering. They can't go to any part of Nigeria. They are locked in, and some of them are still talking about APC. What APC nonsense is that? Now, I will not stop any of those who if they are viable. I'm not talking about the vaccine. On this interview, I'm not talking about the vaccine any project. So it was good. I'm not going to reverse project. I will prioritize. What is prioritization? The priority for me is how do Nigerians feel? So, I mean, and how do I get people from Cross River to come out to Akwa Ibom? The moment people from Cross River can come out to Akwa Ibom, and Akwa Ibom people can go to Port Harcourt, and Port Harcourt people can go to Bayelsa, and Bayelsa people can go to Delta, and Delta people can go to, and I've done this first route. So I'm not saying we're going to stop the coastal road. I'm just saying that priority is of importance to me. So while we may, at the end of the day, fund those roads, if we have the money to fund it, first focus on how do I put money in the pockets of Nigerians? How do I make Nigerians happy? That's what I said.
All right.
All right. So that's the former Minister of Transportation telling us about what kind of transportation we need. Apparently, they're very careful when it comes to Badagry-Sokoto Road, but guess what? With Lagos, Calabar, we can remove that one because who cares? Again, that's not how things should be. 1 second, please. Now, what will you do to find the president? One more video from the former minister, and then we can move to other things. Take a listen to this. It's still from the Pali, I should say, on Twitter. Take a listen, guys.
Current policy on subsidy removal, effects and current policy on subsidy removal, effects and cost of governance, and what we different. Thank you. Whoever had stolen all the money that you had, will not have done anything. They had sold oil. The politicians had stolen all the money that you had. In fact, they had sold oil in 5 to 6 years in advance. So anybody who became president, there's no way the person wanted to remove oil subsidy. But
all right, so apparently everybody knows that there's nothing else they're going to do about this subsidy stuff. Let's move on quickly. Oh boy, it's Monday, so we have a lot of things to cover. Let's start with a Labour Party representative candidate in 2023. And what he had to say about Labour Party, then this is going to take us into other things. It's double hearing. Obe? Sorry, I just want to be sure. What do you mean double hearing? Is it bothering you like Chonwa Ekoni? Or are you talking about red herring? Anyway, please let me know what you mean so that I will be able to attend to that appropriately. So let's listen to the Labour Party representative candidate and then we can move on from there. Take a listen to this. So let's listen to the Labour Party representative. This.
Do you have against obedience? I don't have anything against obedience. Okay, but I have.
Do you have against obedience? I don't have anything against obedience. Okay, but I have a lot against the attitude of the obedience movement. What is that? You see, I said I will say something now. Let me now say, when the who meets to Labour Party is through conversation, dialogue, not abuse. We have turned social media to anybody that has other opinion, not even negative about also about Peter Obi. We wish him death, not only abusing. The way we use social media now, and I said something, and that's make me to sit down and have a reflect on what are we doing? Are we really serious? You don't hold people to your side by abusing them. I joined Labour Party because some educated, obedient sat me down, have conversation with me, and I understand them, and I agree with them. That if you want to have a new Nigeria, we need a new breed without greed. That was my slogan. But now, the rates we use, we abuse people. If I say now that, oh, okay, no, I beat up you, but there, man, oh my goodness, God. Maybe you should try it on today.
I've tried it. I've tried it. He said it will bring good governance to Nigeria in 4 years. I just wrote Ẹkáàbọ. Oh God, you need to see the comments I got. Oh my goodness. You need to see the way they were cursing my parents. I was like, what? I said, do you and I have some, I forgave some people, maybe because of language deficiency. Maybe people from the southeastern part, maybe they don't understand. But when I see a Yoruba name cursing me out because I said Ẹnúpọ̀, I said, do you know what Ẹnúpọ̀ means? Just because I said Ẹnúpọ̀, I don't. If somebody from other tribe or from other place that does not speak Yoruba language, a native Yoruba speaker, don't understand what Ẹnúpọ̀ means. What I said that, how can you say you bring good governance to Nigeria in 4 years? This thing is not. It's not like this. Say Ẹnúpọ̀, you need to see the way they were cursing.
Do you know what they are doing for us now? On the violence on the social media, and we don't know on the social media, and they have Labour Party has some bloggers, not even Labour Party. Let me obedient, but they are trying to separate it now, which it became a problem here.
Sorry guys, I just saw it on YouTube now. I'm just seeing it now. I apologize. I just lifted my head. I am lying for what there's feedback. Hey, yeah. I apologize. I hope it's better now. Yeah, we'll try it again. And then if we have an issue, they'll on board. Sorry about that. I hope it doesn't happen again. If it does, please let me know. Then we'll see what we can do. All right, so good news. Vinicius International has officially commenced local production of security hardware in Nigeria, a move that will significantly reduce Africa's dependence on imported defense equipment. All right, there's also something really cool that happened in Onitsha over, I think it was yesterday or so. No. Friday, I think. Let me try and get you the news report. Man. So there's somebody, I'm seeing what I want to read about let me read news. I opened up this thing, so you know what's happening right now, because I spent some time on that stuff, on history before the news. I'm trying to get myself back. All right, this is from Premium Times, which is refusing to open. I don't know what's wrong with their website. You know what? Let's listen to something else while we wait for that to work, because it might take a while from the look of things. There's an interview conducted where Chris Ngige said some things about the politics of Anambra State. I'd like to take a listen to this. I'm going to try and work on. I wanted to read the good news first because I don't like it, so it doesn't look like somebody's bashing one group or kiniko. That's not what is happening now. For some reason, I just can't access it. Let's listen to Ngige. I'll read the good news later. Take a listen to Chris Ngige, the one who celebrated his birthday, clocked 73 last week. Take a listen. Just
so when people come and say Anambra was bad when they took over, and they are paying pensions and they are standing gratuity.
Who celebrated his birthday, clocked 73 last week.
So when people come, anyway, so when people come and say Anambra was bad when they took over from Ngige, and they are paying pensions and they are standing gratuity, I don't know where that is coming from. I have no outstanding gratuity. If I left, I had no outstanding salary because we put salary, gratuity, and pension on first line charge.
Permit me as a
that was an executive order I did.
Permit me as a journalist to quote, but the narrative by the former Labour presidential candidate in the 2023 election, P2B, who
gratuity is not paid. Salary is being owed, and
gratuity is not paid. Salary is being owed.
The thing is that we share the same accountant general. You read my accountant general, Mrs. Obinwa, wasn't good. He would have kept her. Because Mrs. Obinwa would do accountant general and an advisor to financial advisor.
Because I was in the system.
And when she's advising me, she knows I know what she's talking. Because I was in the system.
You understand me?
In federal ministry.
No, there's no controversy about it.
You understand me?
Okay, I don't want to stir controversy.
No, there's no controversy about it. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. There is no outstanding salary that was not paid when he took over from me. As a matter of fact, I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
In my infrastructure account,
so where is it the legislation?
For my roads,
in my infrastructure account for my roads, water supply and everything, the infrastructure account.
We have
in different pockets.
We have an account in Fidelity Bank.
Where we have our account. We have our account in Fidelity Bank, which is even Obi's bank.
We have the other
Guidance Express. We had the other is it local government in Akimbola's bank. Forgetting that name of that bank. But that's what it is. And even there, if you go to that Guidance Express, you will see security account written boldly. My security vote. I was only governor doing that.
But I told
other governors put just name and stuff like, but I told my PS and SAG, those operating the account, please label the security vote so that people can ask people what we are doing with this money, or what this money went to.
And if you check that 13.8
so Obi received 13.8 billion from me. And if you check that 13.8 billion at that time, vis-a-vis the dollar equivalent, because the dollar was at about, I don't know whether it's 80 or whatever, to 80 naira to $1 or something like that. It's about $170 million or 172.
Money enough to say it.
So I left money for him.
And
he should money enough to save.
Justice Ononeba.
He put up a panel, Justice Ononeba Committee, to probe the finances of Anambra State. Vis-a-vis the jobs done. And that committee came out with a report that they have checked all the accounts of Anambra State. I left about 8 billion in infrastructure account. I left about 2-point-something billion in Zenith Bank.
Education.
Under
I left 1-point-something.
That's under education.
Education. that I left 1 point something in CBN, in Kumbat, money I Kumbat from ISPOs, irrevocable standing payment orders that were fraudulent. So, these are documents, they are government documents. Orient Petroleum I invested. I get the money on behalf of the government.
And I said, we are giving you, but
the State Executive Council approved it, we get them. And I said, we are giving you, but these lands you are occupying, you pay us back. They say now, okay, they monetize the land. We have given them. They monetize it. It was for billions. It was Anambra State's kind of investment.
Passable, and to his credit, he opened up Anambra.
Who is saying is not passable? Is it
the roads you handed over, the infrastructure you left behind?
The roads I handed over to B, most of them are federal roads and few state roads. They are still standing today, 21 years after. No pothole. Go and check. Ask any Anambra persons. I go to Anambra. The roads we are using today are the roads I did 21 years ago because I use reputable contractors. I use RCC, Israeli-based RCC. Most of my roads were designed in Haifa, Israel. When I'm giving them the contract, I say, RCC, inbuilt into your sum is money for the survey and design of this road. Most of the roads are anti-erosion roads. They have drainages on both sides, big drainages, and they carry the water. Once you don't leave water on the road, the roads will last. Asphalt, or even surface dressing, bitumen, they don't like water.
Guys, today is an interesting day. We'll have this session, but I think when it comes with the video and audio and trying to make sure that every platform gets plugged in, it's a bit cumbersome. I think it's because of the kind of equipment we have here, but we're going to make it better. So it's affecting my normal with Asheman laws, different topics, but we're going to make it work even now, by the grace of God. All right, so since we just listened to Dr. Ngige, we're going to listen to a few other people who spoke about the things that he did. I mean, what he said basically in this particular video, talking about Ngige, is the fact that what Obi said about the money that was left, apparently, according to Ngige, that he has been lying. And I think the reason this is important, of course, is because for some reason, some people decided to start campaigning in 2025 for 2027 election. So, or something like that. So since they've started to do it now, so this is coming from, so that was his predecessor, Ngige. Well, this is his successor. I want you to take a listen to this so that it also helps us to start preparing for the election, and all the campaigns and whatever it is that people are saying. Is it true that everybody is lying? This is Governor Obiano, who was the successor to Peter Obi. Take a listen to what he has to say.
My predecessor left a liability, that is debt to be paid, worth 127 billion, 779 kilometers of road, and so far I have 101 roads, the 101 total 779 kilometers. I've been able to do 51 roads complete.
What did you do?
That's from the Ibom people. But I don't think we'll talk about that right now. Anyway, so that's his successor, talking about the debts that he left, even though he was always saying that, he gave them money and things like that. Aderoya, no. Oba. Okay, Obebadebo, Oba, Emma Famisi Kini, Emma Famisi, Tebate David to Services Alesi, Enyandi, Obebadebo, Oba, Aoba, Badebe Oba, Aoba Be. Thank you, allow ye Oga Chama. The same way, one saw our policies, Aoba also, go by Jaco Boalamo, Bosin Shele, when I walk on Boani handicap. Anyway, we're going to listen to a few people talk about him, and I'm very sure this will also help us to understand the person who is supposed to be the messiah of Nigerian politics. Again, I think he's a good man, but I just think this thing about, the perfection and everything. I mean, politics is politics, but let's listen to people who worked with him. This is Senator Victor Omeh speaking to Anambrarians, folks from Anambra, and I think they know better than most of us. I have visited, but I never lived. So those who live there, I'm sure they have better ideas. By the way, something's happened on Twitter where people went to unearth conversations from 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and none, I repeat, that I've seen so far, none of those things look like he was a fantastic governor. So again, maybe we all have to listen to them a bit more. So take a listen to Senator Victor Omeh talking about what happened and how he compared Governor Biano and Peter Obi. Take a listen.
Obiano, your achievements have surpassed all that Peter Obi did in Anambra State. I can tell you that. So it's a matter of admitting the fact that somebody who came in did better than his predecessor, so that it shall be well with him. You did better than your predecessor, and in that way, Soludo will do better than you by the grace of God.
And I said, look, a different game. And I said, look, I'm not somebody who can come and sit around because you are controlling money. It doesn't work like that. I said, conduct local government election. I've always continued to say that, even in this studio. This is not the first time I'm saying it. Since 2010, he refused. I said, no, that cannot have only you as an elected official. We must have other people, because at the time we were having this disagreement, PDP had 30 members in the House of Assembly, 10 people in the House of Rep, 3 senators. ABGA didn't have any. Conduct local government elections so that our party people can also participate in governance. And it became an offense.
Oh, that's the genesis of the problem.
That is the genesis of the problem, if you don't know. I've said it clearly, and each time they come to counter me, they've not been able to counter it. It is in the open, and the party people in Anambra State are solidly with me.
All right, so we've listened to everybody. Just a little clip from Piece of View, then we can move on to other things. From time to time, I'll be bringing you different videos and different stuff about this savior of his people. Again, I hope he saves them, but I think he is not fit to save the rest of us. This is from him, and I think also gives an idea of the kind of politics that this gentleman plays and how we should be careful not to get bamboozled by all this whitewashing going on these days. So take a listen to this.
Public debate. What would you have done differently? Because I remember you did say that from day one, you say subsidy is gone. What would you have done differently?
I didn't say from day one. I said I would remove subsidy.
You remove it. Okay.
You know, I didn't say from day one, and I wouldn't have done it
from day one.
Our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed. Is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you,
Dwight. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer.
All right, so let's get into some good news. I mean, that's bad news. And bad because a person says to you he's going to go immediately, then turns around and tells you, oh, I did not say so. The person says he's going to die in Abga, and then moves from Abga to PDP, from PDP to LP, from LP to ADC. And that same person is telling you he's going to spend one term in office and you believe him. The joke is on you, not on him. He's a very smart person. But again, let's go to some good news. Let's start with something from the Southeast. Onitsha Port welcomes first barge of 2025 season. The Onitsha Port in Anambra State was abuzz with excitement early this month as the first barge of the 2025 season, MV Zupitor MVRB Alaska, berthed at the port. The general manager of Universal Elysium Limited, the concessionaire of the port, Mr. Chris Mbonu, expressed his enthusiasm, describing the berthing of the barge as a positive milestone and a reminder of the pressing infrastructural gap. Mbonu explained that operations at the port were ongoing but largely seasonal, with activity peaking only during the rainy season when the River Niger's water level rises sufficiently to allow vessel movement. He attributed the seasonal operation to the inconsistency of dredging and channel management of the River Niger rather than a lack of infrastructure or demand. The port is functional and ready to work 365 days a year, but without consistent dredging of the River Niger, we are forced to operate only when the waterway allows us, essentially turning a national asset into a seasonal stopgap. Regular dredging of the River Niger, according to Mbonu, would unlock year-round navigability, enabling barges, ferries, and larger vessels to move seamlessly between the southern seaports and the inland commercial centers. This would lower transportation and logistics costs, ease congestion on critical highways, reduce delivery timeframes and business inefficiencies, and increase investor confidence in inland logistics. All right, that's good news from them, but I think at this point, the governors of that state, or the governor of the state at least, probably has to do something better. There's another report on this particular same news saying that the Onitsha port can generate 10 billion naira yearly if fully operational. Again, governors in different parts are doing stuff. Larger vessel, you can't have, I mean, larger is comparable, so I'm sure they're not talking about seafaring vessels. But then the point is that when we have these conversations, it always ends with, and I'm glad you didn't mention it here. I'm glad you didn't mention it, but a lot of people say it. Since somebody's saying it, I will not say it either. But I'll just say that it's important that the governors in that spaces, the governors in those spaces, like in those states, particularly in the states that host the river port, maybe need to do something better to ensure that they're able to dredge the river rather than waiting for, you get the point that we're not mentioning since it was not mentioned. But it's good news to know that that actually happened in, this is that region, neighboring state. Nsukka is in Enugu State. So Nsukka Agog has Governor flags of 5,000 shop Nsukka International Market. Not that they are flagging off, so they are laying the foundation. The historical city of Nsukka was Agog on Saturday as Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, laid the foundation for the construction of a 5,000 shop capacity Nsukka International Market, vowing that his administration would always take into account persons affected by development projects in the state. Governor Mba, who dismissed the allegation of targeting the former occupants of Ogige Market in Nsukka, explained that his inclusive development model made it imperative for him to ensure that the modern transport terminal projects cut across the state, hence the Nsukka Transport Terminal. Mba said, "This is beyond groundbreaking for me because this is something that has provoked emotions and sometimes even attempts to mislead and frame a false narrative. Sometimes it is not about misunderstanding government's intentions, but a sheer evil agenda of enemies of public good. Just to put on record that our intention to construct the Nsukka Modern Transport Terminal is in the overriding public interest. Many months ago, we took a decision to revamp our transportation sector by building a world-class modern bus terminal and there were people who were located in these terminals, located in these different areas that were originally mapped out as transport terminals. I mean, you can get more news, more of that details in Vanguard newspaper. Essentially, they are building shops and they are also building a new terminal. So that's good for folks in Nsukka. All right. A few more things. This one is from Ibadan. Ibadan Ilé Olúyọ̀lé. All right, let me read something to you from Ibadan. A meeting between the Oyo State government, heading is actually Ibadan Circular Road, chaos erupts as residents reject 500-meter corridor. So apparently they're asking that they should reduce it to 150 meters of the road. We're going to move very quickly. Okay, WAEC reviewed 2025 results. By the way, if you have children who wrote the exam, you should be happy now because the results are better. They're more, over 60% now have credits in mathematics and English, so that's good news. I'm rushing because of time, but let's just see how many more things I can, reel out before we move into the topic proper. All right. So something crazy happened in Lagos a few days ago. Some people had gone to Mumbo. Yeah. Folks from LASPA, that's Lagos State Parking Authority, had a funny thing happened in Badore where they were attacked by shop owners, and yes, those shop owners are from a particular place, but I don't have to mention it. So, without having to play the video, I'm just going to read to you a statement from the Lagos State government. Attack on LASPA staff. Lagos State government arrests 7 suspects for prosecution. Following the recent attacks on Lagos State Parking Authority LASPA officials by some staff and security personnel of Bettermart, Badore Road, off Ado Road, Aja, and Ashley Mall in Ekpe, about 7 persons involved in the attack have been arrested by the police. The suspected attackers of the state government personnel on assignment are currently detained at the Badore police station, Lekki, pending conclusion of preliminary investigation before prosecution in a court of competent jurisdiction. I mean, I don't know if you saw the video, but it was actually quite terrible. People were doing their jobs and some clowns were attacking them. There's a video that was trending over the weekend. It's been around for a while, but a lot of people, a couple of people sent this video to me. I'd seen it also, but I felt I should play it and say something about that before we go on with today's conversation. Again, we're still talking about the news. We're still discussing the news. Very soon, we are going to move on to the topic of today. But please stay with us. If you're joining us for the first time on Twitter, the structure of our sessions really is that we start with music, then we get into the news, we bring people up. You can share your thoughts about the news, and then we'll take everybody down and we'll get into the topic proper. And today we're discussing Awolowo, Azikiwe, and federalism. So we're going to get into all of that. But let's listen to this before we do so, okay? We're still going to talk a bit, but so this is a video about an Igbo woman in Lagos. And I mean, fantastic things she had to say. I'm going to tell you my mind after you have listened to it. So take a listen, please.
Our own. And with two people Yorubas, please. People should not be annoyed, those of them that said Lagos is no man's land. It's an understatement and a slight to people's personality. I beg, I say, please, I am sorry. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. They are our host country, our states rather. And I told my people, we should appreciate the Yorubas because they really accommodated us. Among all the tribes in Nigeria, I started to say that Yorubas are the most accommodating. Yes, I said that. And why I'm saying that is that I schooled there in Yoruba land. I married there. The land blesses me and is still blessing me with children. I married here. And I have houses here. Is that not a good land? It's not.
their place. So please, my people, I beg of you, let us respect the Yorubas. They are the owner of Lagos. Yes, it is an understatement. We cannot take it. Somebody will go to Onitsha or Aba or Were and say that those eastern part of the country is no man's land. Will they take it? No. So my leaders, our Yoruba brothers and sisters, my legs are on the knee, please. My legs are on the floor. Say, please forgive us. Whosoever that say that, please forgive us. Please forgive us. And if people should not because of that, please. If people should not be that and fight the evils, please.
She is a great woman. She is a great woman. And that is what women will stand for. We are mothers. We don't want anything happen to our children. We protect them. Look at her coming out, going on her knees and begging on behalf of our tribes. We are not tribalistic in Lagos. Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. We accommodate people. But when it comes to protecting our heritage, we do it with everything. You saw that on Saturday, the Yorubas came out because there is nothing like no man's land. No. Lagos belongs to the Yoruba, and we have been known to vote in block. You know, it's our government.
Ghana health budget, Ghana, here is $1,232,000,000. If you divide it by 31 million Ghanaians, call it 31 million Ghanaians, it's about $41 million per head.
I apologize. That one just came automatically on Twitter. Peter Obi and his fantastic numbers. So to start with, that video is old. It's not a new video. It's been around for a while. It came out around the time of the election, I think. So it's not new, but it's been, brought back to life, apparently because people also want to drive an agenda and make it seem as though, they are apologizing and stuff like that. Let me quickly say something. I don't think what's happening is about apology. And I said this last week. I just want to say it in a different way. It's not about apology. It's about evolution. And if there's anything I'm happy about to what's happening right now is the fact that it's going to make people wake up to understand exactly what Nigeria is about. And hopefully this will lead us into being serious about structuring the nation along its natural lines, right? Rather than forcing some weird understanding of unity. Because if we don't do this, then we may not be able to achieve it well. So it doesn't really matter. Apologies don't really count for anything, to be honest. The ship has sailed. There was a window that people have been praying for years, because people move mad, but just like, come on, being pay. So that window, now, nobody wants to do to you folks what was done in the 60s to certain people in certain parts of Nigeria. I don't think it's fair to even think of it, let alone imagine doing it. But something has to give, and what is happening right now is literal restructuring. Everything will change, and it will never be the same again. There will never be a time where, you can just move anyhow, we're all one. That our oneness is still there, we are one, but you can't move anyhow. Okay? And that is something that has to be said. And this is beyond politics or elections or because of the next election. The election, no. Was election, no. The important thing is that the place has to be, our minds first has to be our minds have to be rearranged, so to speak, like the Bible says, renewed, so that we understand exactly how things should work in a sane space. What we have been doing right now is very emotional. Well, all the while is very emotional, where you just, it's our person, we're in the same country, it shouldn't matter, or let's just be together, all those fantastic things. That's not happening again, okay? What we want now is a situation where everybody will know their boundaries, so that there is no fight. Nobody is fighting anybody. In fact, there's nothing to apologize for, to be honest. There's nothing to apologize for. Everybody should just mind their business and create structure not anymore would we have a situation where certain people would think that they have a right to the politics in Yoruba land. That's the point. And we're not going to be saying it every electoral cycle. It's something that has to be institutionalized in such a way that nobody even comes close. So all those, you can become a commissioner. You had no right to become it, though. It was an appointment, though. It was the president, when he was governor, who felt like, oh, let's just have this inclusive thing. But if you say you don't want to include, if they include you, and you're not telling the owner that he should move out of the way because you are now the real owner, the owner has to assert that not only were you included, you are not even, you can be around. But whatever it is that made you, that gave you that, you know, audacity has to be removed so that we can all have peace of mind. And speaking about that, just to be able to tell you why I'm saying that this thing has to be there, I want you to take a listen to somebody, because again, I think Yoruba people, we are very reactive, especially when it comes to politics. We are very, very reactive. Certain people actually have plans. They've not shaken me that, and I've said it. We have documents from the 40s. But something happened in the last election. That one is one I want you to listen to. Take a listen to an actor who I think some people consider to be one of the leaders of his own people. I don't know if that's what he is, but listen to him discuss what his own grand plan was for the last election. Take a listen to this.
Friends and well-wishers, I greet you and congratulate you for seeing 2023. Happy New Year. I'm making this post as a member of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party, but targeted at Igbos all through the nation Nigeria. We have to preach to the Igbos who reside outside the southeast to stay put wherever they reside. All these rumors of wars, attacks are geared towards putting fear into the Igbos to live where they are. And that is not going to work. They want them to flee to the east and return after the elections. It's not going to work. This video is to speak boldness into our Southeast brothers and sisters, to make them understand that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. There's no need. Do not try to make any attempt to stay out of where you reside, because that's a design to reduce our numbers. We don't have to die many times before our death. Only a fool does. Death will come when it will come, yes, but nobody's going to die. It is very critical, this election, that we stay put wherever we are. That's the only way 25% of votes in the 36 states of the Federation can be guaranteed for our brother Peter Obi. He rose from a man of the Southeast extraction to a national movement and consciousness. That we must accept. Now let me bring some basic facts to you. From the facts released by INEC, voter registration, at the time of the report I got, the Southeast has 10.5 million something votes. South-South, 14.226 votes. Southwest, 17 point something. So total for the South is 42 point something million votes. Voters registered, actually. North Central, 14.3 something million. Northeast, 12 point something million. Northwest, 21 point something million. Total for the North, 47 point something million. So grand total voter registration as released by INEC could be about 89 point something million. Well, in the last update of the report which I got, the Southeast Igbo with PVC's residents, the Southeast Igbo with PVC residents is 10.5 million. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's resident in the 19 northern states plus Abuja, 12.8 something million votes. That's 27%. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's resident in South-South, 6 point something million votes, 43%. The Southeast Igbo with PVC's resident in the Southwest, 6.5 million. That's 36%. Total Igbo population nationwide with PVCs is 36 point something million votes. Now, this shows you, the Igbo man, that there's no cause for alarm. Just do your own. Get your PVC. We have our own problems when we keep on saying our votes will not count. Let us harness this and put them into effective use for our own benefit. We are not campaigning for our Igbo brother. He's been accepted by Nigeria. If he's accepted by Nigeria, we must not be the enemy. Forget about those who never spoke from the altar of God that he's not going to win and said, are they God? They are not. That's a talk for another day. We can't allow people to put fear into us so that our children will suffer. Perception could be reality, but it's not going to affect us. So their bill figure in relation to the Igbos must be kept. One can see that from what I just read, the Southeast with PVCs nationwide are the highest in voter strength and spread. So there's no cause for alarm. Just cast your own vote. If we are well coordinated with our brothers in Kogi, Benue, Rivers, Anioma, Akwa Ibom, and so on, Cross River, we're not counting on Igbo votes. We need others to win the elections. All Nigerians are already behind Mr. Peter Obi. Let's not think that our votes cannot count and therefore deny our brother Peter Obi what he's supposed to get. So this message is to tell you, remain where you are resident. No shaking. There's nothing. If you are, will achieve the 25%.
Throughout, we're not quarreling because we voted for our brother, which we don't have regret about it. Our brother contested. The Yorubas voted their brother. Our brother that contested is qualified, whether I like it or not. I may not be his fan. I may not be his fan. I was close to Asawaju before now.
But you're a Labour Party member.
Yes, I said I was closer to Asawaju now. Yes.
Than you are to Peter Obi.
Yes.
But you are in
before I joined the Labour Party.
Okay.
Before, when did I join the Labour Party?
Yeah.
We're not quarreling. Throughout, we're not quarreling because we voted for our brother, which we don't have regret about it. Our brother contested. The Yorubas voted their brother. Our brother that contested is qualified, whether I like it or not. I may not be his fan. I may not be his fan. I was close to Asawaju before now.
But you're a Labour Party member.
Yes, I said I was closer to Asawaju now. Yes.
Than you are to Peter Obi.
Yes.
But you are in
before I joined the Labour Party.
Okay.
Before, when did I join the Labour Party?
Yeah.
I joined the Labour Party.
All right. So, I mean, people voted for people because they're their brothers and stuff. And then we have an elderly man who is a very wise man in his own ethnic group. He has this to say, just to remind us of the fact that every accusation is a confession. Take a listen to this.
Throughout, we're not quarreling.
Dog. And on meeting, where's the Nobona? Peter Mba, Ejero, Frank and Wake Junior on Africa, and they cannot worry about it. I couldn't know who is Peter Mba? His great-great-grandfather is from Eza. He's from Ebony. They settled at Owo. And today somebody will tell me, when you bring somebody from Ebony to come and be the governor of Enugu State, God will not allow that. Yeah, dog.
All right, so as God, I mean, the God will not allow something like that to happen. If that God doesn't allow people whose parents, I think the parent was even born there, or not even the grandfather, the parents were born there. They have Igbos, they are all together, but God will not allow a person whose father was born in your land, whose grandfather moved into your space, and now grew up in your place, but God will not allow that person to have political power. Again, let's just see. Let me tell you something. You're right. You don't even have to come up with any theory. Just buy mirrors. Our job in Nigerian politics, well, one of the things we should be doing is we should be buying lots of mirrors. Once somebody just open mouth, talk nonsense, just give a mirror, just show him. He go see himself. Moving away from all of that, we're going to listen to the Labour Party Publicity Secretary and what he had to say about what happened in the last election. Take a listen to this.
You see, I am going to lay bare and to ask for forgiveness of Nigerians because we actually misled Nigerians over why we failed the election. But why we failed is what I came out here. In my car, I have the CTC of all the judgment of the Court of Appeal, that is the Court of First Instance regarding our election petition, and also the Supreme Court. I made able to say that 3 people were responsible for why we lost the election, and therefore, after this, I will be making an open apology to the Chief Justice of Nigeria.
Which election are you discussing?
You said?
Which election? The 3 people?
Yeah, the 2023. That was where, they model something to deceive Nigerians. I am also part and parcel, but we have to purge ourselves of this fact, and I'm happy it's going to be on a rise. That's why I say I came with that fact of what transpired. It is not in another issue. It was what I want to say here that actually causes that problem. Now, in the 2023 election, you see, we were unable to field agent in 54,000 polling units out of 189. We were unable to field agent. When Mr. Peter Obi came, he took over the party machinery and handed over to Aisha Yusufu and Pastor Ituai Gadalo, and the man that has funded now, Valentine Osigbo and Oseloka, his SNG. Those were the people that managed the upload. Now, in 189 polling units, 89,000, Labour Party failed to account for 54,000. That was why he said we were unable to enumerate, some agents. That is actually spoken here on this channel. I knew it was Dr. Bati and my friend, Read Fire, that did that interview. What now transpired is that we failed woefully in 54,000 polling units. We do not have results to go to the Election Petition Tribunal. In that vein, those ones that are there, he said they were unable to pay them. They used a lot of the obedience to be the party agent. Because they were unable to pay them 10,000, they absconded with that result. And in line with paragraph 4, 5, and 6 of the first schedule of the Electoral Act, petitions must be filed within 21 days, and your written statement of your witness on oath, your formisio 8, everything you have to attach it to your petition within 21 days. Labour Party failed to do that. What they now did was that there was a meeting. How do we cover ourselves up? We went to that court to lie against the judiciary because we were the one that failed. Like I said, the 4 people responsible, one just resigned 4 days ago, that was Oseloka. The other one and absconded to APC. While we have Aisha Yusufu and Pastor Ituai Gadalo, they were the ones that handle all the party finances. I am going to challenge Nenadus or anybody that we should join there. We will bring the account that Labour Party did not touch the party campaign fund. It was handled. The 2 signatories are Pastor Ituai Gadalo and Aisha Yusufu. Those were the 2 people. But why they are unable to pay agent remained the internal problem. But we went to the court. You see a lot of Labour Party faithful publishing the names of those judges. You see them accusing the INEC, accusing the APC. Now, if you have 189,000 polling units, you fail to feed agent in 54,000. Which election are we now saying we won? That is where that problem comes from. But our president candidate wanted this issue to be covered up. And that was the division between them and the Abure-led NWC. That was where the issue started. They deceived Nigeria up to today. People are still saying that election was rigged, but that election was not rigged.
Why are you just telling this to us now?
That's the Labour Party PRO telling you that the election was not rigged and that they lied to Nigerians. But that's not all. That was on Arise TV. There's another one that he granted, an interview granted on Channel CV. I'd like you to listen to this one. going to be bringing people up very soon, but just give me a second. I want you to listen to a few more things before we bring people up. I'm having to change apps in order to get that video. But to just a moment. Okay. All right, take a listen to the same person, the PRO of the Labour Party. Take a listen to this.
Yes, the Labour Party. We are landlords.
So when is the landlord expecting tenants to build the house?
No, thank you. That's why we said this tenancy has expired. Now, a man who came to a Labour Party, you know, with, I am on national TV, Obi became a president candidate, and everything he does in that party is to the tune of 32 million naira. 32 million naira.
Million or billion?
32 million.
Like the money he spent?
For his, you know, nomination, from which the party now gave all the delegates money that day. He was not the only one that paid. We have a young nurse, Faduri Joseph, who also made payment. Dr. Patti told me, you know, make a payment, and one other woman. He came, I know, they were asked to step down for him, which they did. But you know what not transpired? Everybody know that acronyms with Labour Party, we know they spend shishi. No Kobo or Peter Obi came into the Labour Party. To any of our candidates, you can ask them. No Kobo, I know the number of meetings we did. He did not support the party or the candidate, not even at the ward with one Kobo. But this is what he did. As at the time, there was an issue between Apapa and Julius Abure. They went to US. They went to Indonesia with him and they raised money. But you see, just like I said, I never believe, you know, anybody can carry me as a mugu. Honestly, the money came. The party did not know. They went to open an account. That was why you see Aisha Yusuf was making all this noise about Peter Obi. Aisha Yusuf and Itwai Godalo, they were the two people that superintended over the party finances without the party, you know, knowing. It was at the point of withdrawing money, both naira and dollar, that they came to the party. I am going to challenge him. They should bring the letter. They opened the account before they came to obtain letter of introduction. I repeat, they opened an account in 4 bank, though it's before, you know, this matter, we also take a subset about, I will not mention those banks, but we know the bank and the account number. So what now transfer was that they came, and the two of them superintended over our finances. And that was why Obi planned with those two people to rig Labour Party in the 2023 election. Because how can we go? You want to contest against Atiku and the Tinubu of this world. You differentiate yourself of 54,000 polling unit agents out of 189. You now went to court without result because they did not pay the agent, despite all the money, because he said, oh, we don't spend shishi. But you also, when Obi said he spent 800 million on litigation, I put it to him that they did that case for him pro bono. Pro bono. Obi did not spend anything. So how could you just come into the party? You deceive us, every one of us put in our might. Only for us to know that they just came, you know, to do whatever they want to do. Even in Nedo, our candidate for the governorship was Olumide Akpata. Do you know that Itwai Godalo, that pastor, did not vote for Olumide Akpata? He rather went on a sojourn with his brother elsewhere. These are the people that will be parading even with Aisha Yusufu. They were the one that is keeping Labour Party money. And that was where Tanko came out to say, Obi had donated over 600 and something million in a year. Where did he get that money? Obi has never.
You said to what?
No, he said the donation. You know, he really, you know, he's the chairman of the obedience something. He said Obi donated money, you know, to all those churches, schools.
Yes,
to the tune of,
IDP camps.
Yes.
He said, I think all of them, he said to the tune of 600 and something million. Okay. But I want to tell you that Peter Obi, even as far as Labour Party is concerned, never traded such an amount with us. So that was when we now got to know a president candidate that is receiving a lot on party fund. The secretary, Does he have access to it? The chairman does not have access. That is the man that wants to govern Nigeria. With Aisha Yusufu. Aisha Yusufu can never depart from Peter Obi.
But Aisha Yusufu has given an account of the spendings of the party during the 2023 presidential election.
That is not the way to give an account. When you are presenting, all of us went to school, you don't present such an account. Obi just this on 4 lines, you say, oh, this is what I get. What about the people they paid money to? We know it, you see. We are only waiting for 2027 to start.
All right. Thank you very much for listening to that long Turenchi. It's just quite interesting that, you know, the PRO of the party will be the one telling us now that, you know, of all the things that happened, you know, with money and stuff and how, but the most important, I mean, they talked about money, that's not my business. My business is the fact that they knew that they did not win the election. How come go a handicap or won't be around a handicap? But they knew exactly what they were doing. And I feel sorry for those who thought they were dealing with, you know, good people. Again, it's politics. Moving away from all these terrible things, because again, LP now is, I mean, may God help them, because I don't even know what to say about that party. Apart from the fact that I want to not going to a point where people are trading, you know, insults on some of these matters. Anyway, let's listen to Governor Sonny. That's Governor Obasani of Kaduna. Want to think some good news before we, you know, move on to other things. Governor Obasani. This interview was on Arise News, and he had some fantastic things I think we should listen to. Take a listen to this.
Merits, don't they? Let me come to that, because, you know, when I come to talk, I want to be specific.
Sure.
Let's look at this issue. Can we look at these developmental indices one by one? When you talk of marginalization, don't just say...
Well, it's not me talking, it's them.
No, they're talking. When they talk, you're a journalist, you should interrogate what they say. Number one, here in this country, the Minister of Agriculture of this country is from where? It's from northern Nigeria. The Minister of State for Agriculture is from northern Nigeria. Let me give an example of Kaduna, where I come from. Because when you're talking about Nigeria, let's break it down to subnationals. I'm from Kaduna. When I came as a governor, the budget of agriculture was about 1.4 billion. And remember, the Malabo Declaration in 2014 was that if we want to really transform agriculture, no subnational or national government should budget less than 10% in agriculture. Today in Kaduna, our budget is about 12% in agriculture. So that is number one. But the reason why we can do this thing easily, because both the Minister of State and the Minister of Agriculture, both of them, one is from Borno State, one is from Niger State, they're from northern Nigeria. The Minister of Livestock is from northern Nigeria. What are the measures when you're talking about human capital development? It's healthcare. The Minister of Health is from where? From Bauchi State. We're talking about insecurity in northern Nigeria. Today, the National Security Advisor is from northern Nigeria. The Minister of Defense is from northern Nigeria. The Minister of State for Defense is from northern Nigeria. The Chief of Defense Staff is from northern Nigeria. As if you look at it again, the Chief of the Air Staff is from northern Nigeria. We, you know, as a governor of Kaduna State, today you need to ask me, how do we address the problem of insecurity? When I came to Kaduna, you don't need to tell anyone. Kaduna was completely taken over by issue of banditry, insurgency, ethno-religious crisis in Kaduna State. You can ask anyone. That is a fact. They are journalists. You can investigate. You'll find out the answer. Today, in the last 2 years, we have not experienced one single ethno-religious crisis in Kaduna State. That is not the role of Mr. President. It is the role of subnational governments to do that. Today in Kaduna, in the last 2 years, you've not had a single farmer had a crisis. 3 weeks ago, I was going to our local government to attend a function. I stopped over. Maybe one of your journalists was there. He covered it, Nisi, Deborah. We stopped over at a particular village in our local government. That was an epicenter of religious crisis. But I was happy when I saw Fulani herders as well as farmers living together in the same community with a farm and cows just about less than 50 meters away.
So how did you solve that problem?
I solved the problem because what you need to do is inclusivity. You need to include everyone. President Aswaju didn't need to come to the north to tell you how to run your own state. We are a diverse state in Kaduna. We have Muslim, Christian, about 60 ethnic groups in Kaduna state. As a leader, the first thing you need to do is about justice. It's about equity. It's about fairness. And when we're talking about justice, equity, fairness, it's taking development to every part of the state, irrespective of religious, political, or ethnic affiliation. When I came as a governor, of course, at the beginning, I was elected mostly by people from the northern part of Kaduna. But today, when you go to Kaduna, you see the roads we are constructing. It's for a leader to choose. Are you going to put forward politics as #1 agenda or governance?
Yeah, well,
for us, governance is more important.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we solved that.
Yeah.
Now, talking about the issue of security, you are asking me what have the president done. As a governor, before I became governor, I was a senator, chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking. But if you go back to my history, realize that I was a senator that sponsored the creation of state police. Knowing fully as a senator, I was watching and sitting. As of 2014, ask anyone, there was nothing called insurgency or banditry in the northwestern part of Nigeria.
All right, so that was Governor Uba Sani, and I thought that was really brilliant, the things he's been able to accomplish in his state. And the beautiful thing is that he didn't have to say, go and verify. Apparently, these things are verifiable without the, anybody being pedantic about folks verifying anything. All right, we are almost at the end of this section. There is something I received. I'd like to play it. And two things, actually. One is a priest. Is a video of a priest who has a ban. You know what? Let me show you. You will listen to it, then I'll show you. You must have seen it. Apparently, you know the way this thing works. You see somewhere that someone sends it to you, then you sit on that place. So apparently, so I'll show you, then I'll play you the audio so that you can, So for folks on YouTube and TikTok, you'll be able to see the video. But you can listen and then we'll do it together. Remember?
Kemi Badenoch has confessed.
So what you saw there, of course, was a priest telling them where to vote. But before I play the last video, that one is from someone from the north. Let me read good news from Anambra State. Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University. Acknowledgement of loan disbursement. So they're writing this to the MDCO, Nigeria Education Loan Fund, that's NEL Fund. I write to acknowledge. 1 second. Hold on. Okay. 1 second, please. Nisuru. Oh, yeah. Next time you should hold on. Sorry, folks on TikTok. Well, again, you are listening. You can't see everything, but we are switching light source. So my hand back on Grammy. All right, let me read what I was reading. I told people that Catholic priests paid people money to vote for. Catholic priests threatened to beat people. That video I'll play it one of these days. Threatened to beat people. Then there's another one where they were actually beating people for voting. But the one you're going to hear is what happened in Lagos. Even though it was only in Lagos that, let me know, it's bad news. You know somebody actually was killed in Lagos. And the person who was killed was Yoruba during the election, whatever. But no, you won't hear about that. It's only the one that makes people feel like they are the victims that they like to share. Anyway, let me quickly read this good news. Again, this good news is from Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University. formerly Anambra State University. Office of the Vice Chancellor, MDCEO, so this is to the MDCEO, Nigeria Education Loan Fund, Metam Abuja. Acknowledgement of loan disbursement. I write to acknowledge receipt of the sum of 100,680,124 naira only, being first batch of loan disbursement for 556 students of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University for 2024-2025 academic session. We are excited at this development. We received this disbursement on June 27th, 2025, and they're writing the letter on 17th July. Code should be many. Anyway, we received this disbursement on June 27th, 2025, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much, and as usual, accept the assurances of our highest regards, Professor Kate Azuka Omenugba, Acting Vice Chancellor, COOU. It's not working, it's not working. Tinubu is not the people's president, but people are collecting loan, which is okay. So let's take advantage of whatever it is that the government has provided, because we all have rights as citizens. But let's not deceive ourselves with the fact that it's not your president. You're deceiving yourself. All right, finally, I received this video. I'll just play it. We'll talk about it. I'll bring people up. So if you want to come up, please send your request now. As I'm playing, no, send your request after this. Kamaloma, because of interference. So after this video, I'm going to bring people up, and then we can have some conversations before moving on to the topic of today. Take a listen to this young Hausa lady. She's a northerner, but let's hear what she has to say.
Sorry on Twitter. Oh, you can't hear. I'm going to start again. Sorry about that. You hear now?
The plight of Igbos in Nigeria cannot be overlooked, whether we like it or not. The plight of the Igbos affects every single Nigerian. Nigeria can never have peace unless the Igbos have peace within themselves. A lot of Nigerians do not really take time to travel to the eastern part of Nigeria. For those that are not Igbos that have traveled to the eastern part of Nigeria, they would attest to this fact. Igbos do not like themselves. Igbos are very, very violent to each other and very disunited. That spirit of disunity that the Igbos have among themselves is what has created what I call pepper them spirit. The spirit to excel, to shame your enemies. The spirit to make it. And that is why an average Igbo leaves home with the notion at the back of his mind that he must succeed. This notion has helped the Igbos as a people. But remember, what has an advantage also has a disadvantage. What is the disadvantage of this notion to the Igbo tribe? And how is it affecting Nigeria? Many Igbos will not agree with me. But Igbos, in their land and in their state, there is no love. Everybody is pushed out to succeed, to be able to showcase your success to another person. The extreme competition among family, among clan, might have led to success, but it's another downfall for the Igbos. This has pushed the Igbos into different lands. There is a saying that if you go to Antarctica, you are going to find Igbos there. All in the spirit of hustling, all in the spirit to succeed. But the question is, are Igbos successful? I would say yes and no. Spirit of success and the spirit to work hard has made Igbos to be talented, creative, productive. But what is the disadvantage? It has created deep-rooted hatred in the hearts of an average Igbo. They direct this hatred to almost anything. Deep-rooted hatred have created a heart and love for division in the Igbo land. That is the reason why the idea of Biafra started. The feeling to divide themselves from the majority. Secondly, wherever Igbos are, they always disunify the environment. And look at the Yorubas. The Yorubas were a community were known to be people who were tolerant, people who don't care whatever religion you are, as long as you are Yoruba, you are our tribe, we are the same. With the infiltration of Igbos into places like Lagos and other parts of the Yoruba land, today the Yoruba land is divided into Muslim Yoruba, Hausa Yoruba, the Muslim Yoruba, Christian Yorubas. And that was why in the 2027 election, the Yorubas did not vote for Tinubu. And when Tinubu became the president of Nigeria, the Yorubas started to regret, knowing fully well the so-called religious agenda was never a religious agenda. It was a push of the Igbo people to disunite the Yorubas. Now, the same Igbo people are pushing the narrative of Hausa are not the same with Fulani, Fulani are not the same with Hausa, to create a discord of disunity. This is a call to the Igbos. Don't disunite everybody because you are disunited. It is time for the Igbos to go back home. Igbos are good people, hardworking, productive, but the self-hate within their communities has pushed them out, and they still push the same propaganda to others. Time to unite. Back to your roots. Igbos are not the only Christians in Nigeria. Yet the propaganda that is within their community is higher than every other tribes. It is time for the Igbos to look critically in what I said. I am not here to criticize the Igbo people, but I am here to activate for a positive country, a positive nation, that without the Igbo, it will not be possible. The bitterness of the Igbos will not let this country to progress. It is time to look at the root cause, the plight.
Sorry, the clowns in the comment section, it's not a Yoruba person, she's a Northerner. It's not a Yoruba person, she's a Northerner. By the way, let me just announce, a few days ago, the folks in the Midwest celebrated 58th anniversary of the Midwest invasion by the Biafran army. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing some recordings, and if I have to come on live, I will. But I think we have enough recording to do justice to that topic. So we're going to do that tomorrow. So 58th anniversary of the Midwest invasion by the Biafran army. It happened in August. And it was on August 9th, if I'm right. Yes, August 9th. So what happened when they got into the Midwest? What kind of, what are the things that actually happened in the Midwest? We're going to listen to some of those things tomorrow. And again, one of the problems of Nigeria, as far as history is concerned, is that we have been subjected to what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls it's a single story, right? She calls it the danger of a single story. The problem with a single story is that the only person, most people are not talking because, let's put it in the past, but the only person talking, and who is the loudest, number one, has an agenda, and the agenda is not about making the country better, or about making you better for that matter. It's about accruing to themselves whatever it is they want, using victimhood as a tool. But what happened to folks in the Midwest? What happened to people in Cross River? What happened to people in River State? Tomorrow, we're going to delve into some of those things, and you have a better idea. Maybe not, it's not going to be a full session. We're going to end by 3. So please, let's be here early, 1 p.m. What happened in the Midwest? We'll get into that, and hopefully that also helps you to understand. Not to say, oh, somebody is bad, just to say that you can't be the sole victim in every narrative, unless, of course, you have been cursed to be a perpetual victim. Nigeria's history is not a history where one person is a victim and everything. Everybody just hates that person because, his name is Chris. Everybody hates Chris. Nobody hates anybody. How this thing happened, we'll go through it. And by the way, tomorrow, I'm going to be reading. I will see if, I think, we actually reference a lot of books in those videos. So I'm going to play those videos. But if I have to come out to read it, just to acknowledge or to, I can't use the word celebrate, but like acknowledge with the people of the Midwest what happened there. We're going to do that tomorrow. One good book that you should read about it is The Midwest Response to Biafran Invasion by Uilawa Uswanlele. There's also A.H.M. Kirk's Green, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria. These are good books on that particular matter, but there are many books. The Invasion, for instance, you find also in Colonel Victor Banjo, Revolutionary Betrayed by Nia Borishade. A number of books actually, discuss that particular thing. The point is not to say some people are demons. It's just to say that the person who is saying is the victim of one person is also the aggressor to others. And what he did has not been discussed. And because you don't know it, you assume that this person is always a victim. So whenever it comes to you with sub stories, before you know it, you already open your house. You're like, they did it to him. And which is the mistake that we made in 1970, as Yoruba people specifically. We did not know what happened. And by the way, the government that knew what happened decided not to just keep everything hush-hush. Why? Because we want us to heal. The problem, and if I have time, I'll do another session on Gowon. When you study Gowon, what he did was to heal the nation and unite everybody. But he was banking on the fact that everybody thinks the same way. Apparently, people don't think the same way. And so the folks who lost are telling you right now that, you can't say that they're not really the loser because you said no victor, no vanquish, so they can just do anything and just come up with any narrative, and you have to believe them because, if you don't believe them, then you're a bigot and you're a tribalist and you're all those. That doesn't make sense. We'll go into that tomorrow. I want us to just listen to folks from the Midwest as they celebrate their 50th anniversary of the invasion of the Midwest by Biafra. That will be tomorrow. Today, before we get into today's topic, I'd like to bring some people up. So certain people may want to, contribute to the topic. We're not going to stay for so long because, again, Mondays really spend a lot of time on the news. So if you'd like to speak, please send your request now. Okay, I see some requests. Please, I'm going to bring you up. As soon as I do so, please mute once you get up. Somebody says he was trying to heal the nation, but the East still hates him for that. Because the people who led... Guys, please, I want to beg you, if you can get 2 books. My Odyssey by Azikiwe was published in 1970. And because I am involved by Ojukwu, if you are Igbo, please get those 2 books, especially if you are Igbo. Olongbo, I'm helping you. Please get those 2 books. The way you behave right now was engineered. It's crazy, but it's sad. I just remember because of what somebody just said right now. Because it doesn't matter what people do. You must hate them. These people did everything. There's no part of Nigeria that's been more pampered than the Southeast. None. There's no part of Nigeria that's been more pampered, even more than the South. Everybody will be all right. Let's bring people up very quickly. We'll do this again. Today's topic is Awolowo, Azikiwe and Federalism. And we're going to start with Awolowo's book because our main text, we've been studying Awolowo himself. But if there's time, we'll also check some things as far as Azikiwe himself is concerned. So thank you very much for being here. Somebody says, Igbos don't care. They are busy with business. They don't have time to talk about the past. Yes, until I tell you that nobody died in the war. That's when your eyes now start bulging. You don't care about the past, but you are blackmailing people with history that did not happen. Oh, New Apollo. That was okay, Jerry. So I'm going to bring you up. Once you get up, please mute yourselves so that we don't have interference, and then we can get our speakers to go on, and we'll be listening to them in a bit. So thank you very much for listening so far. We've been discussing the news. Now we have reactions. So there's Dark Poet, there's Perism, and Obankwa. Please mute, please mute, please mute, please. Jesus is Lord. Obankwa will go first. Hello, Obankwa. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. Sui.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me clearly?
1 second. I can hear you, but I have an issue right now. I'm thinking of how folks on Twitter will hear you. Oh boy. Every new level has its own issues. Oh. Mumbo, I'm thinking of something to do. There's a way to work this out. Okay, give me a second. Just a second, please. I apologize. I want to make sure that folks on Twitter are also part of the conversation. And when they are talking, it's even easier, Mark on basically Mike. But I want to make sure that they also hear what you're saying. But the other device is dead. Jesus is Lord. I'll do this in a minute, please. I apologize for the break. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and also on TikTok. Please like the live. Excuse me. Please like the live, share the live as well. And please share the space on Twitter. Thank you very much for hosting us on Twitter today. It's good to be here. Just give me a second. I want to make sure that whatever they are saying on TikTok, people will be able to. I mean, Emma Bino, Kosi Mora Dadani. Actually, I had it set up, but the battery is dead. And that's not good. All right. Show my work, sha. Show my work, show my work. Umbo, just a few more seconds, we'll get it sorted. All right, let's try it now. Let's go on. Please go on, Obankwa.
Okay. I hope I'm quite audible enough.
I think so. Please go on. Please go on.
Okay.
Sorry, folks on Twitter, can you hear him? I hope you can hear him on Twitter. Please, if you can, let me know. Obankwa, please, where are you from? Your name is quite interesting. Obankwa, are you Yoruba?
Yes, I'm Yoruba. It's actually a nickname right from my secondary school days. My name is Obafemi Oluwasho. Okay. So, interestingly for me, the Nigerian story has been all over the place. And on a personal level, I've had this almost unique opportunity to see every part of Nigeria. I'm currently based in Abuja. I served in the East for my NYSC, and I stayed the whole year. I stayed the whole year. I enjoyed myself in Imo State. And I've been to every part of the North too, except for Borno State and Adamawa. So, and then the story changes. Can you still hear me?
My brother, I can hear you.
Okay. Let me just continue.
I'm the technical person. I'm the speaker. I'm the microphone. So I have to apologize for that. I'm the foreman, Abi. But yeah, I think it's better now. I've been able to sort it out. Please, thank you very much, guys. And you'll be able to enjoy it now. Please go on.
Okay. So every time you visit any part of this country, you get a wonderful experience. But then, when it comes to the politics of things, even people who were friendly suddenly become enemies. I had a number of Igbo classmates in my secondary school days in Lagos. But when this issue of obedience came up, this guy became a total stranger. Now we don't even talk anymore. And when I listen to most of your... do I call this podcast? Because most times I'm not able to join you live. I just watch after on YouTube. And when I listen to most of it, I begin to question what Igbo fathers and grandfathers tell their children. Most of the things you discuss here are things my own dad shared with me, even as a very young person. And most of the books you mentioned there are in my father's library. I've read some, I've been lazy about reading some. But the truth is always evident. So are we saying these people don't tell their children the truth? Are we saying they are not interested in peace? And then that victim mentality, my brother, is scary. It's scary. Look at what happened with Kwamwon recently. The next thing is they have joined APC, they have joined Tinubu. Now, I mean, it's all over. Kwamwan is just one person. And what he did, I am very sure 99% of Nigerians in the same situation, the same position, the same, when all factors are equal, will do exactly the same thing. Because we are the ones that always claim big man. That big manism thing.
But it's still wrong,
thing. Of course, it is very wrong. If I were the Minister of Aviation, at least he should just go and buy his own private jet. I'm sure he won't fly for the next 6 months. And then the other lady too, next thing, they're saying, even though that one became something else, I believe, AppSec should be looked into. They don't know what they are doing. But the truth must always be told. One thing about Yoruba people that I know of, not just because I'm Yoruba, one thing I know of is that even when someone does a wrong thing, you are corrected right from there. There's a saying where I call le yoro lono kawafa bofadi. But I know some families right there, they will lay you and the yoro and the adhere together. You can't do this here. My mom of blessed memory, you cannot do any wrong where she is. She will not agree. She will tell you no. Go and apologize or make sure you do it this way. But these our people. I listened to KOK's speech that you played earlier. I was just laughing. So they have 36% of all votes in Nigeria. So it's just easy for them to enter INEC now. Okay, I've just seen my timer. It's just easy for them to enter INEC and write the results and then say, yeah, okay, this is an Igbo president that won by Igbo votes. They keep forgetting that politics is a game that must be played by the politically savvy, not just talk on Twitter. Social media is good for all the noise, for all that, but when it comes to politics, oh my God, forget every time. Thank you for this platform, Prof. Thank you so much for what you do. Some of us are really learning. And, we are building our own libraries too. Thank you.
All right, I'm glad we are building your library. You are building your library. I mean, that's good to know. I'm building mine as well. There's always, the funny thing is that you're reading one book, then the book mentions something else, and you have to go and find another book, right? But it's a blessing to know that we can get all this information even in our day. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your submission. And I want to say this, that I really like the way your Bible spoke about the whole issue of K1. He explained himself, and it was actually quite interesting what he said about, needing to be hydrated and things like that. But the way everything happened, even he wasn't proud of it. So I like the fact that people just spoke against it. Yeah, we can understand your medical stuff, but, and I think that's how things should be addressed. It's not because the person is Yoruba or not Yoruba. It's because so I kind of like, I really liked, how we responded. So thank you very much for that submission. We'll go to the next person, and that's Perizim. Good afternoon, Perizim.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ẹkáàbọ.
How are you doing, sir? Yes, thank you very much. We really appreciate what you are doing. So quickly, I don't have much to say. I came up when you mentioned of what happened at Udumeku University when the vice chancellor was trying to praise Tinubu for what he's doing concerning the student loan. So I want to share this about the initiative the government is putting outside there that most of us are not aware of. During the weekend, I came in contact with almost two initiatives that I've sent it to your Twitter. This thing, you can go and check it. One about youth credit, then another one about he has put almost 1.5 trillion in BOA for agriculture. So those of us who are interested in agriculture should key into all this initiative. Enough of all these farmers in suits. We can actually get all these funds and go and make use of it. Let us make use of it, and it is actually there for us. When we have all the necessary things to require for us to get those money, we can get it. So let it not be the government is not doing anything. The government is doing a lot. It's just that most of us are not aware. If not for, I went to a space on that Saturday. That was when that person mentioned it. So I had to Google it, and I noticed this thing is real. And it has been up for almost 2 months. Imagine 2 months. I didn't even got to know about it until this weekend. And I'm very sure most youth outside there don't get to know about this thing. So please, to those listening to this page presently, there is this youth credit the government is bringing up. Then President Tinubu's government has put 1.5 trillion into BAA to improve agriculture, which we can all key into. So that's what I want to say. So for those people listening, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Perizim. I really appreciate that. And I think we talked about the BOA thing last week. And yeah, please go on the website, check to know what the government is doing. It doesn't make a lot of sense to just sit down and criticize government. Meanwhile, for the most part, we are ignorant of what the government is actually doing. You should be taking advantage of these things. I remember when they started with this student loan, and a lot of people, certain people from certain parts of the country just had fun criticizing the government. Is not going to work. One of their brothers just came in right now. Let me read to you what he wrote here. He says here, school loan is no achievement. They'll still pay back. No, they should have given it to you for free. Anyway, that's what they were doing. And then by the time the loan disbursement started, folks in the north, by the way, the northerners got most of this fund loan because they understand how this thing works. The northerners got it. Some westerners also got, folks from the south. But folks in the south did not even bother applying. You know why? Because they are the what's the word now? Opposition. You are not. Let me say something. Nigerians, none of us, our citizens, should be thinking like we are the opposition party. This loan that they're just writing the letter right now, in the beginning, it's like you guys, apply for loans. Say, no, it cannot work. It's not my president. You are not the opposition. You are a citizen. You have a right to the things the government is putting out for Nigerian citizens. But no, you are the Lord and Savior of Kiniko. Let's not be let's be smart. Let me not say the other one. Let's be smart, right? And so BOA is out there, Bank of Agriculture, they're giving out loans. There's also loans for academic and non-academic staff in universities. There are many things, and we talk about it from time to time, right? And I'm glad that President also mentioned it again, but we talked about this on Friday as well. Please, let's when we put these things out, kindly check just to be sure. Maybe it's going to work for you. Maybe it's something that you need. Other people, maybe they're very rich. Some people have too many billions. It's just that you're wearing singlets because you're very humble. So that happens. But in case you are not that kind of person, please take advantage of these things if you want to. There's youth cred going on right now, where young people are being given loans, credit scheme is going on for young people. Certain people will always say it will not work. And that's why nothing is working for them. Listen, even if I'm not going to take advantage of it, I would not say it will not work. Maybe I don't want to use it for personal reasons, but nobody say the thing no go work. As long as you have this negative mindset about Nigeria, it's not only Nigeria it's going to affect you, it will affect your family members, it will affect your ethnic group, it will even affect you as a person, because your mind is always negative. And I've said it several times in the book of Jeremiah. The Bible says some people will not see good when it comes. It is not that good is not coming, it's that they have lost the capacity to even acknowledge good when it comes. Therefore, they always miss it. I pray that will not be your testimony. All right, don't follow people who doing opposition against Nigeria. Whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Ibibio, whatever you are, whoever you are supporting. Politics aside, regardless of who you are supporting, regardless of your candidate, stop being stupid with this. He's not my president. Take advantage of what the government is giving you. You are a Nigerian citizen. Let's be smart. God bless you. All right, our final speaker is Dark Poet. I think one more person wants to come up, and then we'll not take any more person. Dark Poet, please go on. Hello, Dark Poet, are you there? Okay, he's unavailable, I guess. Dark Poet, are you there?
Prophet, for me 1 minute, please.
Because 1 minute, because I got to first all unless I'm able to bring somebody up. 1 second, I think somebody is trying to come up. Folu? Okay, you go after Folu, Dark Poet. Hello, Folu. Hello, Folu. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Bushoye. Well done. Well
Yes,
done.
sir.
I just wanted to, I'm usually a listener. I just wanted to add that there is something under the Ministry of Arts, Tourism and Culture. It's called the Creative Economy Development Fund. They just started phase 2. I'll just, if you can give me 30 seconds. During GG's time, there was something called You Win, which they were giving $64,000 to about, I think it was 1,200 and something people. And then they also trained 18,000 Nigerians for free in a variety of different things. And I'm talking from advanced technologies like gaming, 3D printing, AI, and stuff like that. The phase 1 of what this regime is doing, They've increased that money to $100,000 now, okay? And it is for everything from filmmaking to fashion designing and tailoring. Please check, Google Creative Economy Development Fund, right? The phase one, they've given out about $100,000 to across, I think, 1,630 people. And phase two just started August 4th, right? For this one is for people that require less than $100,000, and they are looking to give it out to as much people as that. So I just said, let me come and add that. I think the dearth of information and people don't really know what the government is doing. So it is not only the falconets and the tigresses that are getting $100,000, my people. Go and apply. Don't play politics with the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Don't play politics with opportunities. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that was very good. Don't play politics with opportunity. Somebody on YouTube is saying, I thank you, Ayomikun, for your feedback. Thank you for helping. He says, youth credit is not only loan. They train them before. About that. It might be no. All right, so someone, Ayomikun on YouTube is saying, youth credit is not only a loan. They train them before giving the loan. It's true. We read something about that last week. There are many opportunities. Let me tell you something. You don't have to take advantage of them if you don't want it, but don't assume that it's not going to work. That's the problem I have with certain people. Okay, that mindset it's a defeatist mindset. All right, and nobody should be thinking like that. It's not your duty to be doing SWOT analysis. Just take advantage of it. And if you don't want to take advantage of it, leave it alone. Guard your own heart, rather than just going everywhere saying it's not going to work like the guy in the comment section. May God heal you, because I'm telling you, wallahi, you need it. Once you get here. All right, our final speaker would be, so thank you very much, Folu, for that. That was fantastic. Thank you. I really do appreciate, that detail. Let's have Dark Poet now, and then we can go to the topic of today.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prof. I will just touch on every point, and I want briefly, so as not to waste the time. So one about the opportunities. See, the issue is that I think there's a gap in some I won't say ideology culture, or I don't know how to cap it. Maybe hard work or resilience. Okay, let me use resilience culture that we used to have before. That if there's an opportunity like this comes, a lot of people want to take advantage of it and make something for ourselves. But it's like the coming generation, they have this pessimistic ideology that once they see things, bad or good, before they will condemn it first, and on the long run, when they see that somebody is taking advantage of it, instead of them to even go that route again, what they will do is they will try and they will start beefing that person again. And this whole ideology of always attacking the central power, I always preach against it. That it's not every time that you attack any small thing, the government, the people don't want to take responsibility for anything at all. And as regards to Peter Obi and his delusion winning of election in 2023, Prof, I've been predicting election now since 2010 or 2011 when Jonathan did it, and I've been almost accurate even to our state vote, because I've studied this thing from the 80s. I said the 80s. What's this Shagari's election? I study how people vote, and most times I come up with it. I've lost a lot of friends based on this obedience and stuff, and I'm glad I did lose them, because if you can't think straight, like the way I'm thinking, unbiased, and see things as they are. I don't want you, even me, I don't want you to be my friend. So when you believe, oh, because of one idea, on the ideology of one man that feels is messianic thinking that is going to rescue the country with no substance, it doesn't. Communication zero, ideology zero, and you guys are just pushing this thing. And I do tell people this starts from the NSAS ideology, when people believe, oh, it was because of Tinubu's hotel that soldiers came to this thing. This has a ripple effect coming forward, and people have been using it, and it's because some people have decided they want to be the sacrificial lamb to be used by others, because this ideology is from a certain part of the country. We all know where it's coming from. Whereas some people who accept that, who are not from that part, they've been used, and they are still using them. Although we thank God, a majority of them have actually stepped back to see that, okay, it's like this thing is a scam to us, and we don't want to be part of it. But some people are still doubling down on it. I do tell them, if you can't think for yourself and you let other people think for you, then you are the. I think I don't want to use the word is òpònú àgbà ló yẹ kó máa pe irú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀. Let me use native tongue, because this thing is very clear. I predicted it. I said, see, no matter how it will happen, the Northerner will never vote for Obi, which is where he needs to even say he wants to claim winning an election in this country. Now, the North is being shared majorly between Atiku and Tinubu. Tinubu still picked the Southwest, and you believe in your own senses that you won an election which majority of your votes come from the least people, the people who have the least number in the country. This is simple mathematics, simple analogy, but people fail to. So when the LP is now coming out to say that, I was just laughing, because these people have been in groups that I have to remove myself from some group because the ideology spread like wildfire. And a lot of people, even not for supporting Tinubu, a lot of people for just predicting outcome, and it worked the way I predicted, started hating me. Not because I support, but because I just predict and it worked. And I was now expecting. I like I said, I lost a lot of friends. Majorly the ones that I even was are my own tribe or my own ethnicity. Let me use ethnicity that feels, oh, because I predict election and it work out that way. Oh, I'm a supporter. And I do tell them, if you say I support Tinubu, okay, I support him. Then what next? Even though from the onset, it's not that I did not support anyone, I don't have a favorite candidate, but at a point in time, I just claim it. If you say I support him myself, and I do tell them, for me to pick Obi, I will pick Tinubu first. I will pick Kwankwaso, followed by Kwankwaso. I will pick a lot of people before I will say, because to me, he is the least qualified candidate. Somebody that can't even channel that can't even explain his ideology. Always giving us China went to China and all this. Is it that one that every question being asked is he always bounce it back? So let me just stop there for now.
Thank you.
Iroko at comment section, you will be healed by Prof, like Prof used to say.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So I know some people we're having issues. I mean, there might be some people are having some issues with echoes and stuff, but I hope it's better now. I apologize for the interruptions and all kinds of stuff. It's because we're just getting Spotless Dead. Good to see you. It's been a while. It's been a long time. I haven't seen a bit. Thank you very much for coming around. Good to see you, Spotless. How is the family? God bless you. All right. Yeah. So I apologize for the breaks and the interruptions, especially for folks on Twitter. Is because today is our first full session, so we have these things. Oh my Shelebe, it's going to get better as we go on. But I want to thank everybody who came up. Thank you very much for being part of today's of the session, of coming up to speak. Thank you for coming up to speak. I'm going to take everybody down so we can get into the class. So the way we do this, we have the news and then we have the class. So thank you for adding to this Folu, Darkport, Perizim, and our brother Obankwa. Your name is actually quite interesting, but we're glad to have you here. All right. Esheo, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to get into the topic for today. I already spent some time on the recap. All right, good to see you, Spotless. We already spent some time on the recap when we talked about Owl. But before we get into the topic proper, please, if you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, on Twitter, please power tap. Don't power tap on Twitter. There's only to tap. But if you're on TikTok and on YouTube, please let's like the live, share the live. Someone said, I'm sure he has no idea that Iroko is a Yoruba word. You guys, somebody is insulting you, bearing your name. Is Iroko, but is insulting Yoruba people. How dumb. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. It's a congenital issue. All right, so good to be here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let's quickly do this housekeeping before we get into the topic proper. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon just above my head. It's beside the name Busui Oris. Click on it, join the team. If you're a member of the team, drop a heart me, drop gifts, drop stuff that will help us get on the FYP. Thank you very much for your support. By the way, guys, if you're on Twitter, folks on YouTube can see what's happening on TikTok. But if you're on Twitter, what's happening is that there's a clown in the comment section called Iroko who is insulting everybody and insulting Yoruba people. So that's the one they've been talking about, saying Iroko ko Ibiakbani. Anyway, let's get into today's topic. Please, let's start up. I really want to. By the way, if you're on YouTube, on TikTok, thank you for getting us to 118.9k likes, which is quite good, considering all things being equal. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. All right, let's get into today's topic. What have we discussed so far? Many things, many things. So the first part, before we got into the news, I spoke about Papa's early life, so I don't have to repeat that. What we're going to do now is just to do a little recap of what happened last week. So earlier I did a recap of what happened the previous week. Sorry, the week before the last. So last week we talked about NYM, and I might have to go back to some of the things I said earlier today, and then that will connect us with today. So today's topic is Awolowo, Azikiwe, and Federalism. And I've said it several times, if you want to understand federalism in Nigeria's context, well, if you want to understand federalism, period, as far as if you're black, you want to understand federalism, study Awo. He had a better grasp of the concept. Azikiwe also talked about federalism, he started talking about it in the 40s as well, but he vacillated a lot. So one day he's for federalism, the next day he's for unitary system, and therefore it's difficult to follow a person who is not stable. But if you're looking for stability and for information and for ideological, for the ideology of federalism through the prism of an African mind, through the lens of an African, you should study Awo. So we're going to be doing that today. So a little recap of what we discussed last week. We talked about his beginning, his marriage, his early life, his schooling, and all of those things. But the part that I think connects with this is NYM, which was also mentioned earlier. And I mentioned that NYM was founded in 1934. It was then called Lagos Youth Movement. And it was founded because of what was happening in Yaba at the time. So there was what we now call Yaba Tech. It used to be Yaba Higher College. And the idea basically was for the government to train people, and then they would then get them jobs in the civil service. But the crazy part was that the diplomas they were getting were inferior in quality to the ones that folks would get from the UK, and that became an issue for young people. Sorry, guys, I have to mute this clown. Iroko, they were playing with you. That game, I mean, playtime is over, so I'll just mute you for a minute. If you continue your nonsense, then I'll have to send you to the naughty corner, and you might be there till the end of the session. So please behave yourself. Just listen. You don't listen with your fingers. Listen with your ears. God bless you. Bele. I mean, you're going to get healed or waiting in your body. All right, let's get back into this. So Lagos Youth Movement started in 1934, and it started because of I'm sorry, guys. Twitter guys, I wish you could see what I'm saying. Somebody say, you actually say amen to that. Yoruba Buru. No, let's get back to this. All right. So Lagos Youth Movement started because of Yaba Tech. Yaba Tech, of course, is what we called, then it was called Yaba Higher College of Education, Yaba Higher College. And the idea was that the folks who were studying there were having inferior diplomas. Therefore, it became a problem for nationalists. They wanted to have a situation where the degree or the diploma that you got from Yaba Higher College will be, of the same quality as the one you would get from the UK. So they started talking about that. And one of the reasons, of course, like I said earlier, was because, you see, a lot of young people at the time, especially the young people in the youth movement, they wanted a situation where the black man will be able to hold his head high. And if you were here earlier when we were talking about Macaulay's influence on Awolowo, we mentioned how, you see, in the 1920s, one of the things about Macaulay was that not only was it that they were fighting for Nigeria to be free, they wanted a situation where you, as a black man, doesn't look at a white man as though he's superior. All right. So anybody that was even working with a white man back in the day, I think, about Macaulay will call them imperialist agents. Right. They didn't like the idea of having to bow or kowtow to a white man. So the idea basically was we wanted to Africanize the civil service. And the way to Africanize the civil service was to have a lot of Africans going to school, right? Now, if you're giving us a school in Nigeria, Yaba Higher College, and we're discovering that the diplomas that will be coming out of the diplomas that are given to folks coming out of that school will be inferior, that means that you're already saying that there's a cap on how far they can go. There's a ceiling for them in the civil service because they have an inferior diploma. So they had this whole thing about fighting for that in Lagos Youth Movement, and they also wanted to Africanize the civil service. So if you want to Africanize the civil service, then you have to have Africans who are qualified to be in the civil service. Therefore, if you have an inferior diploma, you are being told that those Africans can never get into the higher cadre, which of course means that they'll be perpetually at that level of clerks and below that. Anyway, that became a major reason for Lagos Youth Movement. Like I said earlier, it became Nigerian Youth Movement in 1936. It became Nigerian Youth Movement. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This guy. Oh, you're not meant for this place. Trust me. Just go and sell your spare parts. God bless you. God will prosper you. The work of your hands is blessed. But I cannot be your mom today. I cannot. In the machinani. All right, let's get into the topic. It became Nigerian Youth Movement in 1936. Now, I mentioned earlier that in 1934, Azikiwe had traveled to Lagos and he was welcomed. He talked about this in his own autobiography, My Odyssey. He talked about how, his friends came and welcomed him, those he went to school with, everybody celebrated him and so on and so forth. But then he started talking about, his whole idea of New Africa back in the day. Now, if you want to understand more about this New Africa concept from Azikwe's perspective, please read his book that was published in 1937. The book is called Renaissance Africa. I think it's an interesting book, but it's not a book that can bring growth to Nigeria. You're going to discover that as I go on. So he talked about economic determinism, he talked about spiritual resurgence and risorgimento, all those fantastic things he was saying. And what he was doing essentially was to have a situation where there is no ethnicity, there's no tribes, they're all the same, and all those fantastic things. Anyway, great ideas he had at the time, and everybody, worked with him. So in 1934, he was to speak at certain schools in Lagos. Now, by this time, Awolowo had become a journalist, right, working with Nigerian Daily Times, Daily Telegraph, and sometimes with Daily Times. So he was sent to cover the event. So he went to cover the event, and he saw in Zik, an orator, fantastic speaker. And fast forward to 1937, Zik fully returns. I mean, returns like fully came to settle in Lagos in 1937. And when he did, you know, he was welcomed into a group. That group is one I was talking about earlier, NYM. They brought him in, and they also made him a member of the executive council. Now, I've said this several times. I'm sure I hope you're not tired of me saying it, but it's true. Do not make a person a leader based on talent. All Zik could do was a fantastic speaker, and also he was the publisher of a very thriving newspaper. His newspaper was new, but it was different. So at the time, the media landscape of Lagos was dominated by 3 newspapers. There was Nigerian Daily Times, Nigerian Daily Telegraph, and also Lagos Daily News. Nigerian Daily Times was edited by Bates at the time. Nigerian Daily Telegraph was edited by Ernest Ikoli. He was an Ijaw man. And of course, the Lagos Daily News was edited by Herbert Macaulay. Now, the thing about it is that those papers were good, but they were not hip. And there was a vacuum in the media space. And so what Azikiwe did was to plug into that vacuum with his own newspaper called West African Pilot, and he did it so well. Everybody celebrated him. It was different. It was fresh. People even left their government jobs to work for him in West African Pilot. So it was successful. Excuse me. So it became very influential. And like I said earlier, I believe that those 2 things were probably the reasons he was made a member of the Executive Council. It was a great speaker, was talented, and it was also influential because of his paper. Anyway, he joined the movement, and then, you know, things started changing, right? He joined in 37. 38, there was going to be an election into the Lagos Town Council and Lagos Legislative Council. There were 3 seats in Lagos Legislative Council at the time, and NYM won the 3 seats. And I also want to quickly mention that the NYM was a youth movement, but it was also a political party, because it could field candidates for elective offices. So at the time, the major political party was NNDP. NNDP was Nigerian National Democratic Party, founded by Herbert Macaulay in 1923. That party was very successful in... Did Awolowo ever join LYM? NYM. So once you're in NYM, you are assumed to be in LYM. Around that time, though, Awolowo was already in Lagos. It was already in Lagos in 34. Sorry, my thought of my train of thought. All right, I was saying that Herbert Macaulay had founded NNDP in 1923, and it was presenting candidates for election for offices in Lagos. So in 1938, the 3 legislative councils that were up for grabs, they were totally taken by the NYM, and then the 3 legislative council seats were taken by the NYM, but the Lagos Town Council, the NYM won everything but one. And the only one they did not win was the one that Obasanjo Akintoye was supposed to be gunning for. And the reason, of course, he lost, I mentioned earlier, was because of the politics back at home in Ijebu Remo. So back in the day, this was in 1938, at this time, people in Remo wanted to be identified as separate group, as a separate subgroup of the Yoruba people, separate from Ijebu. Akintoye supported the Ijebu people, wanting the Remo to still be under them. Then the Remo wanted to have a different situation where they won't be under the sovereignty of the Awujale. And because of the way he played his game, the Remo people in Lagos decided to vote against him. And like I said, at the time in Nigeria, only 2 cities, you could only vote in 2 cities. It was Lagos and Calabar. Other places you were there, but you couldn't really exercise suffrage. Anyway, we're going to move very quickly. So that was that, and he lost that seat, right? Now that, and one of the things I remember what I was going to say now. So, like I said, 37, 38, this man was still good. Someone says, Akintoye became Odemo of Ishara. Yes, that's why we're saying Oba Samuel Akintoye. Yes, became the Odemo. Thank you for putting that out as well. My mind is blessed. Let's continue. While they were trying to have Oba Samuel Akintoye become, elected, something interesting happened, like I mentioned last week. Was a case where his folks would write letters to the Nigerian Daily Times. And the editor at the time, Mr. Bates, started announcing that, oh, I've been flooded. This has been flooded with letters. Everybody is against, Samuel Akisoya. So it got to a particular point. One of the chieftains of NYM, that's H.O. Davis, decided to pay Bates a visit. And when he got there, asked for the flood of letters, and it turned out that they had only 2 or 3 letters. But you see, the issue is that when that happened, Bates took advantage of that situation and wrote about it in his paper the following day, saying that, oh, this man came to my place. Now, Bates and Azikiwe had rivalry going on between them because they were editors of 2 different papers. And with Bates saying that, Azikiwe took that as saying, H.O. Davis was against him or something like that, and then started insulting him in his own papers and called him a simpleton and things like that. Anyway, many things, happened between 1938 and 1940 that made people in the movement discover that Azikiwe was not really concerned about the movement at all. And then I'll read something to you from Papa here. 1 second though. All right. So Awolowo says, by the end of August 1940, I was certain in my own mind that Dr. Azikiwe was not a conscientious member of the Nigerian youth movement, and that for some reasons best known to himself, he was bent on destroying this nationalist organization. At the same time, it seemed clear to me that his policy was to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people as a group, to build up the Igbos as a master race, to magnify his own vaunted contributions to the nationalist struggles, to dwarf and misrepresent the achievements of his contemporaries, and to discount and nullify the humble but sterling quota which older politicians had made to the country's progress. Other incidents which happened thereafter merely went to strengthen my beliefs. And of course, we talk about the things that he did after this. The reason I'm saying this is because when you look at everything that Azikiwe did from 38 to 1940, it actually confirms everything that Papa is saying here, that it seemed, number one, he wasn't a conscientious member of the movement, but it was also beyond that. It was also bent on corroding the self-respect of Yoruba people, and also then build up the Igbos as a master race. You see, you can talk about the greatness of your people without having to destroy that group. But the reason Azikiwe was bent on corroding the self-respect of Yoruba people is because he wanted to do everything he wanted to do in Yoruba land. As we go on in these conversations, you're going to discover all of this. He wanted to do everything he wanted to do in Yoruba land. Therefore, he had to weaken their resolve and, essentially preach to them the idea that we're all one. Meanwhile, he's also elevating his own people above the people he's calling one. And that's what you see in his speeches, for instance, the particular speech he gave in 1949 at the Igbo World Congress. We're going to get to that eventually. All right, so we talked about the things that he did in NYM, how he had anti-party activities, and how he came to a head September 1940, the meeting in October 1940, the election of February 1941, and how Azikiwe, who, by the way, should have been expelled in October of 1940, decided to resign in February of 1941, and then began to attack NYM like never before. And the major thing that he did in February of 1941 was that he came up with an idea that nobody ever thought of in Nigerian politics. Now, up until this moment, everybody in NYM thought as a nationalist. You didn't think like Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or anything, you are Nigerian. As a matter of fact, whenever anybody achieved anything, they'll say an African did it or a Nigerian did it. The only time they started noticing that maybe everybody wasn't thinking the same way was when Azikiwe started publishing something interesting in 1938. So whereas every other person will say a Nigerian is going abroad, a Nigerian has a degree, a Nigerian has gone to the UK, he started using the word Igbo. An Igbo man is setting sail. That was in 1938, talking about Jaja Wachuku. An Igbo lawyer just returned in 1939. An Igbo medical doctor. So before you knew what was happening, everybody started wondering, wait, this is a nationalist organization. It's about Nigeria. It's about Africa. How about what's making this man push this Igbo agenda? So whenever you hear people say things like, oh, Yoruba, Lagos, Ibadan media, they do Yoruba thing, they are tribalistic. The idea of tribalism in Nigerian politics started in 1938. I'll say that again. The idea of tribalism and ethnic jingoism in Nigeria's political history started in 1938. It started in Lagos, but it started not by Lagosian or by a Yoruba person. It started by Azikiwe, who was trying to build up his ethnic group as a master race within that space. And he thinks he did between 38 and 41. Actually proved this. For instance, 1940, he published something very interesting about a simple football match between secondary schools. CKC, Christ the King College, interestingly, the same school that Peter Obi went in Onitsha. Christ the King's College had traveled to Lagos to play with St. Gregory's College. And of course, they won 5-4. And Azikiwe turned everything around to look like a fantastic, event happening at the Colosseum in Rome. Let me read to you what Azikiwe said about a simple football match between secondary school students. I'm sure you've heard me read this before if you were here last week, but just in case you weren't here, this will also help us be on the same page. An article written by Zik himself, published on the front page of the pilot and entitled Football Iliad 1940 edition, shocked many people. It was a big step forward in an insidious campaign which had gone on for more than 2 years on the pages of the pilot. Right? A football team composed of students of the Christ the King's College Onitsha came to Lagos to play a win-the-war football match against St. Gregory's College. The CKC team from Onitsha defeated St. Gregory's team by 5-4. To the ordinary man in the street, let alone the highly sophisticated element, there was nothing extraordinary or unusual in one school or college defeating another in a game of soccer. But not so with Dr. Azikiwe. He saw in the sporting exploits and triumph of the team from Onitsha the inherent superiority of the Easterners over their opponents. And he went to very great pains to establish this fact by means of careful choice of words and emphasis. These extracts from the article are relevant. Take a listen to this fantastic reportage of a football match by Agbalagbao. In 1940, Azikiwe was 36 years old. And this is what he had to say about secondary school pupils, secondary school students playing a game of football and one winning, like we're supposed to expect anyway. Let me read to you what Azikiwe had to say. And then to think of the great combination of the Spartan heroes who crossed the lordly Niger, journeyed through the good earth of Benin, hurried across the domains of the Oshemawe of Ondo, of the Atanla of Owo, of the Owa of Ilesha, of the Oni of Ife, of the Alaki of Abeokuta in their invasion of these islands. Who but heroes of mighty brawn and exceptionally developed brain would have dared to make this invasion and to succeed in carrying to the River Niger home the golden fleece of intercollegiate soccer championship of the eastern and western provinces. Yet they came to Lagos. They saw the irresistible defense put up by their opponents, and they conquered impressively, convincingly, and were graceful even in victory. Could their achievement be paralleled? Would it not be better for me to leave the answer to the laps of the gods? Now, you will think, say, now what just happened? A football match. And Azikiwe was very careful of the words he used. He talked about the invasion of the island. He talked about exceptionally developed brain. In other words, the fact that they won a game of soccer in Lagos meant that they had better brains than the folks in Lagos. The crazy part is that August of the same year, that same CKC team went to Ibadan to play a match with the same tournament, win the war, with the Olubadan 11, and they lost 3-2. But guess what? Azikiwe did not report that one. Why? Why should he? They lost. And it took 2 weeks of people pestering him on his own, in his own papers, writing letters to the editor to even publish it. And when he published it on the back page. Small column, and then he made excuses for the boys. If you think I'm lying, let me read to you what Azikiwe published. Sorry, what he said in his paper. He says it was after there had been clamors in the daily service let me start from the beginning. On 24th August 1940, however, the same CKC team played in Ibadan against the Olubadan 11 in another win-the-war match. The CKC were beaten 3-2 by the Olubadan 11, which were an undiluted Yoruba team. You know, Lagos go out different people from different places, but this one are Mombili Yoruba, or they know 3-2. Apart from sending the news to the daily service myself, of course, here is Papa Awolowo himself, I also saw to it that it was wired to the pilot. Daily service was the newspaper. I didn't mention that. I'll mention it eventually. Daily service was the newspaper of the Nigerian youth movement, but pilot was the newspaper of Azikiwe. I might as well just say it right now. I'll say it after this. Let me finish this thought first. It was after there had been clamors in the daily service in form of letters to the editor that the news of this Ibadan match was published some 2 weeks later in the pilot. Even then, it was a small item on the back page, and it was explained in it that the CKC team were already tired and that some of them were in fact limping before they went into the field against Olubadan 11. This was, of course, untrue. So Zik would make excuses for secondary school pupils. I keep saying pupils. He will make excuses for secondary school students for losing the game because they are from his ethnic group. But we talk about how great they were when they won. So that's the kind of greatness that Zik had. I was going to say something about one of the reasons that Zik went against the NYM. One major reason was that, you see, prior to Zik joining the NYM had a newspaper that they were publishing quarterly, or like a bulletin, so to speak. They published this quarterly. It was called Service. After Zik joined, they decided to discontinue it because, of course, Zik had West African Pilot and everybody read it. It was popular. So they said, we're going to use your paper, we're going to use your paper for disseminating our information activities about the NYM. Big mistake. Because a few years later, 1 or 2 years later, they said, you know what, at this point, we need to actually have our own newspaper and resuscitate this one, but make it weekly or even daily. Zik was a member of the executive committee when they made that decision. But as soon as they started, Zik started attacking them, including H.O. Davis, who was the assistant vice president and the person who was charged with the duty of getting people to contribute, to be part of that project. Zik's issue was about ego. And how do we know this? Because in September to October of 1940, he was called to a meeting. They had a conversation with him, told him that, he had been involved in anti-party activities, and then they were against what he was doing. But this is what he had to say. 1 second. Before we get into that, a lot of other things that he did to prop his people up in Lagos. For instance, I said earlier, Igbo young man to sail to UK was a front page story and picture on September 23, 1938. Before this point, it was unthink of. Nobody thought of the idea of even pushing a Yoruba, an Ijaw idea until Zik. 1939, it was Igbo, 14th West African student, 10th Nigerian, 8th Igbo in USA. By June of 1940, it was Igbo medical student passes exam. And Azikiwe had this very crazy thing he used to do. If, for instance, it even happened a couple of times, but this particular instance, when 2 people had gone to Cambridge, they returned, one had a 2-1, the other had a 2-2. The one with the 2-2 was on the front page and celebrated. The one with the 2-1 was not talked about until after people had clamored for it. And then a few days later, they included him at the back page, small column. The difference between them is the ethnicity. The one with the 2-2 was an Igbo person. The one with the 2-1 was a Yoruba person. Let me read something to you. When an Igbo did or was about to do something praiseworthy, he was invariably given a 2-column headline and report in the pilot, and was always described by his ethnic He was always described by his ethnic origin in the headlines. But when the PhD degree of London University or any other university was conferred on the first Nigerian ever, the historic news was given a small single-column space in the pilot, and the headline read, "Nigerian economist passes PhD, London." So if a Yoruba person or any other person does well, you see Nigerian did something. Like we said last week, is the Nigerianization of Yoruba culture or of Yoruba achievements. If the Yoruba person does it, it's for Nigeria. If his own ethnic group person does it, it's for his ethnic group. Again, it tells you how clannish certain people are. It didn't start today, that's the point. All right, and then the one about the 2-1, we already talked about it, and they had studied law at Cambridge University, and the one with 2-1, nobody really talked about it until much later. Anyway, 1940, everything came to an end. On Monday, 7 October 1940, they asked him to join, on Monday, 7th October 1940 was the day where Zik was invited to explain to everybody why he should still be a member of the NYM. That meeting that happened in 1940 also had certain people from who were not in Lagos join that meeting. So people like Chief T.A. Odutola, that's the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu-Ode, We had people like Chief Kashimao from Abeokuta, and of course we had Papa from Ibadan at the time. And when they got it, having this conversation, to ask him why he has been involved in anti-party activities, because Zik was writing against NYM in his own paper, although he was a member of the NYM. And by the time, they were going to, by the time they asked him questions, he started saying things like, he had issues with certain individuals. So essentially, whatever issue he has with certain individuals, he was taking it out on the entire movement. So you and certain people have problems, but you are insulting the whole party. So if he's going to help the party, Zik will go against it. But it's why they were having this conversation. He then threatened to resign because he said people were talking to him. He didn't like the way they were talking to him. That was going to resign. This was in October of 1940. They then changed their tone, and said, okay, it's not like you're not a bad person. We're just trying to understand. And the reason they did that was because, again, another mistake. Someone had died in 1940. His name is Olayinka Alakija. Alakija died, and so they're going to have a by-election to fill that space. And because Zik had this newspaper that was very popular, the idea basically was that we need him to be able to win. Therefore, let's not really rob him of the wrong way. Let's just, correct him and all that. So while they were doing that, Awolowo got very angry. Let me read to you what was said before Awolowo spoke. Mr. Ikoli, who presided, started by assuring Dr. Azikiwe that he had not been brought before the executive committee as an accused person. Leaders of the movement were puzzled about a number of things about which they required explanation from him. They had no doubt that he, Dr. Azikiwe, as a loyal member of the movement, had good reasons for everything that he had done. What? I did not know when this exclamation escaped from my lips. He said he echoed him a number of times. That's Awolowo. And then eventually, Awo said this was what he now said to the whole issue. He said, I spoke and recounted some of the doings of Dr. Azikiwe, which amounted to a breach of faith on his part with the movement and a deliberate subversion of its ideals. It appeared to me most strange and utterly indefensible that a person with Zik's education and professed political beliefs should seek, by subtle devices, to destroy the only nationalist organization in the country, simply because, as he had just said, of personal differences between him and some members of the movement. I felt sure, I added, that the man had some ulterior motives for his conduct. I urged that he should be expelled that night. If we continue to harbor him in the movement, he would eventually destroy it. That was what Papa said about Azikiwe in that meeting. So he said, I strongly press for the expulsion of this man before he grows too monstrous for us to cope with. Other people said things, but there's another person who spoke very powerfully, I should say, and I think I should just read. Let me just read to you what Chief Awolowo, what he had to say. Chief Odutola remarked, okay, let me go back just a bit. Senator Odutola also spoke. He opined that all the confusion and tribal hates that were then rearing their heads in the country were the product of Dr. Azikiwe's New Africa, in quote. During the days of our old Africa, Chief Odutola remarked, the Igbos and Yorubas lived together as Nigerians. It seems to me, therefore, that the remedy for the present troubles is this. Azikiwe has brought us his New Africa from America. He should return it there either by post or by taking it back there personally. If need be, his passage to and fro should be paid by the movement. But mark this is the part I want us to remember. Mark this, he concluded, unless this Azikiwe's brand of New Africa is done away with, there will be no harmony in this country. As we continue this conversation, I'll tell you about the genesis of all of these things and how it actually started in 1936. But there was no organ to put it out there until 1937. And that organ did not start putting it out there until 1938. The whole idea, again, there's nothing wrong in saying the Igbos are great. I think if you are Igbo and you want to talk about the greatness of your people, it makes sense. What Azikiwe did that started causing people, that made people start wondering what it was about, was that not only was he praising his people, was also downplaying the role of others and also trying to repress them using his own paper. Why did I mention the dates I mentioned? See, 1936 was when the Igbo State Union was founded. Unlike other groups, and we're going to get into it, unlike other groups, they were founded because they didn't want, they wanted to be able to assert, or let me put it this way, they wanted to be able to have rights or demand their right or their due in Lagos and in Port Harcourt. Unlike what you have with Ẹkáàbọ Modudua, which we're going to get into much later, which was founded to cater to the Yoruba people's development, the development of their land, the development of their political structure, the unity of the people, and of course the development of other groups in Nigeria. They also had plans for other groups. The Igbo State Union was started for themselves. It was about them. That was in 1936. 1937 was when Azikiwe returned to Nigeria to start West African Pilot. And when he started, he didn't do any Igbo thing. It was just, we're Nigerian, since we're all doing together. But by 1938, with his popularity, you know, all over the place, he then started pushing the Igbo agenda in 1938. Did Yoruba people really respond using newspapers? No. The first time we responded, and we're going to get to it eventually, was in 1948. It took us 10 years. Why? We'll talk about that when that time comes. Now, because they were trying to win an election, they were essentially trying to placate Azikiwe. Oh, don't go. It's not like that. Because Azikiwe threatened to resign in October of 1940. Oh, don't go now. You're still one of us. We just want you to explain to us. They said, okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, no problem. So they decided to have a meeting where they talked about, you know, the next election. Because, of course, like I said earlier, Olayinka Lakija had passed on, leaving that space vacant. So several people wanted to run. One of them, of course, was Jubril Martin. I'm sure you know the name. You see it in VI. Jubril Martin wanted to run. Ikoli wanted to run. Akisonya wanted to run as well. And, of course, Azikiwe. And Jubril Martin got 90 votes. Maja got 87. Davis had 86. Ikoli had 80. Akisonya had 68. And Azikiwe is 33. Azikiwe had the list. And then he said he was going to become a kingmaker. Actually, he was becoming a kingmaker because he lost, but it is well. All right, so that happened. Eventually, Alhaji Jubril Martin won the by-election. Now we're going to go to the last part of what happened in NYM, although it's very long, so I'm going to have to shrink it. Then we'll go into federalism. All right. What happened in February of 1941, I think, is the straw that broke the camel's back. And it was that action, that singular action, changed the Nigerian political landscape forever. So not only was Azikiwe using his newspaper to talk about the greatness of the Igbos, like he should, but downplaying other people, like he shouldn't, and destroying the understanding of nationalism that Nigerian youth had at the time. He shouldn't have done that. In February of 1941, a little issue happened that became a huge crisis in the Nigerian youth movement. So the member representing the NYM in the Legislative Council was, one of the members was Kofa Bayomi. Kofa Bayomi decided to travel to the UK to take a specialist course in ophthalmology. And when he traveled, of course, having gone, the space was, you know, vacant. And then it was declared vacant, so there's going to be a by-election. I know we talked about this last week, but I'm doing this for people who were not here. So if you were here earlier, please bear with me. The president of the NYM at the time was Ernest Ekoli. Ernest Ekoli was an Ijoman. He's very important. He's from Nembe, present-day Bayelsa. I was born in 1893, fantastic gentleman, worked with Papa on many things. But yeah, by the way, he was 11 years older than Zik. Why is that important? You'll soon discover. Ernest Ekoli was the president of the movement. He was not a Yoruba man. And I'm mentioning this because of what I'm going to say very soon. He indicated interest, you know, as far as, sorry, one second. When we were talking about the legislative seat and the election, the upcoming election, he indicated interest, like he wanted that seat. Now, according to the policy of the NYM, if the president of the movement indicates interest in any seat in the legislative council or town council, he would be allowed to go unopposed. In other words, the only time he would have to actually contest would be with another person from another party, right? But within, there will be no primaries because he's the president. And if he's good enough to be president of the movement, then he should be good enough to represent the movement in the parliament. So Ikoli wanted to run. But at the same time, Akinsoya also wanted to run. Now, the problem was that, like I said last week, the mistake they made was to have an election, to have a primary election. They should not have had it because it was against their policy. But they had the election. And after the election, Akinsoya won with 100 votes, and Ikoli had about 80 thereabout. I think. 1 second. Let's be sure. Mono go say, wait, no correct. No, Obasama Akinsoya had 108 votes. Ikoli had 60, and Maja had 37. So when the results came in, of course, Akinsoya won, but they said they're going to, it was subject to ratification by the Executive Council or the Executive Committee. When they met, they said, oh no, this is wrong. We should never have had the primaries. We're going to have Ernest Ikoli run because he's the president of the movement. So they told Akinsoya, who incidentally was the deputy at the time, I was like, oh, that's fine, you know, we can run together as my brother, we'll work together, I will support him and everything, all those Oyinbo. And then he said, oh, we're going to support him. But then it was discovered that Akinsoya, who said he was going to support him, was still trying to run as an independent candidate, still wanted to get into the Legislative Council because, and he was saying, oh, you know, he had spent so much, he had given so much to the movement, he hasn't been rewarded and things like that. Eventually, things came to a head. And while it was bad enough that, you know, Akinsoya was not going to just let it go, since Ikoli was clearly interested and he was the president, Akinsoya and his own people, when I say his people, his supporters, you know, were saying that, listen, this guy won that primary, and also he has been here for a while. He lost the election in 1938. Let's let him run and win and things like that. Azikiwe did something that nobody ever did in Nigerian politics. This was February 1941. Let me read to you what. If I don't know if I should read, I'll just say it because time. By the way, before that, there had been a meeting with Reverend Ransom Kuti, Fela's father. And that meeting lasted for 12.5 hours, trying to sort the matter, right? It lasted from 5 p.m. to 5:30 a.m., but they couldn't resolve it. So Zik published something that was actually quite interesting. It was published on 21st February 1941. And this is what he had said already, that if there's a reasonable ground to believe that one of the opponents had descended to play a dirty game, indeed, this newspaper, speaking of West African pilots, this newspaper will go to the rescue of the victimized politician, and it will reserve to itself the liberty of action as it sees fit. This was, of course, a mere cloak for vicious campaign, which Dr. Azikiwe and the pilots later conducted in support of Akinsoya. What was heartrending to many of us was the element of tribalism which was introduced into the campaign with a view to swaying the minds of the people in sympathy for Akinsoya and embittering them against the movement. The candidature of Obasama Akinsoya had been rejected because he was an Ijebu, declared the pilot. In other words, Azikiwe, in his own wisdom, decided to publish in his own paper that the reason they did not want Akinsoya to become a candidate in that election was because he was Ijebu. That never happened in Nigerian politics. When people tell you that it's about 2023 election, it was Tinubu that started this, all this nonsense that people say on social media, no. It started in 1938, and then it went full-blown in 1941. Now, why did I mention that Ernest Ikoli was an Ijaw? Because of what I'm about to say right now. Obafemi Awolowo was from Ijebu Remo, just like Oba Akinsoya. Oba Akinsoya was a Shara. Awolowo was Ikene, with links to Elisha. So they are both Remo, they are both Ijebu Remo. And one of the major supporters of Ernest Ikoli was Awolowo. So how did Azikiwe then say that the reason they're not allowing Akinsoya to run was because he was Ijebu? But the Ijebu people were not, they didn't even bother to ask questions. They're just like, is that the reason they got angry. And they began to fight, with the group. And it got so bad that on the polling day, March 5, Awolowo said he was extremely distressed. He said, I strove hard to persuade the Ijebus that they were being deceived, but in vain. I stood firmly by Mr. Ekoli to the end, and he won. It's like me saying that I strove hard to persuade Yoruba people in 2025 that they are being deceived. With church, take back your country. With Yoruba Muslims and Yoruba Christians. With it's a religious war. All this nonsense has nothing to do with the truth. You are being deceived. Again, it's a tactic that has been used before. Essentially, a group, an ethnicity. You know what? And I remember saying something the other day. And by the way, this also surfaced in Ibadan much later. You see, there was something called the Anglo-Ijebu War, or some people call it the Magbon War, that happened in 1892. In that war, the Ijebu and the Ijebu and Ibadan were on opposite sides. You see, this is 1940 or 1941. Suspicions, issues within us as Yoruba people were still rife. Like people still have that saying like, Yoruba, Ijebu lele, you mean Ibadan. Because they remember what happened not too long ago. Go take 50 years, they talk about this, they tell their children the stories, look at what Ijebu did, look at what Ibadan people did to us, look at what, so it was fresh in their memory. Right? And this was also one of the reasons for the Egbomo to do. We're going to talk about that when we get there. So to now say that Ijebu people are hated, or that this man is not allowed to run because he's Ijebu, is to essentially reignite that feeling in the heart of Ijebu people who were there, and they now see like, so these people hate us like this. He didn't say it was because it was Yoruba. He said because it was Ijebu, because even in his own tactic, he was trying to also break apart Yoruba people. Azikiwe was not a very good person. Wasn't very good. That's why, with all due respect, I respect him. Was the first president of Nigeria, was the first Senate president. Good stuff, We have an airport named after him. He's on our 500 naira notes, and of course, respect him for all of that. When you're talking about his politics, it was terrible. Terrible. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. All right. I hope we are all on the same page. Okay, let's get into this. So it became an issue, of course, when he whipped up sentiments saying, they're doing it because Ijebu. On polling day, March 5, I was extremely depressed and agonized by the unabashed demonstrations of tribalism which I witnessed. All the Easterners, particularly the Igbos, and all the Ijebus in Lagos teamed up with Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akesanya, and all those who dared to disagree with them were openly abused, jeered at, and condemned as traitors. Sounds very similar to what's happening today, doesn't it? All the Easterners, particularly the Igbos, and all the Ijebus in Lagos teamed up with Dr. Azikiwe and Oba Samuel Akesanya, and all those who dared to disagree with them were openly abused, jeered at, and condemned as traitors. Is that not what happened last election? What's that? You're against my life. That's what they say. You're against my life. Structure of criminality. That structure of criminality, they are part of it now. They have joined that structure. If you dared say anything, they attacked you. When was this? 1941. 1941. For the first time in my life, says Awolowo, I was called a traitor. It's just so interesting. History is such a beautiful thing, isn't it? It's such a beautiful thing. I said Nigeria history be like tomorrow's newspaper. You go read Nigeria history, you go be like say they read paper. For the first time in my life, I was called a traitor and Uncle Tom, all because on principles which appeared to me sound and just, I supported an Easterner against my own tribesman. That's why I was repeating it again and again. Ezekiel was an Easterner. He was an Ijo man. If an Ijebu man is supporting an Ijo man, how can an Igbo man say that the reason they're not allowing the other Ijebu man run is because he was Ijebu? Again, like Papa said in this book, one thing you have to give to Azikiwe was that, according to him, he was the first consummate propagandist in Nigeria. And the more I read about this man, the more I discover. I was going through his book this morning, my Odyssey. Not once did this man mention anything about unitary system. And among the three fathers, founding fathers, so to speak, he was the one for unitary system. But when it backfired, he stopped talking about it. Why? Because the book was published in 1970. He omitted anything that had to do with that. Again, propaganda. And it hasn't stopped. They are daily propagandizing. They are daily trying to push a narrative. And when we speak against it, we are the bigots. And that's what you also notice. When we talk like this, they don't say, this thing you are responding to. Like, when we read the news and we talk, I see some of the things on, some responses of comments on our, reaction videos. They don't say that what you are reacting to is wrong. They say that you reacting is wrong. It's amazing. Because it's not really about the matter you're talking about. It's about, like I said again and again, they want to just shut you down. Just stop talking. But like I also said, a person has to die for them not to hear me. Because if you're not on the phone, you hear it on radio. You don't see it on Facebook, you see it on TikTok. You don't see it on TikTok, they send you your WhatsApp. You don't see it on WhatsApp, they send you see it on YouTube. You see it on Twitter. You shall hear it somehow. And we're going to be here for a very long time. When I say long, I mean decades. And the reason I'm saying that is because this idea of shutting people down because it makes you feel uncomfortable, not only is it childish, it's stupid. You are not speaking against the matter. Say, waiting this person do no good, though. You're not talking about that. You just shout, say, waiting the person to talk. Why are you talking? Why are you even responding to it? I thought you were a Christian. I thought you were a Moluabi. By the way, I'm glad I remember this. I thought you were one of us, so. But thank you for showing your hand so early. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe my eyes. Where's my phone? Sorry. Thank you, Ayomikun. You see, the thing about so you took your time and gave yourself a Yoruba name, a first name, and a surname that's Yoruba. Wow. You must be really committed to this madness. But thank you for showing your hand. I will quickly do the needful so that, because it's not good. It's as if I'm holding you against your will right now. That's another thing. When we say, and I say it a lot, let me also say this, what I'm dealing with this is a short break. I like to tell people that everybody, there are good people in every ethnic group, and that's the truth. There are good evil people. But you see, like I always say, this issue has nothing to do with individuals. It has nothing to do with individuals. It's a cultural issue. It's a short break. Oh, you're just saying what the Igbos are saying. See, let me tell you something. If you are saying what the Igbos are saying, you have to why? I want you are quoting what the Igbos are saying. I know, because as soon as you type that thing, I knew it was Igbo. But because you did not say they are the ones saying it, it now makes you look as if you are the one saying it. Therefore, but again, now my eyes are on you. My eyes are on you. All right. Where were we? I was talking about how they jeered at Papa and jeered at everybody. If you spoke against them, they'll fight you. Said, but of course, says, okay, let me read that part again. For the first time in my life, I was called a traitor and Uncle Tom, all because on principles which appeared to me sound and just, I supported an Easterner against my own tribesman. Excuse me. But of course, Ikoli is an Easterner with a difference. He has never stooped to worship at the shrine of Dr. Azikiwe. When the polls closed, I was in front of the Global Memorial Hall. There I was surrounded by a large number of Igbos and Ijebus who were abusing me and were raining curses and imprecations upon me. At first, I replied to them in kind, one after another, but I was soon overwhelmed. Some of them threatened to assault me. It occurred to me that discretion lay in my extricating myself from the hostile crowd. When you see somebody who is able to turn Ijebu people, like, forget Yoruba for a second, forget the entire group, a subgroup. You enter a subgroup and you're able to make Ijebu people to fight another Ijebu person. What you see in the last election? You have Yoruba. Listen, I'm young, but I'm not that young. I'm not as young as I look. But for the first time in my life, in my few years on earth so far, I saw Yoruba people using religion to determine who was for right governance or for good governance. For the first time in my life. Yoruba Christian versus Yoruba Muslim. Why did it happen? Let me quickly explain something to you. I played a video last week. It's on YouTube. It's on the YouTube channel now. When Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi was governor of a largely homogeneous state. Largely, right? Apart from pockets of Igala here and there and some other groups, because like I always tell you, the Southeast is not necessarily evil. There are parts of the Southeast that are occupied by other people. For instance, there are parts of Abia State that has the BBO people who are indigenous to the land, right? There are parts of Anambra State that has Igala people who are indigenous to the land, but largely some cases. Anyway, the man successfully created division among a largely homogeneous group. And what did he do? He used religion. He used religion. Listen, you have to know your weak points as Yoruba people. He used religion. And for I think for the first time amongst them, I mean, they've always had this thing amongst themselves, Anglican Catholic, but they now use it very well to the point where even priests were preaching it on their platform, on the altar. One of those videos I played last week. One is Kilorukwe. I'm Anglican, you are Catholic. How can the Anglican become the head of a local government where 95% of the people are Catholics? Now, as a Christian, that makes absolutely no sense. It's the most ridiculous thing you can even talk about. Like, okay, so we're not even doing Christian versus Muslim again. Now we're doing Christian versus Christian based on your denomination. But you see, the man had perfected that art. By the time he got to the national level, what did he do with Yoruba people? He said it was a religious war. You Yoruba people, let's not do Christian versus Christian. You guys have Christians amongst you. You have Muslims amongst you. You have traditional worshippers among you. But for the sake of this election, let's make it Christian versus Muslim. Let's talk about the Muslim-Muslim ticket, but let's make it in such a way that we're going to call it a religious war. It literally said it was a religious war. And before you know it, Yoruba people were bickering among themselves. I'm a Yoruba Christian. I support this person. A Yoruba Muslim. You're after my life. I want to say that you wọ́n pọ̀. Ẹ má máa sun oorun àsùnpìyè. Kì í ṣe pé bóyá ní yàtọ̀ láàrin ara wa, a ní yàtọ̀ láàrin ara wa, ṣùgbọ́n ní ìgbé tá a fojú sí. Tó bá ti di ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn lẹ̀ Yorùbá, tó bá ti di ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn, kò túmọ̀ sí nǹkan kan. So it was the Yoruba PO was talking to when he made that statement. Did you even know what he said? Obin, I don't have time for this thing, though. In case you did not hear what he said, let me repeat to you what he said. Maybe this will help you. He was calling Bishop Oyedepo, and then he said, talk to your people in the Southwest and in Kwara. This is a religious war. That's what he said. What do you mean is it Yoruba people was talking to? Is it Igbo that are in the Southwest? in Kwara. This is a religious war. He said it. Unless you're telling me that your entire ethnic group are the ones living in Ibadan and in Lagos and in Ogun. What would make anybody talk about? So you, because you're passionate, you're Yoruba, but you're also Christian, so you're passionate. You think the person is telling you about religion? No, that's politics. It's not a religious talk. Church, take back your country is not a religious statement. It's a political statement. What I'm trying to say is that what happened in the last election with Yoruba Muslim, Yoruba Christian is also what happened in 1941 with Ijebu, among Ijebu people. Not even just Yoruba, among Ijebu people. To the point where they would want to stone one of their own. Why? Because Azikiwe said so. And somebody tells you today, you are a very good people, great nation. You're thinking like a true Nigerian. They'll tell you that it's your people. It's Tinubu that introduced this tribalism. If not for Tinubu, we were all perfect until they started. No. A person will use the tool that they already perfected at their own level. They'll use it for you when they come to your own level. And I'll say it this way. One of the major tools that have been perfected by certain people is division using religion. What you have as Yoruba people is this. You have always had a situation where you've never really had one single religion in Yoruba land. Let me say it again. There has never been a time in Yoruba land where we had just one religion. Because, we look at traditional religion and call it one religion. In reality, it is not one religion. There are several deities, and each of those, what's religion? Let me finish my thoughts. Each of those deities has different things attributed to them. They have different liturgy in worship, priesthood order, taboos, different from one deity to another, from one spirit to another. So what you notice essentially is that we have always had multiplicity of deity in Yoruba land. We have always had multiplicity of deities. Even when it comes to spirit, we also have multiplicity of spirit. And and our fathers have so perfected in such a way that you could profess one faith different from another person's faith, and you're living under the same roof, and you're fine. One could be worshiping the river. The other one is worshiping the mountains, but they're married. And I'm using that intentionally. Because you see, like I said last week, originally in Yoruba land, we were not even worshiping deities or, orishas. We were worshiping elements, nature. And I'll say it again, I'll just say it one more time. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Two major elements that we worshipped, the mountains and, three. Mountains, water bodies, and the earth. One day we'll have sessions on that, right? When it came to worship, originally, it wasn't about, it was much later, we now had the issue, we now have the development or evolution into Orisha, veneration and things like that. Originally it was nature. The point is that we've never had one, like this is the only thing we all do. No. If you go to Eshu, for instance, you know what to put on the issue that you can get him to deal with somebody. You don't put Adi on the issue. Adi doesn't mean anything in Oshu. It doesn't even occur. Each deity has its own liturgy, its own priesthood, its own taboos, its own sacrifices, its own rituals, different from one another. When we took on Christianity and Islam, for the Yoruba mindset though, it's just another one of the many religions we have. That is why you would see that even your president, Nigeria's president, who is a Muslim, his wife is a pastor. What you are seeing there is not Nigeria. What you are seeing there is Yoruba. You see, I'm not saying that people should marry different people of different religion. I'm just saying you what our culture allows, or what our culture helps us to understand. Now, people who belong to one religion, the same Jesus, one religion, found a way to create division among themselves based on sects. now decide to import that thing into your space and tells you about Christian versus Muslim, and you allowed it. It's not his fault, it's our fault. How on earth will somebody who is bickering within his own religion comes to you, who has multiplicity of deities and spirits, tell you that one is bad, one is good, and you're fighting each other because of what he said? Handicap. That's what happened in the last election. It's not going to happen again, by the way. And I'll tell you why I know it won't happen again. At a G. After we woke up in 48, that's how everything changed as well. Look at the trajectory from 1948 to 1958. What happened in Yoruba politics? We'll talk about it when we get there. Even in this series, we'll get into it. I'm just saying all of that to tell you that don't allow people to use their own frame of reference to impute things into you that was never part of your own culture, especially if it's negative. Having said that, let's get back to this book. So, yeah, they had this thing of the Yoruba people fighting themselves and so on and so forth, and they tried to resuscitate the movement. We talked about all of that last week. And then I also mentioned that when they were coming up with the resolution in November of 1941 in Ibadan, one of the points that they had was introduction of free primary education in divisional headquarters throughout Nigeria and health of school children. Another time they mentioned this was in a memorandum they wrote to the Secretary of the Colonies, Oliver Stanley, Secretary of State for the Colonies, Oliver Stanley, in 1943. Let me read to you. I'm going to read two things to you, then I'll find a way to connect it, and then we'll move on to the topic of today. So I'm reading from, so there are two books here. One is Awolowo, which is our main text for this series. Awolowo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the other one is Awolowo, Unfinished Greatness by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. So let me first read something to you from here. Papa says here, this 1942 regional conference, of which I was organizer and secretary, was a huge success. It was well attended. It lasted for 2 days, 28th and 29th November, and the subject matters of the resolution passed thereat include the following. Number 1, abolition of sole native authority institutions. Number 2, democratization of native authority councils. Number 3, native court reform. Number 4, appointment of Nigerians as administrative officers. Number 5, introduction of free primary education in divisional headquarters throughout Nigeria. And number 6, health of school children. Stay with me. This is 1942. Not for 1942 November. In 1943, they had the opportunity to write something, a memorandum, to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Oliver Stanley, and this is what I wrote for the NYM. They demanded 3 things. Number 1, that the government ought to find money for free education. Number 2, that the government should create 200 annual scholarships for the brightest students in Nigeria to study abroad in all branches of studies: agriculture, industry, commerce, science, and arts. Number 3, that the government should formulate and carry out plans that within 5 years, free medical facilities will be available to all men and women throughout the country. Now, you saw it in 1942, you saw it in 1943. Did they listen to him? Did Oyinbo answer? No. But there's a lesson to learn from this. And the lesson is this. Sometimes that thing that irks you, that you feel needs to be fixed, maybe you're the one that will fix it. And I speak here as though I'm speaking to leaders, because I know we're all leaders, regardless of, and again, like I said the other day, leadership is not about position. Leadership is about influence, right? So whether you have political power or you don't have political power, it doesn't really matter, at least not now. The point is that he wrote this in 42, in 43. 12 years later, he had the opportunity to become the leader of business, to become the premier. By the way, well, we'll talk about it. The whole idea of, he became premier in 1954. He became leader of government business in 1952. 55, he implemented the free education, universal free education in the Western region. I'm saying that to say that sometimes the dreams you have, that you're expecting some people to do something about it, just spend some time to develop yourself. Maybe you're going to be the ones to actually fix it. Which is why, yes, ask the government to do what the government you want to do, agitate and everything, but also build yourself. Who knows? It might be the next hour to actually implement the things that you are complaining about. Having said that, let's now go to the topic of today. At what time? 5:41. It is well. So I'm going to be reading chapter 12 of Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Today we're discussing Awo, Zik and Federalism. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. YouTube, please like the live. We have more viewers than likes. So please, if you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like the live. Folks on Twitter, thank you for the... folks on Twitter, please share the live as well. Repost. I have to be using the proper term. Please repost. Thank you. Our friends on TikTok, thank you for your support, your generosity. I see a number of heart me's. Thank you. These gifts go a long way to... I'm trying to change the audio source, but we'll get into it. The gifts that you give, they go a long way in getting us on the FYP. So please don't stop. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for liking the live. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head beside Busui Oris. Join the team. Drop a heart to me. Thank you, Titi. Thank you very much. One second, I have to change the audio source so that we can have a smooth... Smooth sailing. Bang, bang, bang. Na, 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 na. Our friends on Twitter, I hope you are doing this on Twitter, to be honest, is because of audio quality. I don't feel like I give you. Now, audio quality is custom because it became very clear that the mic we had at the time wasn't good enough, so we had to wait for a bit. But I hope it's good. Just a second, I'm about to switch the audio source. All right. All right. Thank you very much for being here. We're good now. The audio is perfect, and now we can fly. Regardless of the platform you're joining us on, please repost, share, like. If you're on TikTok, especially, gift. Let's push it on the FYP. You know, TikTok, we are the host community. Every other person is part of the host communities. You get the point. But let's do this together. YouTube is our place, is our repository of sort, because whatever we're doing here, you can always go back on YouTube to listen to everything from the beginning. So YouTube is very, very important. And Twitter, we're starting out today. We are hoping that with Twitter, we'll be able to even have more conversations beyond the ones we've been having for a couple of hours before now. All right, so thanks everyone for being here, and thank you very much for supporting the live session. My name is right there, Busui Horis. All right, let's get into this. So this is chapter 12 of this fantastic book. I read part of this before. We're going to do it again. Then we'll tie it into other stuff. All right. So the book is Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Until 1951, when the Action Group proclaimed its slogan of unity through federation, the question as to what type of constitution Nigeria should have was not at all an issue in the country's politics. Excuse me. Since then, it has become and still is a vexed question in my considered opinion and in the view... I'll take that again. Since then, it has become and still is a vexed question. In my considered opinion and in the view of the Action Group of Nigeria and of other parties in alliance with it, the present constitutional structure of Nigeria is not in accordance with some of the established principles and practice of true federalism. Who is speaking here? Awo. When is he writing this? 1960. Why am I saying that? Because there's some of us Yoruba people who are very, very expressive about the need for regional, restructuring of Nigeria and having regional system and things like that. And I support you 100%. I want regional system. I think it works better. But I think we need to define terms. I think for the most part, we don't really get the idea that Awolowo was espousing when it was alive. When we talk about regional system today, most of the time we're talking about what happened in the 1950s, what Awolowo did. Awolowo did great, right? But Awolowo said, Awolowo is saying that even that structure was not the right one. If there's anything I'm hoping to achieve with this thing, is to get us to start thinking like Papa as far as federalism is concerned. It's not about state creation. There's nothing wrong with state creation, but it's not really about that. It's about the basis of the state creation. And if you read the book by Awo, the book is called Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. He mentioned the idea of regionalism. There are different things that determines regional structure or creation of states. And of course, two of them will be ethno-linguistic factors and geographical factors. For Nigeria, for the most part, now geography they determine them. And that's one of the problems that we have. And let me quickly say something. You see, in 1884, between 1884 and 1885, there was a conference in Berlin, in Germany. That was when what's called the partitioning of Africa took place. The partitioning of Africa. Africa was partitioned amongst people, who just looked at the map and said, bring your knife, bring pencil, bring ruler, more just cut up. You take this place, you take this place. The basis of that was not the people. As far as they were concerned, they were just sharing a booty, or the booties of whatever you want to call it, whether it's war or exploration. Or what they did was to break us anyhow. And I've said this before, when people say things like colonialism divided Africa, the answer is yes and no. If what you are saying is that colonialism is what divided Africa into many groups, you are wrong. Again, for the 10th time, Africa was never one. There is no Akebulan anywhere. All these things coming out of some places, I won't mention the name of the place. I've read their books. When I was younger, I would read these things. The reason I say this thing, when I was younger, right, there are some books I read. You read some things, you think that the person that is writing knows what he's saying, and then the person just talk nonsense because the person is actually imputing their own desire in. So, in order to make the white man a bad person, you say, there was a time we're all one, then white people came and destroyed it. I was in the bookshop some time ago. I was going to buy a book by a particular author. He's a good author. He has written good books. When I was going to buy for my kids, and I opened the book, and the first thing I saw was that how Africa was destroyed because we're all one until Europeans came. That thing is not true. It keeps you at the level of being a victim for life. It's the same thing happening in some parts of Nigeria. There are certain rhetorics. Number one is not true. Number two, repeating that rhetoric only keeps you down. We were this. White man did this to us. Look at our lives. They did it to other people. But that's not even the point I'm trying to make. As far as Africa is concerned, Africa was not one whole that was divided by Europeans. What happened in Berlin? Two things happened, by the way. It was a division and uniting of different groups. So, for instance, they divided a group and then united a subset of that group with a subset of another group with whom they were not connected before that quote-unquote unity or uniting. Let me say it in another way. You have different groups within Africa. We have always been different. There's no we can be Pan-African as far as trade, business, cultural exchange, travel, all those beautiful things. I'm all for it. But once your Pan-Africanism gets to identity, culture, language, I'm not you, you are not me, we are not we, us is not us, everybody go their own separate ways. There's no time like that where one whole Europe, one whole Africa, see what Europe did. The truth of the matter is that you have a group. So we have many groups in Africa from time. Okay? Some had kings, some didn't. These groups, so they'll take one like Yoruba, for instance. I'll mention Yoruba and Hausa for this explanation because perfect example. Took Yoruba, broke Yoruba into 3. I would say 4 actually, but the 4, those other ones were not indigenous to that place. They were not autochthonous, but they're not indigenous. Go figure. Anyway, the point is they broke us into Nigeria, Benin Republic, and Togo. One ethnicity broken into 3 different countries. Why? Because you have Britain taking one and then France taking the others. Therefore, now you are broken into different groups. So a group has been broken. They will now take Yoruba, the part of Yoruba that is in Nigeria. By the way, in case you're a Yoruba person, we are not just Nigeria. We're in Nigeria, we're in Benin Republic, we're in Togo, we're in Ghana, we're in Sierra Leone, we're in Gambia. In Africa alone. Then we're in other parts like Cuba and Brazil, Venezuela. But primarily, get back to the point. The Yoruba people in Nigeria, who are to be fair, we're the bulk of Yoruba people everywhere in the world anyway, but the point is I want to give our power guess Nigeria, they will now go and pick Igbo, Tiv, Idoma, groups from different places, and now adds to us. What they are doing is not uniting us. They are creating a new, what's the word now? A new structure based on the fact that they now have a new property. And I keep saying that for us, as we say we don't go to school, but they speak English. Now that we are educated and we speak all this fantastic English, does it not make sense to understand how to now actually structure ourselves based on our natural lines? Because this is never going to work. Wallahi, it will never work. And it's not just Nigeria, it's a story all over Africa. Check out Africa. It's a story everywhere you go. It's like MTN. Because people are with strange bedfellows, not because they chose to, but because they were made to. And to make matters worse in Nigeria, they were made to, and they themselves now told themselves that they have no options of divorce. E.g., exactly what I'm saying is what Azikiwe did in 1954. We'll get to that later. Let's continue with the reading. In 1951, when the controversy on the form of Nigeria's constitution began, I had already been for more than 18 years a convinced federalist. In the early 30s, I was a fanatical admirer of the Indian National Congress and of three of its illustrious leaders, Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Nehru, and Subhash Bose. My acquaintance with the Congress and its leaders was, if I remember rightly, first made through the pages of the Lagos Daily News in 1928. This acquaintance, by the way, 1928, he was a teenager. He was 19 years old. Okay. Our life will count. So he says, my acquaintance with the Congress and its leaders was, if I remember rightly, first made through the pages of the Lagos Daily News in 1928. This acquaintance deepened through other media. There was in the early 30s an enterprising gentleman of Ijebu extraction in Lagos who sold mainly Indian books on various subjects in a small bookshop. The most popular of them were books on English grammar and language by Indian authors. The ones that interested me were those dealing with Indian politics and Indian public men. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. All right, let's get back into this. There was in the early 30s an enterprising gentleman of Ijebu extraction in Lagos who sold mainly Indian books on various subjects in a small bookshop. The most popular of them were books on English grammar and language by Indian authors. The ones that interested me were those dealing with Indian politics and Indian public men. They were booklets, really, very cheap, and I bought such of them as my slender pocket could afford. By the time I returned to Wesley College as its clerk, my knowledge of Indian politics had become fairly wide, and my mental acquaintance with Gandhi, Nehru, and Bose had grown into hero worship. What we are doing with Awo today was what Awo did with Gandhi, Nehru, and Bose. Even today, if you go to Ikene, in the house, in Papa's house, you still have the pictures of these men. Anybody that says that they don't look up to anybody, just run away from them. Run, no, like Fela said. At Wesley College, I was able to keep abreast of Indian political events. The Reverend E.G. Nightingale was a pastor with eclectic literary taste. I'm rushing because of time. The college library was full of masterpieces on various subjects, and the common room was regularly stocked with the Times, Manchester Guardian, John Bull, John O. London's Tidbits, Punch, and so on, alongside religious papers such as Methodist Recorder and Christian Herald. It was the secular journals which appealed to me, and I read them with unquenchable interest. Especially as through their pages, my knowledge of the activities of the Indian National Congress and its leaders grew. One of the pronouncements of the Indian leaders which struck the right chord in me was the one relating to the revision of provincial boundaries along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. I'll take that again because it's a very, very important part of today's topic. One of the pronouncements of the Indian leaders which struck the right chord in me was the one relating to the revision of provincial boundaries along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. If this was done, it would mean that apart from the Indian parliament, each linguistic group would have its own legislature and government to deal with matters of peculiar interest to the group and within the competence of a provincial government. What does this mean? We're going to continue reading. We're going to see more of it, but let me just quickly stop. The point is that in India, then they were saying that, listen, no, we're going to have provinces, but our provinces will be based on linguistics. Like I said earlier, the real issue that Nigeria is having right now is not even about state creation. You know, people hate me, they don't hate me. The problem we are having is the basis of the state creation, which is now allowing for people to just move mad. If you dishonor the natural boundaries, you're going to get in trouble, because what you are doing essentially is that you are swimming against the tide. So we have spent the last how many years just swimming against common sense. Like, this is how life works. But we said, no, I want to prove to life that I am the Oga of life. So you go, for instance, on Mount Everest, planning to build Burj Khalifa. You want to build the tallest building, but the foundation is Mount Everest. Because when you are thinking of your dream, that you are dreaming, you're not thinking of how you are going to get all the, you know. Anyway, we are doing things that nature itself abhors. What they were doing was to have their own states structured along linguistic lines. So you have the Tamil, they have their own state. Everybody has states, even till today. In China, you have Hindi and English as the main languages at the center. But in every region, every state, it is the language, the dominant language of that place that is the official language of that space. And that's why when you think about India, we talk about Bollywood, but in reality, India has about 19 different film industries. There's Tollywood, there's Bollywood, of course, there's Tamilwood, there's Gollywood. There are different woods because they're different languages. Which is why I talk to Yoruba filmmakers as well. When they say things like, there's no Yoruba movie industry, there's no English film industry, it's just Nigerian film industry. You know that even when Yoruba people make English films, it is different from when our other neighbors make English, because your culture will somehow show in it. Whatever culture is making you do film and you're talking about king, you know exactly, you will not be able to do that as a Yoruba person. The point is that your culture determines the output. And there's no Nigerian culture. And that doesn't mean that there's no Nigerian unity. Can a Nigerian culture evolve? Yes, and it's evolving. But it will never take over the culture of the constituent units or the constituent ethnic groups. For instance, a very good example, like I always say, I like the UK example a lot. There's a British culture, maybe you have, but there's English breakfast. I don't know about British breakfast. If, by the way, they say Nigerian food, they mention egusi and kini, which is nonsense because it's Yoruba. because Okpa is not Yoruba. Okpa is not Nigerian. Okpa is Igbo. Azikiwe is Ibibio. Afang is Ibibio and Efik and those people. And then you have your Akmo. Like, it doesn't now mean that you're not uniting. It just means that you're able to now come together based on what you have as different people and now work together. But not that you erase what you have that makes you different. Anyway, I think I'm going ahead of myself, but let's get back to the book. So it says if this was done, that's the whole idea of revising provincial boundaries in the 1920s in India. If that person means English, no. I said there is English breakfast. I don't know anything about British breakfast. Observe, I'm the one saying it though. I'm saying I know that there is English breakfast. I don't know anything about British breakfast because, to be honest, it doesn't exist. It doesn't. If you see a man wearing kilts, for instance, that is not British. That's Scottish. The problem, I don't know what's wrong with black people alone. Nothing is wrong with us. There's a book. Let me recommend that book. I think it's a fantastic book, by the way. I always say books are fantastic because I read them, and if they are good, I'll tell you they're good. It's written by Awolowo. What's wrong with being black? Sometimes you just wonder, like, you don't share a go no. These people know how to arrange themselves, whether it's in Belgium, in Switzerland, in England, in the UK, everywhere, in Germany. People just respect nature. We will always shout, we're looking for unity. You spend your lifetime looking. I don't pray that this will be our portion. If you're on TikTok, please, WhatsApp, we are seeing inactivity. This is about to go off. Like, literally. If you're on TikTok, please, I really need your help. Power tapping, for those on Twitter and on YouTube, just means that you have to repeatedly tap on your screen. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's keep doing this so that we don't lose the live. The point I'm trying to make is that all over Europe, we've done this session here before where we just looked at different countries in Europe and the kind of stuff they were practicing in Europe, in North America. We did it. I'm sure you remember when we looked at each country, and the person that did the work was Awolowo. People have done it everywhere. Why be saying now for Africa? People go there, and not only Nigeria, they do this thing. Then they jump almost every country for this continent. Everybody look for unity. Let us unite. Let us unite. We must unite. Why? Generations are dying. There is no, and the reason you cannot have good schools and good healthcare and good economy, good infrastructure and stuff is because your structure is warped. Everybody's looking at Abuja. Governors are going cap in hand on a monthly basis. How you go grow now? The structure is warped. And it's simple. I'm not saying it's easy. I don't like saying things are simple. It's simple, but it's not easy. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm saying it's what nature dictates. If you see a person eating with their anus, you know there's a problem with them. You don't excrete with your mouth. There's a particular way that the digestive system works. Nature is there. What we are looking for in Nigeria is to have a person who walks with their head and waves with their legs, because we're trying to prove a point that we must do it like this, we must unite. It makes no sense. I don't know what we can head Europe gets where we no get, sha. But may God help us. Somebody on TikTok says, sorry, on YouTube, after breakfast, my girlfriend's mom, okay, oh. You know, before I used to block people like you, but I'm just wondering now that, no, let me not block you. I'll just send you to the naughty corner. Because you're a child. You know, people hide under this anonymity on the TikTok, on the internet to just be stupid. What you don't know is that your soul is not anonymous. Asero, your soul is not anonymous. Your account, typing this rubbish, is anonymous, but your soul is not anonymous. You are hurting yourself. It's okay. May God help you. Back to this. One of the pronouncements of the Indian leaders which struck the right chord in me was the one relating to the revision of provincial boundaries along linguistic lines in the reframing of the country's constitution. If this was done, it would mean that apart from the Indian parliament, each linguistic group would have its own legislature and government to deal with matters of peculiar interest to the group and within the competence of a provincial government. I tried to apply this proposal of the Indian leaders to Nigeria, and I became convinced that our protectorate boundaries were arbitrarily drawn. Why should there be Yorubas and other non-Hausas in the protectorate of northern Nigeria? Why were Igbos and other non-Yorubas grouped together with the Yorubas in the protectorate of southern Nigeria? Again, at this point in Nigeria, there was no east or west. So he says, why should there be Yorubas and other non-Hausas in the protectorate of northern Nigeria? Why were Igbos and other non-Yorubas together with the Yorubas in the protectorate of southern Nigeria? So like I said earlier, there was no east and west until 1939. From 1914, we had north and south, right? We had north and south before then, but we had the amalgamation in 1914. But we didn't have the east and the west until 1939. I knew the answers. At the Berlin Conference in 1885, the imperialist powers had paid no regard to linguistic or ethnic affinities, nor to geographical features or boundaries in their final share out of the territories of Africa. The dominant note at the conference was the need to reach a compromise among the contending colonial powers in order to ensure peace among themselves and a prosperous tenure for each in its newly acquired colonial territory. The result was that people belonging to one and the same linguistic group were split between two or more different colonial powers, e.g. Yoruba, e.g. Hausa. There are Hausas in many countries, there are Yoruba in many countries, not because, they just wanted to be in different countries, but because some external forces there to partition them and just break them anyhow. By the way, I'm not saying that you now stop and go and be looking for your brethren and start a new nation. The point is that where you are right now, what you were before then has to come into play in the what's the word now? Formation or creation of the constitution of this new country now. So we're in Nigeria now, but then Nigeria has to remember that I had a nationality before Nigeria. None of us was socialized Nigerian. You were socialized primarily from based on your ethnicity. You see, we know this truth. We just like to lie to ourselves. Folks on Twitter, can you still hear me? Can you hear my show now? If you're on Twitter, please, can you hear me? It's showing that this thing is on, but I'm not. I won't be no Alorio. All right. Again, teething issues. First day gets better. It's actually okay. Anyway, we're good. Where was I? Whatever constitution you're writing for Nigeria thank you, Omonibudo, thank you so much. Whatever constitution you're writing for Nigeria has to remember that, listen, these people were different before Nigeria, and guess what? They are still different. And like I said earlier, there's nobody, unless they are just here to deceive you, or especially on this social media, newly, kini. There is none of us that was raised Nigerian. We were raised mostly based on the ethnicity of our parents. And if you have two, double blessing for some, double wala for some. If you have double blessing, God bless you and your parents. If you have double wala, may God heal you. What that means basically is that is the culture, ethnic culture, oniwa, but we are also Nigerian. So when we're having constitutional review that you're having right now in Nigeria, the conversation should be about, they should have that at the back of their minds, like what will suit them. Anyway, let's get back to the book, and we're going to move as fast as possible. So he said he tried to apply it, was looking at the history, Berlin Conference in 1885. The dominant note on of the conference was the need to reach a compromise among the contending colonial powers in order to ensure peace among themselves and a prosperous tenure for each in its newly acquired colonial territory. The result was that people belonging to one and the same linguistic group were split between two or more different colonial powers. In the organization of the territories assigned to them, the overriding considerations with the British, I'll take that again. In the organization of the territories assigned to them, the overriding considerations with the British government were the maintenance of law and order and administrative convenience. None of this thing is happening because God is. Again, let me quickly say something to Christians and Muslims and traditional worshippers, all those people, that all of us that like to pray for Nigeria. Listen, when you pray, please be talking to God, like be praying correctly. God did not create Nigeria. The British did. So the prayer should not just be that God, it must be like this. The prayer is that God, how can it work? Can it work? I believe it can. But I think our prayer, you have to pray intelligently. You have to pray intelligently. Is there a purpose for it? There must be a purpose for it. But this whole thing where people are just, saying, it must be like this, it must be like this, because God has said, God did not tell you anything. It's like talking about the UK. God did not create the UK. It was not God. It was human beings. Okay? The English created the UK with the help of the other groups. So the point I'm trying to make is that rather than, I'm saying it because I know that we're very religious as a people, always praying for Nigeria, and I pray for Nigeria. I pray that Nigeria will succeed and everything. But let's reduce this thing that will force on God. Let's also ask God how it can work. I might just put that one out there. Let's continue. So it says here, in the organization of the territories assigned to them, the overriding considerations of the British government were the one, maintenance of law and order, and two, administrative convenience. The ethnic affinity of the people under their rule did not appear to interest them. Though I knew the answers to the questions which the Indian Congress proposal stirred up in my mind, yet I did not feel myself qualified enough to say them loud. At that time, much more than now, the public status of the person who said a thing counted far more than the intrinsic merits of what was said. On the other hand, I was not sure if the application to Nigeria of the proposed Indian constitutional pattern was an urgent proposition. There was no communal strife in Nigeria as there was then in India. All the linguistic groups in Nigeria lived in harmony, one with another, and linguistic distinctions did not appear as yet to be a matter of practical politics. Everyone was found. Somebody came out with a new Africa. What the country needed, I thought, for the immediate present and for quite a while to come, was that Western education should spread widely enough to enable easier contact and understanding amongst the entire peoples of Nigeria. The issue of what constitution was best suited to the country would then be settled by Nigerians in their own good time. When the time arrived, however, I had no doubt which side I would be, the Federalist side. 1 second, please. Excuse me. Between 1938 and 1940, however, the partisan activities of Dr. Azikiwe and the changed attitude of his Western adherents from one of harmonious friendliness to that of cynicism and the occasional display of an air of superiority drove me to the conclusion that there was a dangerous complacency in the attitude of Nigerian leaders towards the country's constitutional problem. They had all accepted the form of government laid down by the British for Nigeria, and all that the nationalists from Herbert Macaulay downwards had been doing was to feed themselves into this framework and to accelerate the country's progress toward the attainment of dominion status within the British Commonwealth of Nations. I thought they were wrong for not applying their minds to the form of constitution best suited to the country. By 1940, I had already made a name for myself, and I knew that if I spoke my mind in any influential circle, I would command audience, if not support. Nevertheless, I was somewhat hesitant because I knew that in the Nigerian context, my ideas were novel and were likely to evoke acrimonious controversy. I decided to try them on my intimate friends first and see how they reacted. I did, and in the hearing of two of them, both of them then and still now in government service, I argued that Nigeria should have as many provinces, zones, regions, or states as there were linguistic or ethnic groups in the country. In other words, it could be provinces. You could call them provinces if you like, call it region if you like, call it states if you like, call it whatever you want to call it. But we should have as many we should have as many provinces, zones, regions, or states, and that as there were linguistic or ethnic groups in the country, and that each region should have a legislature and government of its own, like you have in Scotland, like you have in Wales. There would be a central parliament and government on which the various linguistic groups in the country would be represented. Under these arrangements, each ethnic group could develop its own peculiar culture and institutions in accordance with its wishes, and the intertribal acrimony and jockeying for leadership which were rearing their heads would cease. The government of each linguistic group would be led by one of their number, and Nigeria would be led by any Nigerian acceptable to all or to the majority of the peoples of the country. My views were shot down by my friends. They thought the ideas were bright and ingenious, but highly explosive. As I could get no further with them, I dropped the matter. After the 1941 election crisis in the Nigerian youth movement, I reopened the issue. Remember the election crisis in Nigerian movement, in Nigerian youth movement? We talked about it earlier. That's the NSA Koli versus Akisoya. The other idea that it was Ijebu and Igbo people, so Igbo and Ijebu. By the way, I didn't mention that eventually Igbo people and Ijebu people moved out of the NYM en masse in Lagos. They moved out en masse. It affected the party because somebody decided to play tribal politics, and that person is the one who says that it was Awo. But from history, we discover that he is the father of nepotism, tribalism, and ethnic jingoism in Nigerian politics. With all due respect, I should add. I'm not mentioning anybody's name, sir, so at least you don't know who I'm talking about. I'm sure you do. Sorry, somebody sent a message. I want to say. Oh, somebody said there was noise on Twitter. I apologize. I hope enigmatic. Sorry about that. I hope the noise has reduced. I'm just seeing your message. Oh, sorry. I hope there's no noise anymore. Twitter people, Sheikh Kosaro, I hope there's no noise. Omoba Bimbola. I don't put come Twitter. SEO. Please let me know if anything's happening, please. Rhymes with weak. Our own on TikTok. Well done. I'll just act as if I did not see that thing. Let's get back to the book. So it says here, after the 1941 election crisis, one second, can you show? Okay, we're good. After the 1941 election crisis in the Nigerian youth movement, I reopened the issue. I was now emboldened to argue my case before a larger number of friends and colleagues in the Ibadan branch of the Nigerian youth movement. In addition to my previous argument, I pointed out that the sheer territorial size of Nigeria necessitated the adoption of a federal form of constitution, and hence the division of the country into regions, even if the inhabitants of Nigeria were linguistically or ethnically homogeneous. The British, who had not given much thought to the heterogeneous character of the Nigerian peoples in formulating the administrative arrangements, had been compelled to divide the protectorate of southern Nigeria into two for administrative purposes, because it was becoming more and more enlightened and articulate. I'm going to have to yell again. Sorry about that. So it says here, the British, who had not given much thought to the heterogeneous character of the Nigerian peoples in formulating the administrative arrangements, had been compelled to divide the protectorate of southern Nigeria into two for administrative purposes, because it was becoming more and more enlightened and articulate. In the main, language lay at the root of racial differences. Be they differences in culture and custom, in philosophy of life and political institutions, in national characteristics and social concepts and practices. I referred to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe, from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of Obaship and chieftaincy if he had the power. And if you think it ended with Zik, you are mistaken. I played you an audio from 2023 during the electioneering campaign, where folks from the southeast were saying, we will remove the Obas. I referred to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe, from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of Obaship and chieftaincy if he had the power. Whilst such a proposition might be acceptable to his followers in and from the East, you know what, let me pause for a second. Let me read to you. Papa referred to this, but what if, Papa cannot lie. What's he going to gain from lying, right? To be fair, everybody who ever talked about this man, they said he was too straight. That was the problem they had with him. So he didn't have color. Generally speaking, whether you're reading from a black man or a white man, and I've read from different sources, everybody always says that it's too straight. Like, we're not able to even... So, but guess what? Let's not just take his word for it. Let me read something to you from Azikiwe's own book. This was not the one that Papa was referring to. It's just something along those lines. Give me a second. Kilo Shele. I want to read to you something from my Odyssey. Hold on, I'm trying to open the page. So if you're on TikTok, if you're on Twitter, please hold on for a bit. Please listen to Gotenfek. This is from my Odyssey, page 225. It says, I counsel them that the idea of aristocracy of birth was becoming obsolete, antique, antediluvian, and unworthy of practice by rational humanity. I added that I was sorry that tribalism still existed in West Africa, and that it was a pity that only the Igbo-speaking people saw fit to welcome me publicly. In other words, the entire nation should have come to welcome him because he's the king of everybody. Although I must admit that I was welcomed privately by different sections of the Lagos community. So the point I'm trying to make is where he said the idea of aristocracy of birth was becoming obsolete, antique, antediluvian, and unworthy of practice. This book was written in 1970, so surely this is not what Papa was referring to. I'm just telling you of the consistency of thought in that direction. The idea of aristocracy, royalty, all those things didn't matter to him. But why would that not matter to him? He's not a human being. It should matter to him. No, it doesn't matter to him, or it didn't matter to him because he had no cultural reference, no cultural frame of reference, or no frame of reference in his own culture on that particular matter. Let's read a bit more. I referred to some of the writings of Dr. Azikiwe from which it appeared that he would abolish the institution of Obaship and chieftaincy if he had the power. Whilst such a proposition might be acceptable to his followers in and from the eastern region, where the British had experimented with varying degrees of success and failure with warren chiefs, it would not do for the western provinces and the northern provinces, where traditional chiefships had been established from time immemorial. In other words, the Igbos had no kings. There is a new movement online right now telling you that they had something some time ago, it was a lie. There's a saying by the Igbos themselves that they had no kings. This is not about whether it was good or bad, it's just about the reality of the culture. Okay, so it's not it's good, it's bad, that's not the point. The point is that because they didn't have that, they see no sense in that. I'm not saying they saw no sense, I'm saying they still see no sense in that. Even with all these egoism that are going all over the place, when they move into other people's spaces, they are wondering why are you doing like this? Because, last month, after the Super Falcons won, the ladies went to greet the president, curtsying, kneeling down, and some people took offense because as far as they're concerned, that's demeaning. Again, it's not cultural to them. The stupidity of that talk, though, is that nobody is forcing them to do it. You are misinterpreting. Whoa, I don't have time for Iregbe Jare. Because, again, there's nothing wrong in the fact that they don't do it in their culture. The stupidity of the action is condemning those who do it, which is where the arrogance and just this nonsense comes in. Because you don't do it, that's okay. Maybe in your culture you don't care about respect, that's fine. Those who care about it, let them do it without you. The reason is that whenever they see people do something that is strange, it makes them feel little. I'm talking about certain people. I'm not mentioning any group. You can fill in the gap if it's true. If it's not true, don't put anybody's name there that's not true. You don't do something in your culture, another person does it. You look at it and you wish that was you. And so because you cannot be that thing, you then denigrate it. And the Yorubas amongst them who now want to pander to them and say, you have a point. He has no point. He's talking arrant nonsense. It's like me going to the north, for instance, and seeing people, squatting to greet each other. What's my business with that? If I live amongst them, I will squat. Why? I'm in their land. It's just common sense. I don't go around saying, why must you squat? Are you begging for something? Why are you doing this? Why must you squat? We all have the same head. Nobody cares. It's their land. So the point is that because people have different cultural frames of reference, what they produce in terms of politics, in terms of ideology, will definitely be different. That is why, even in 2025, the only group that could muster the courage of coming up with a ridiculous indigency bill in Nigeria is folks from the Southeast that will grant people indigenous status after living there for 10 years. No other group would have thought of that. Because we have different frames of reference. And the crazy part is that for a group who really wants to exercise that all over the country, I would have loved it if they had done it for their own ethnic group within themselves first. Can an Ebonyi man become an Anambra man after staying there for 10 years? Let's start with your group. It's the same place where a person's building is torn down because it's not from that place. Because it's considered, I will not mention the state, it's considered to be of inferior quality. They are the same ethnic group, but that one is inferior in quality and identity. So they put on their building. So, anyway, the point is that people come up with things based on their cultural references. Let's go on. Or cultural frames of reference. All right. This I warned was, the implicit and unshaken loyalty which the Igbos, Where was I? All right, so I was talking about the fact that we had Obas in the west, there were emirs in the north, but in the east there were no kings, and so the Oyinbo tried with warrant chiefs. They succeeded in some areas, they failed in some areas. So he says here, the implicit and unshaken loyalty which the Igbos had shown to Dr. Azikiwe during the Ikoli Akisoya crisis did not arise, in my view, from ideological faith, but rather from linguistic affinity and ethnic self-assertion. This, I warned, was an ominous pointer to the future. Nigeria under a unitary constitution might be dominated by those, whatever their number, who owed greater allegiance to ethnic affinity than to principles and ideals. He's right. Awolowo is right. The situation in the north, I also pointed out, was in no way reassuring. The powers that be appeared determined to administer the north in isolation from the south, and at all events to prevent northerners from being contaminated politically by educated southerners. Southerners who had made efforts to start a newspaper in the north were unsuccessful. Educated northerners who had visited the south had done so under the close supervision of white officials. No northerner was allowed to take part in politics, and Southerners resident in the north were obliged to confine their political activities to the area set aside for the abode of strangers. That's in Sabonkeri. Above all, the average enlightened northerner looked down on the Southerners as Kafirs, unbelievers. As between various ethnic groups, I argued there were differing standards of civilization as well as uneven stages in the adoption of Western education and the emulation of Western civilization. I'm going to read that again slowly. As between the various ethnic groups, I argued there were differing standards of civilization. It is not all cultures in Nigeria that are at the same level of development. It is a fact. What I just said right now is a fact, factual fact. We are different levels of evolution as different peoples. Now say it again. Where some people left 1,000 years ago, people are just trying to crawl into it in 2025. It's a fact. Therefore, you cannot rule us the same way. A person loses election, insults everybody's father. He's doing it because of his cultural evolution. A unitary constitution with only one central government would only result in frustration to the more poor. Whereas the division of the country into regions along ethnic lines, I was saying something earlier, I did not finish. A lot of us who talk about regionalism have to remember this point. The point is not just to have states, it's to have it based on ethnic groups, whereas the division of the country into regions along ethnic lines would enable each linguistic group not only to develop its own peculiar culture and institutions, but to move forward at its own pace without being unnecessarily pushed or annoyingly slowed down by others. What is it saying here? Nigeria is a country of nations. Why not have a structure that recognizes that and allows people to actually move according to how they should be? From time to time, we have clowns, absolute like retards, who just come here from time to time. So one of them just typed, and I'm going to mute her. Again, this is a retarded take. You know what? I'm not going to mute you for the entire life, just 5 minutes. Hopefully that will reset your brain because you're not very smart upstairs. You can just go everywhere writing nonsense. Just a bunch of fugitives roaming the world. Like I say, I became Cain. You have to be a descendant of Cain to just be a vagabond. You only just be entering people's places and telling them how to constitute themselves. You don't think like an owner to own a thing in your life. You just be entering people's places and say, you know, where was I? Are you a descendant of Cain in the Bible? Are you from Cain's lineage? Where was I? A unitary constitution with only one central government would only result in frustration to the more pushful and more dynamic ethnic groups, whereas the division of the country into regions along ethnic lines would enable each linguistic group not only to develop its own peculiar culture and institutions, but to move forward at its own pace without being unnecessarily pushed or annoyingly slowed down by the others. What this means basically is this. Again, there are many examples, but I can assure you, now you can go to mention because that one, Madam colonizers was back. 1 second. I'm using it. I'll tell you something interesting. In the UK, what Awo is saying here is what every other person does but black people. I don't know what they take to us. The UK is divided into countries. I've said it before, let me say it again. Go online right now. Google how many countries, or you can say how many nations are in the United Kingdom. Use those two words, either of the words or both. How many countries or how many nations are in the UK? You see 4. It's 4. England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. There are 4 nations. That's the word. Nations, not tribe. Sorry, 1 second. Where was I? There are 4 nations in the UK. Do you see anybody from Liverpool telling somebody from Aberdeen that they are divisive by being Scottish? Prof, it is time to take this podcast to the mainstream. You have become point of reference of many platforms. Oh yeah, African development interest. I'm ready. Let's go mainstream. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Now, let me quickly, I've said this before, but it bears repeating. The idea of ethnic states, I believe that it reduces the need, it will reduce the need for secession. In other words, you have nations, the only thing is that they don't have sovereignty. For instance, there's no Scottish state, but it's a Scottish nation. There's no Welsh state, but there's a Welsh nation. There's no English state safe, but there's an English nation. There's no Northern Irish state, but there's not. The only Irish state you have is the island that has Dublin as its capital. Northern Ireland is not a sovereign space. It's not a state, but it's a nation. What makes you a nation? Same ancestry, language, culture, history. That's what makes you a nation. That's why I always tell people that say Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation. Yoruba is a nation. Yoruba is not going to become a nation. And like I always tell people, if it is not a nation right now, it will never become a nation. In other words, if it is not a nation in terms of understanding of what a nation really is, it will not become a sovereign state that you think is what defines what a nation really is. So when we're talking, somebody comes and writes funny things in the comment section. The question is that, do you not understand the fact that what makes the place that you call Sena climbs work is the fact that they have structures that understand the nature of man. You have structure that is treating you like you're robots, expecting you to unite when there is no basis for it, because unity in Nigeria should be based on purpose, not based on identity, which is what you see in the UK, which is what you see in Belgium, which is what you see in Switzerland. It's what you see everywhere in the world. May God have mercy on Africa. Have states, Yoruba state, Igbo state, Ibibio state, Hausa state, TV state. Anything you want to do in that place is based on your culture. They do it in India. Dabere, if you believe in separation, go and meet your fellow separatists and talk about it now. Why are you bothering me? See, now by force. This is the last time I'm warning you. The next time you type Orokubakungbe, I'm muting you. I won't block you, because but please, seriously, stop this separatist, whatever. If you want to do it, go and meet you have a lot of Biafran agitators. Although you can never get Biafra, by the way. And the reason you can't get it is because you don't want your own land. If you want Igbo nation, it's more realistic than Biafra, because Biafra contains other people's spaces. You are trying to steal other people's land, which is just a unfair one. Is stealing by practice, like my mother used to say to us when we were kids. You're just trying to steal people's stuff. So look for your Igbo nation. Maybe you get it. Bayo Bilisi, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So thank you, Ades. You want separate nation, but you want to be indigenous of other people's spaces. You want to break Nigeria, but you want to become president. Where would the thunder now find you now? Because this is just going to... Anyway, let's get back to this. All right. So he says here, a unitary constitution with only one central government would only result in frustration, as we've been experiencing, to the more pushful and more dynamic ethnic groups, whereas the division of the country into regions along ethnic lines would enable each linguistic group not only to develop its own peculiar culture and institutions, but to move forward at its own pace, without being unnecessarily pushed or annoyingly slowed down by the others. Finally, I emphasize that the spiritual union among Nigerians and the assumption that they would readily accept common standards and common leadership, which had formed the basis of our nationalist activities hitherto, appeared to me to be grossly misconceived. A complete reorientation of methods of approach to the constitutional problem of Nigeria became to my way of thinking of the utmost importance and urgency. Life goes on says, sorry, let me just take a little break. We'll come back to this in a bit. Somebody on TikTok says, there is no love in Nigeria. You don't love Igbos, but you want them to be a nation with. I don't want you to be a nation with me. Nationalism or nationhood is not based on love. Who did you like this? Talo Shiebai. Nationhood is not about love. Statehood is not about love. People that conquer you and make you one nation, you think they loved you? This childish thing about, do you love me? If you love us, you now make a nation. Nah. Let me ask you a question. Life goes on. What else will show that we love you? Because way back in 1951, we started having Igbos in Western Parliament. Up until 2019 or 2023, but it's not happening again. The reason we did it was not because we loved you. We did it because we wanted to be inclusive. It wasn't even about love. I mean, it was love, Sha, but it's not the kind of love you're talking about. Your own love is too childish. I'm talking about mature love of, okay, all of us are together. Your own love is love of, give me paper and biscuits. The idea basically is that, oh, let's be inclusive. But discovering the fact that in your own understanding of inclusiveness or inclusivity is a concept that Yoruba people say, in other words, your own is not to become inclusive, it's to take over the place. And for you that are looking for love all over the place, who do you love? Listen, again, I know who did this to you. I know who did it to you. And may God forgive them in heaven because they are dead now. Many of them are dead. The people that did this to you, many of them are dead. If you know the plans they have for other groups, you'll be wondering if you are even... Let me not say things. The point is just that stop asking people to love you. Show us who you love. Look at your policies. Who does it favor? Look at the plans from the 1930s to 2025. Who does it favor? The one that we just shut down. The one we just shut down last week. I mean, 2 weeks ago, the Indigenous Status Bill. Who would it favor? How can you constitute yourselves and just drive for things that favor only you? And then you tell people that they don't love you. Who do you love? Let's get back to this. In the entire rank and file of the Nigerian youth movement, I did not have a single enthusiastic convert to my point of view. But after the Ikoli Akisonya crisis, my friends in Ibadan no longer regarded my ideas as newfangled and dangerous. Because of the general sympathy which they evinced, I made bold to state categorically in paragraph 45 of a memorandum prepared by me, and under cover of which I forwarded to the Chief Secretary to the government of the resolutions. I'll tell you again. Because of the general sympathy which they evinced, I made bold to state categorically in paragraph 45 of a memorandum prepared by me and under cover of which I forwarded to the Chief Secretary to the government of the resolutions passed by the 1942 Western Regional Conference of the Nigerian Youth Movement as follows. What we of the Nigerian Youth Movement are visualizing is a Nigeria in which the various linguistic units will federate to form a single nation. In other words, not that break Nigeria, but divide Nigeria in such a way that it will work for everybody. I'm not saying this because I want it for Yoruba people. I'm saying things that will work for everybody. You get the point? So the idea basically is not just what will work for Yoruba people, but what will work for every group. In other words, every group will be well taken care of. So I'm not saying I love it because I'm Yoruba, do it for me. I'm saying do it for us. Unless, of course, you have a home that you're not proud of, or you're a vagabond, there's no way you have a problem with what we are saying. Every nation does this. Every progressive nation does this. If you are multi-ethnic, you have to do this. The only multi-ethnic nations that don't do this are the ones in Africa, and they're the ones who are suffering most. Regardless of what they have under their ground, there's no structure to even harness it. Because I'll say, okay, you can come anywhere, you can do anything. The next thing you're asking, why do you even have a king? Let's remove the king. Why are you even talking about kneeling down? Let's remove this thing. It's not very cool. We're in the 21st century. You start talking nonsense. But if you had made it very clear that, listen, this place you are, oh, this is Yoruba land. And of course, if you have sense, they don't have to tell you. But again, we don't have to assume, listen, you can't build laws on the assumption that people are smart. As a matter of fact, you have to come up with laws assuming that people are daft in some cases. Because Nigeria has taught me something. In this Nigeria, you must think like some people are daft, so that when you are writing it, you have to spell it out. I won't go into the details, but you can understand. Just God give you understanding. Like you must be mentioning everything. If every word you say, you have to explain it to be able to drive a point home. So I think that's one of the problems we have in Nigeria. We are swimming against the tide. The current is going this way. Instead of us to flow, no, we wait until it ebbs. We'll now be trusting for, going against the current. It just doesn't make sense. Again, I hope our generation corrects these things. This was written in 1960. It's discussing what happened in the 1940s. As a matter of fact, started in 1933. This was happening in 1942. Every other place has to do this, especially if you are not homogeneous. Let me end this before I go back to the reading. Let me quickly say something. You see, China has over 1 billion people, but China has something Nigeria does not have. China has something that no nation in Africa has. China is 90%, over 90% one ethnic group. The constitution of China, in terms of ethnic composition, the ethnic composition of China is over 90% Han Chinese. Plateau State has more ethnic groups than the entire China. Let's leave Nigeria alone. This system of our practice in Nigeria will only work if there is one huge group that people would have to essentially flow into. It happened in Singapore. Singapore is 75% Chinese. Therefore, they have a Confucian ideology, regardless of the fact that it's not even in China. I use these examples a lot, and I know I repeat some of these things. It's because sometimes we have new people joining us. Singapore is 75% Chinese, and then you have about 15% there about Indian, and then you have the Malays. Both of them share about 15-20%, and then you have the others. The truth is that you have to have a clear majority to be able to practice the kind of system that Nigeria has been trying to practice all this while, and we don't have a clear majority. We don't. Therefore, you do what India did. You do what UK did. You do what Belgium did, and what Switzerland did. You structure yourself based on common sense. There are several nations within Nigeria. And certain people, as I'm talking about, Omar Duan is telling you that, oh, why are we not uniting? We are still going to unite on things that matter. But in terms of identity, you don't unite into identity. You become it. Chisom, Clarence, Akpara. Again, I think people from your place listen with their fingers, not your ears. I did not tell you China has one ethnicity. Anybody here does anybody speak English? Chisom, I want to promise you something. I will try. I don't know how long it will take me. Let me not promise you, you're not worth it. I was going to tell you that I was going to try to learn your language. Maybe if I can interpret it to your language, you understand. As I'm talking, you went to Google. How many ethnic groups does China have? This is how you feel in exams. What you have, your phone is the one thinking. I tell you that one ethnic group has a large percentage. I did not say there was only one. You said they have about 3 ethnic groups. In Singapore, Oponu. Keep up. Your brain is booting. Singapore has three. Or there. How can a person be boldly stupid like this? You are writing something with confidence and you're writing rubbish. You're telling me what I said. I told you that China has 3 ethnic groups. Ara. Half me. I'm not know. Talo saying by not to long. You are not there in Jesus' name. You are not there. You're a good person. Your brain will start working well in Jesus' name. Because what you type is not there or the comment, but you are not there. But stop typing nonsense. Abba. If you don't hear, see, I can be wrong, but at least if you want to ask, if you're looking for a gotcha moment, and you know what, you just might be able to succeed at getting one, but at least let it be a real gotcha moment. You always bring out faulty claims. That's because you make no claims that make sense. Every claim you make is faulty. I don't see it being your Joe. I don't see any. Where was I? By the way, you're not out there. You are blessed. But please, if you don't understand something, just ask. And if you want to find a gotcha moment, listen, I'm human, I can make mistakes, but at least let it be real. Don't impute or project your ignorance onto me. God bless you. Thank you very much for being here. Please stay. I'm not sending you away, but you're not there anymore. But please stop typing nonsense. You've typed about that nonsense again. Where was I? I have to take my eyes off this screen, or yes. Oh God. Allah Shan. What do you say? You like to go Allah by say. In those are no longer I say, go to Nitelara. Allah Awolowo. In case you don't understand Yoruba, I'm saying that whatever is wrong with you in your group, may God help you solve it. And whatever is wrong with my own group, may God help us solve it. Because everybody, there's no perfect ethnic group. There's no perfect group anywhere. But one problem you don't want to have in your ethnic group is the problem of propaganda. Because that one, it will take God. But again, what God cannot do does not exist. Your own problem is propaganda driven. So, children of God, let's get back to this. I don't. Jesus is Lord. All right, let's go on. This was what Papa wrote in 1942. What we of the Nigerian youth movement are visualizing is a Nigeria in which the various linguistic units will federate to form a single nation. This was as far as it was permissible for me to commit the Nigerian youth movement on this momentous issue. If the issue had been expressly put as a question for debate and resolution, it would have been defeated. But events subsequent to 1942 only helped to fortify rather than weaken my stand. This was where we stopped last week, 6 minutes to 7. In 1943, the Igbo Federal Union was launched, and I said earlier that was a relaunch. It was originally launched in 1936. It was relaunched in 1943. In 1943, the Igbo Federal Union was launched, and Dr. Azikiwe himself was not only a prominent member of it, but also its president. Both the Ibibio Union, now known as Ibibio State Union, and the Igbo Federal Union, now known as Igbo State Union, were able to arouse among their respective members such enthusiasm and selfless devotion as had never been before known in the country. I'll take that slowly, because believe it or not, we're just beginning today's session. So much for recaps. I'll take it from beginning. In 1943, the Igbo Federal Union was launched. And Dr. Azikiwe himself was not only a prominent member of it, but also its president. Please remember this statement. He was the president of the union. Both the Ibibio Union, now known as Ibibio State Union, and the Igbo Federal Union, now known as Igbo State Union, were able to arouse among their respective members such enthusiasm and selfless devotion as had never before been known in the country. I welcome this phenomenon as a worthy means to a great end. If the members of each ethnic group feel happy among themselves, if they are free within prescribed limits to order their own lives and advance their culture as they like, and if the solidarity and devotion exhibited within their ranks can be sublimated to the cause of the nation, the federal unity of Nigeria would have been assured. But whilst, listen to this, but whilst there was an Ibibio Union and an Igbo Federal Union, there was no comparable all-embracing union for the Yorubas. Since the strength of a chain is that of the weakest link, I thought it would be in the interest of the federal unity of Nigeria if one was founded. The first cultural group that was founded in Nigeria was Ibibio State Union. It was founded in 1928. There was no Yoruba Union. After that, other groups were formed, but Yoruba Union was not formed. I was going to read, I wanted to bring a book, but time is low. Igbo State Union was formed in 1936. Of course, it was formed in Lagos, and then they also had in Port Harcourt. Eventually, they brought themselves together and called themselves Igbo Federal Union in 1943. But they started in 1936 already. All this while, Yoruba people did not have any group. Just remind you that when people tell you that some Yoruba people are tribalistic, maybe even we start this. Number one, what they are doing right now, having Igbo Union, Ibibio Union, I don't think it's tribalism. Or I think it's just the people looking out for themselves. I think it's fair, right? It makes sense. Like, it's a way for them to protect their own interest, especially when they're not at home. So please remember the dates. The Yorubas were a highly progressive but badly disunited group. What was responsible for that? Wars. E.g., the last one that we fought before everybody went to rest, Kiriji. There's no way you are going to spend 16 years fighting among yourselves and you'll be united. Despite the fact that we have same ancestry, same language, same culture, all those things, the wars affected our cohesion, our unity. So it says the Yorubas were a highly progressive but badly disunited group. They paid lip service to a spiritual union and affinity in a common ancestor, Oduduwa. But in all their long history, they had waged wars against one another. When the Portuguese and the British had visited their coasts in the course of their slave trade, the Yorubas had shown no qualm of conscience in conducting violent and merciless slave raids on one another. Yoruba, they gave you Basbos in this book, but it's the truth. I'll take that again. When the Portuguese and the British had visited their coasts in the course of their slave trade, the Yorubas had shown no qualm of conscience in conducting violent and merciless slave raids on one another. These intertribal wars and slave raids had come to an end under the so-called Pax Britannica, but the mutual hatred and acerbity which were attendant on them lingered. Furthermore, the propaganda of Dr. Azikiwe was already having a deleterious effect on a once dynamic group. The Yorubas now indulge in mutual recrimination and condemnation. The younger elements thought that the Yorubas were inferior to the go-ahead Igbo people. Jesus is Lord. Guys, 1 second, please. Boy. I just like this deja vu. Do you know what will make you, a Yoruba person, look in the mirror and call yourself Omojo Igbo? You know who will make a Yoruba minister, whom I respect, by the way, but who messed up big time last month, saying that, oh, Yoruba people, you are fearful, look at the Igbos, they are bold, they are this, they are that. What will make you say that? You have to go back to what Papa wrote. I have to read that part again. I have to read it again. I have to. 1 second. Because I don't think we really get what's happening in this Yoruba Kini. People think it's one Nigeria. No, it's stupidity. It's low self-esteem brought upon by an intentional corrosion of your pride and dignity. Let me read something to you. I read this several times. I'll read it again. By the end of August 1940, I was certain in my own mind that Dr. Azikiwe was not a conscientious member of the Nigerian youth movement, and that for some reasons best known to himself, he was bent on destroying this nationalist organization. At the same time, it seemed clear to me that his policy was to corrode the self-respect of the Yoruba people as a group, to build up the Igbos as a master race, to magnify his own vaunted contributions to the nationalist struggles, to dwarf and misrepresent the achievements of his contemporaries, and to discount and nullify the humble but sterling quota which older politicians had made to the country's progress. The point is this: Azikiwe was intentional from 1938, such that by 1942, you had Yoruba people who were already saying that, only they're better. There was one I watched on TV, I never really spoke about it because it was just unnecessary. This woman is Yoruba. I said, if I tell my Yoruba friends, they probably will not teach me. So, is this my friend? Is Igbo? Again, see, there's nothing wrong if you have an Igbo friend that pushes you. There's nothing wrong. But whatever makes you look at your ethnic group and decide to denigrate it in order to show the greatness of another one, shows that you are not okay. Folu is from the book Awolowo, the autobiography of Chief Awolowo. I can't tell you the page. I have a couple of copies, and they have different pages. It depends on the year that it was published. So that's why I can't tell you pages sometimes. It depends on the edition. The point is this: Awo is saying that by this year, in the 40s, that the propaganda of Dr. Azikiwe was already having a deleterious effect on a once dynamic group. How did you see that? The Yorubas now indulged. You want to look for it? No, you find it on Redomi books. You don't have to look for it. Let me type it. There's a Telegram bookshop. It's a bookshop. There's Redomi Global, where you can get free resources like pages here and there. But there's also Redomi books where you have to buy, and it to be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. Okay? That's why I said it's in different pages. You didn't post the account number. Oh, that's true. Thank you, Vodi. Thank you, Vodi. I'm going to put it up. Just that I hope it won't block my face. Guys on Twitter, maybe no. So someone just reminded me on TikTok. So from late in the evening, like once we get towards the end of the session, I usually put up my account details because we have people who support us. Yeah. So if you would like to support, please, that's the account detail, is GT Bank. And if you're on Twitter or any other platform and you can't see it, please send a message and I can send it to you. All right. Back to this point. And I hope this thing is not, okay, it's not blocking my face. It's good. The point is, that the propaganda that he was putting out at the time was already working. Let me give an example. One day we're going to get deeper into this. No, it's not even one day. In these sessions, what do you think will make Yoruba people join Zik? And Zik, let me put it this way. How do you think it was possible for Azikiwe to create a Yoruba cultural group for Yoruba people to counter the one that Yoruba people created for themselves? And he found Yoruba people to work with him. Because some people be forming the tribalized one Nigeria. This tribalization that you are doing, that you are making look as if you are educated, it's like you want to commit. It's like when an ethnic group wants to commit suicide, you're essentially trying to kill what you have. When you get to that thing, it will get you angry, I can assure you. And I have some books that will make you get angry. but I have some posts to also make you happy. I read from Ethnics and National, between the Ethnics and the National by Rema Adekoya, when he was talking about the response that the Yoruba people gave to Zik in 1948. I don't want to run out of myself. But the point is that Zik was able to get Yoruba people to form a parallel Yoruba organization because he was uncomfortable with the one Yoruba people formed for themselves. That's your Pan-Africanist. I beg you. Let's go back to this. Somebody says, so the concept of Yoruba pods, don't they? Let me pause to tell you one funny Yoruba bot. There's a Yoruba bot who stabbed a Yoruba person because he preferred an Igbo person to be there. Let me quickly tell you that story. It's very, very quickly. University of Lagos had an Igbo vice chancellor, and Njoku. His term had elapsed, it was over, and we're going to, they decided to appoint a Yoruba to be the VC to take over. Saburi Ibiobaku. That's not the man. There was this clown, his name is Adam. He now said, in fact, I was not the only one. Oh, this is tribalism. Why must he be Yoruba? Is it because it's Lagos? Everybody can become anything. Why can't they just leave Njoku to be there? They can renew his term. 1 second. They can renew his term. You know, Cotton. He was saying all the things he was saying. Do you know what Adam did? Adam took a knife. He was a student of Unilag at the time. Took a knife, went on campus, found the new VC, and stabbed him. Why do you think we speak like this? We speak like this because we know that even the clowns among us, they have ancestors. Eventually, they took him, he was arrested, then he said, oh, it was because he had the mental issues, he was a psychiatric clinical. They shall let him go. Guess what happened to him a few years later? A bit shortly after, he committed suicide. See, all this we are for everybody and for nobody that some people are doing. It doesn't mean that you know what you are doing. No, you are very ignorant, and I say this with all due respect. A lot of people are ignorant, just forming. You know, we know you guys are tribalistic. You don't understand this thing, but we all understand it together. All right. So let's get back to the book. It says the propaganda of Dr. Azikiwe was already having a deleterious effect on a once dynamic group. The Yorubas now indulged in mutual recrimination and condemnation. She bought of one way to win. Sherati, Toripe Akesonya was a Jebu, that's why we did not allow him to run. That's what Azikiwe said in 1941. Now he's saying that, so because of that, amongst ourselves and Yoruba people, everybody was not suspecting everybody, especially from Ijebu side. Oh, see what they did to us. Meanwhile, they don't understand the fact that the guy was playing them. The younger elements, obedience movement, Yoruba obedience. The younger elements, like the Adam I mentioned earlier, thought the Yorubas were inferior to the go-ahead Igbo people. Let me tell you why people go ahead. They're always rushing. They're always trying to get something. They're very moved. They're moving. It's because if you leave house, you come out house, Listen, I'm trying to find a way to say that will not be. If you left home and you know the condition where chase you come out house, you do just about anything to get ahead. The only prayer is that it should be the good ones. 1948. The Bakweri Native Authority in Cameroon, they said something quite interesting. They had certain things to say about a particular ethnic group. 1948, they were complaining that the paracetamol they were buying, the M&B they were buying, was chalk and starch. And that's the only one I want to mention, because there are more. Oh, plenty. But you see, you are home, which is normal, is what we also do when you travel out. You tend to work more than the natives. It's not because they are lazy, it's because they are at home. Now you know what chase you come out Nigeria travel. So naturally you see people doing things. But the point is, you now do it to the point where people wouldn't even do illegal things. Somebody says 1948. Yes. Let me tell you one funny thing. I'm going to go back to this book. There were 10 rules that were put out in Bakweri, in Cameroon. That part of Cameroon. Southern Cameroon. Let's not go into those laws, into their laws. They are 10. Clearly anti-Igbo. And they are their reasons. One of the reasons is what I just mentioned right now. Fake drugs, 1948. People are using chalk instead of me and Baker. The younger elements thought that the Yorubas were inferior to the go-ahead Igbo people, and that whatever might be their past glories, they had become effete and decadent. Are you sure Awolowo is not on Twitter right now? Because I've seen Yoruba people say this exact same thing. Oh, all these things that we're always talking about is in the past. Is in the past. But look at these ones, they are doing stuff. You don't really know how or where or why. Just are, you know, to the point where you denigrate yours. And by the way, this is the, like, supposed to be part of the ingredients of making you a detribalized. I hate that word with a passion, and I don't hate things like that. I don't even like the word hate because it's heavy. But this one, I hate it. The idea where you would denigrate yourself is self-deprecation. You deprecate not just yourself, but your entire group. Because you compare with the ephemerals, you compare with the surface level of a thing that you don't understand at all. I was on Twitter yesterday, which I don't usually go, but now I think I'm coming more often. But I still don't need to go. I don't go on spaces. I don't. But there's one on my page saying that I didn't get my information right about, you know, why Igbos. So the conversation, I posted a video about why Igbos moved out of the region. And again, let me say this: there's nothing wrong with migration. But you cannot come to my land and tell me that you are here to develop my place. When I know where you are coming from, you are being, something is chasing you from where you are coming. So I will tell you exactly why you are here. I don't mind you being here, but don't tell me you are here to develop my space. Oga, where you are coming from is not even developed. And I said there were many reasons. I'll just give you 3. There's land hunger. There's very little land. Number 2, there's lack of arable land. In other words, of the little land where they, not be everything they arable. Number 3, of the arable land where they, not be everyone they fertile. You can't talk, say, you just make them up, you know, you're listening to alarmists and everything. So I went to bring a book. I took a picture of a quote by Professor Nkena Zimiro and posted it there. He has not said anything since yesterday. This whole thing, there's something, there's a reason. If you don't know the whys, you just go around, you know, dissing your parents. You insult your ancestors, and let me tell you the crazy part. No matter, 2 things I will do, two things I'm going to do right now. Let me start by saying this. No matter what your ancestors did, good or bad, your job in life is to build on what they have done. So, say they're trying to build Cocoa House. One are they, and it's 25 floors. One are they floor 10. Your job is not to go and look for somebody that's father built a bungalow and the father completed it. And then I start saying that, see, we even asked my father to build Cocoa House. Who cares about this Cocoa House? At least this one has bungalow, is living there. Your father is not building a place that only you and your siblings will live in. He's building a tower that will house companies and maybe even homes and different things. But you are now cursing your ancestors. Why would they be building Cocoa House 10th floor after, let's say he did it for like 5 years? Built Cocoa House and then I can't even go beyond 10th floor. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, the technology that he had at the time was what he used to get to that point. You have better leverage on the technology that you have today and finish the 15th floor. Maybe hit the 10th floor in 5 years. You'll probably be able to do the 15 floors in 2. But no, You will curse your ancestors and curse your parents for giving you 10 floors of uncompleted building. By the way, Cocoa House was completed in 1965. So this is, 1965, not Paris Cocoa House. So I'm not saying that the ancestors gave us uncompleted building. I'm just using it as a metaphor. You are cursing your parents for giving you an uncompleted building, 10 floors, and celebrating another parent that gave them a bungalow. And what you have done, you really think you are insulting your ancestors? No. You are depriving yourself and the next generation of a 24-story or 25-story building. Why? Because your own ingenuity could have finished this thing. So the Yoruba person that spends time criticizing the elders, instead of building on what they've done, you are not doing the elders, you are doing yourself and the next generation, which is why we must not do ourselves. Our job is to see what they've done and then leverage on what we have right now to finish it. Or at least, in fact, you know what? We can finish it and then start a new thing, which is the desire of our parents. You finish, you birth their vision. Like, of course, they had dreams. They did, you finish it and then you start something new. And then you build, you might even finish your own and start something new and start something new. And then eventually you do one that is so big, your children come, they see it, they finish it. Sometimes in your lifetime, in other cases, after you are gone. I think Yoruba people compare themselves. I'm serious about this. I think we compare, sometimes you look at the bungalow and you just think that your fathers failed you. And to be fair, Yoruba land, we don't have uncompleted building. We have not just ideologies, we have physical structures. Last week, a wing in Lagos Airport Hotel was renovated. Lagos Airport Hotel is in Ikeja. That hotel is owned by 6 states. Oyo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti, and Lagos State. The 6 of them own that hotel. The 6 of them own Premier Hotel in Ibadan. They own Lafayette Hotel in Ibadan. They own Wema Bank. At least they are the major owners, major shareholders of Wema Bank. They own Wema Board. They own all of these things. That's what they gave to you. But because we don't apply ourselves, what we are doing is not to say, what can I do to make it better? What we are doing is we are comparing ourselves with other people. People were not even, we thought everybody is fine, wherever they consent, but there's no basis for the comparison to start with, if you get what I mean. Let's go back to the book. The younger elements thought that the Yorubas were inferior to the go-ahead Igbo people and that whatever might be their past glories, they had become effete and decadent. To cap it all, it was freely bandied about that the Yorubas were no longer capable of leadership in any sphere of life. Forget that NCNC itself was an amalgam of different groups, all of them Yoruba. Let me say most of them Yoruba, apart from TUC. TUC was Trade Union Congress. Lagos Market Women was Yoruba. The youth, what's the name of this group? The one with the young people from Egba, from Awolowo, the Student Union, Nigerian Student Movement, was in Egba land. Lagos Market Women, it had Alimoto Belewura. But people are already saying that Yorubas could not lead themselves. To cap it all, it was freely bandied about that the Yorubas were no longer capable of leadership in any sphere of life. I thought that it was in the best interest of Nigeria that the Yorubas should not be reduced to a state of impotence into which they were fast degenerating. They had something which was all their own to contribute to the common pool of Nigerian nationalism and nationhood. I decided, therefore, to do all in my power to infuse solidarity into the disjointed tribes that constitute the Yoruba ethnic group, to raise their morale, to rehabilitate their self-respect, and to imbue them with the confidence that they are an important factor in the forging of the federal unity of Nigeria. That's the tribalist. Also in 1943, Dr. Azikiwe wrote a series of articles in the Pilot entitled Political Blueprint of Nigeria. In the series, he advocated, without saying so in many words, a quasi-federal constitution for Nigeria and the division of the country into 8 protectorates. The articles were later published in pamphlet form with the same title. The following paragraph from the pamphlet at page 11 is relevant and of interest. This is from Azikiwe now. Guys, please. My tummy is talking. So this is from Azikiwe. The exercise of executive power is concerned with the administration of the laws of the state for the maintenance of order and good government. To exercise it in accordance with the idea of democracy which animates our constitutional advance, Nigeria and the Cameroons should comprise 8 protectorates. Number 1, Northern, that's Katsina, Kano, and Zaria provinces. Number 2, Northwestern. Adegold. Shema Jamala. Emma Bino, guys, I know we are serious, but sorry. That was actually quite funny. Like that baby on Twitter. She was spaghetti. Shema Jamala Maje. All right, let's continue. So I'll start again. I've used Amala to break this thing. So this is from Political Blueprint of Nigeria by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. The exercise of executive power is concerned with the administration of the laws of the state for the maintenance of order and good government. To exercise it in accordance with the idea of democracy which animates our constitutional advance, Nigeria and the Cameroons should comprise 8 protectorates. By the way, Southern Cameroon was part of Nigeria at the time, right? It was part of Eastern region. This is 1943. Okay. So it says Nigeria and the Cameroons should comprise 8 protectorates. Number 1, Northern Protectorate, that's Katsina, Kano, and Zaria provinces. Number 2, Northwestern, that's Sokoto, Niger, Ilorin provinces. This is Azikiwe speaking of. Number 3 is Northeastern, that's Borno, Bauchi, Adamawa provinces. Number 4 is Central, which is Kaba. Remember what Kaba is Yoruba land, but Azikiwe doesn't care about ethnicity. Just a go. Number 4, Central, which is Kaba, Benue, and Plateau provinces. Number 5, Southern, which is Warri, Benin, Onitsha, Owerri provinces. Number 6, Southwestern, Ondo, Ijebu, Abeokuta, Oyo, Lagos provinces. Number 7, Southeastern, Calabar, Ogoja provinces. Number 8, Cameroons, Southern, Northern provinces. These protectorates shall form a Commonwealth of Nigeria. At the head of the Commonwealth shall be a Governor General and Lieutenant Governor General. At the head of each protectorate shall be a governor and a lieutenant governor. So that's Azikiwe's talk. Now let's go back to Awo. 2 things struck me as significant in Dr. Azikiwe's formula. First of all, the Igbos in Benin and provinces of the Western Protectorate or region were to be merged with their kith and kin. I'll explain this thing. There's a problem in Nigeria. The problem is that the person that is doing you is the one who is accusing you of hurting them. I'm using the word doing. By my son, you by one share. The person that is doing you is one that will now accuse you that you're the one hurting them. 2 things struck me. It struck me too, Baba. 2 things struck me as significant in Dr. Azikiwe's formula. First, all the Igbos in Benin and Warri provinces of the Western Protectorate or region were to be merged with their kith and kin in Onitsha and Owerri under Azikiwe's proposed Southern Protectorate. To the Yorubas of Ilorin and Kaba provinces. What does that mean? You see, in 1939, like I said earlier, the Southern Protectorate was divided into 2, Eastern and Western. But when they did this division, they did the same. It wasn't a mistake, to be honest. They did the same thing they had done when they were creating the Northern region, where, for instance, Yoruba people were cut into Northern region. So you have places like Kaba in the north. But we know that Kaba province, when we say Kaba, we're not just talking about the town, we're talking about the province. That means there are many towns within that province. So all those Kwara, one side, this is supposed to be Yoruba land. But Oyinbo don't mind, just cut them. Zik comes along in 1943 and comes with this bright idea. Now, just like they cut Yoruba people into the Northern region, They also caught some Igbos into the western region, right? Some of the Igbos are still, of course, in Delta State today. Again, there are Igbos in Delta State, just as there were Igbos in the western region of those days, right? It's just that I refuse to go with this new narrative of the entire place they live in being Igbo land, which is why they don't like what I say, but I don't care, because they like when people pander, and who are you that I'm going to pander to you? That's why I always say Anioma is not Igbo land, because there are many groups that form Anioma. There are Igbo groups there, there are Yoruba groups there, there are Bini groups there, there are Igala groups there. But that's talk for another day. But were there Igbos in the western region at the time? Yes, there were. They were in the Benin provinces and in Warri province. Again, Warri is not the town we're talking about now. We're talking about the province. So there were many towns under that province. So this is where it gets interesting. When Azikiwe decided to come up with his own idea of what Nigeria should look like in terms of structure in 1943, he decided in his own wisdom that what he called the southern region or southern protectorate would have Warri, because there are Igbos there. It would have Benin, because there are Igbos there, not Benin town, Benin province. Then it will have Onitsha, Owerri, because of course there were Igbos there. But for the Yoruba people, he left Kaba in the north. You can't, Azikiwe knew, by the way, Azikiwe could speak good Yoruba. As a boy, he was even in Lagos at the time. So he knew exactly what he was doing. So Awo said the first thing that struck him was the fact that all the Igbos in Benin and Warri provinces of the western region were to be put into a new southern protectorate or southern region. He didn't do the same thing for Yoruba people. Secondly, the Igbos were cleverly split into two protectorates, southern and southeastern. The southeastern will be where you have the Calabar and Ogoja provinces. So he had Igbos in that space as well. Let's go on. The Igbos were cleverly split into two protectorates, southern and southeastern, where because of their numbers, they will be in permanent dominance. Having regards to their unique ethnic loyalty and solidarity, which had been demonstrated during the Ikoli-Akisonya crisis, and which has been demonstrated several times since. I thought the formula was unscientific and partisan, not in accordance with precedent, and not capable of ensuring harmony among the diverse ethnic groups in Nigeria. This is what I've noticed in Nigeria's political history. I say this not because I'm Yoruba, but I'm proud to be. I say this because this is what history has taught us. Number one, let's start by saying this. All of us in Nigeria, unless we just woke up yesterday, all of us, we have ideologies based on the dominant or prevailing political ideology of the founding fathers from all our regions. That's what we still have today. Anybody tells you anything else, they're lying. For the most part, would there be exception? Of course. Is that all of us exhibit traits based on the ideologies of the prevailing thoughts of the founding fathers that are from our regions. And what I have discovered, and you will discover as you study as well, that from the north just wants to take over the north. Of course, it became different when British got involved. But generally, when it came to what I want for you, the north doesn't really care like that for you. They don't really, whether you do well or you don't do well, doesn't really matter. The point is just that they are good. The West wants to do well and wants others to do well. The East wants to do well at the expense of every other person. That is the same thing that we see today in Nigeria's politics. The North wants to do well. In fact, sometimes it's not even the North that wants to do well, it's the political class that wants to do well, not even thinking so much. I mean, it depends on how you see it, but I won't go into the details. The point is that the North doesn't really mind. If you do well, it's fine. If you don't do well, like, they're okay. But at least they're about themselves. And I know that there's another part where they got Nigeria and what happened. It changed. And what changed was when the Nigerian thing came up and the policies of the 1960s, where the North was now, the North had come to age, especially between 62 and 65. At first, they worked with the East to destroy the West, then they destroyed themselves. Nigerian politics is like film. The North and the East work together to destroy the West. Then after a while, the North and the East satisfied themselves, then the East destroyed the North, and the North destroyed the East. That's what happened. It's funny where we have been in, what role the West has played in Nigeria's history. I'm not saying we are perfect, we are far from perfect, but we don't have the baggage of certain people. But we have our own issues too. Nobody is perfect in this country. What I was trying to say is this. From what I've noticed, when you look at whether it was the politics of Eastern leaders, or even the structure and the goal of the Igbo State Union, for instance, which we're going to get into, maybe if not today, maybe Wednesday, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about the invasion of the Midwest and the suffering of the Eastern minorities, because August 9 made it 58 years. So we're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to continue this on Wednesday, but we have not finished yet though. I'm trying to make a point. The Eastern mindset is to win at the expense of others. It's very competitive, even when there's no need for competition. You know, when you think competition is better than collaboration, that's the Eastern mindset. I'm not saying everybody from there thinks that. I'm telling you that that's the foundation of your political structure. Because you didn't really... Let me tell you the truth. Shabek Boto, the highest political structure that existed in the Eastern region, especially in Igbo land, before colonial government or colonialism or colonization, whichever you want to use, the highest form of political structure that existed in Igbo land before colonization was based on clan. It was clan. That's the highest. Please, you can research these things. You will find exceptions like in Onitsha, because of the connection with Benin and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, clan. So that means that 1940s was the time when the political structure was being properly done for the first time in history. Guys, I'm trying not to be very well known, sorry, but and at the core of that structure was competition and it's part of the fabric. It's one of the tapestry. It was woven into the tapestry of the political structure where it's competition. No, it's not like I can't say it in English. It's because there's some things that if you say it, oh my boo. That's why I'm no I can't even not going but I'm saying it in I'm saying it this way because there's something I don't want. I'm trying not to get into but it's the truth. There's no proper political structure in the British had to introduce warrant chiefs. There's no cohesion on you don't care whose ox is God, and guess what? You even do it at the expense of other groups. What Azikiwe did with these Calabar Goja provinces is exactly the same thing that Ojukwu did with Biafra. I need to write that down. What I said right now is very, very profound. I'll explain. As I'm writing, I'll explain. What page is this? What Azikiwe, well, I'll explain as I'm writing. What Azikiwe did with southeastern region, which included Calabar and Ogoja provinces, similar to what Ojukwu did. What do I mean? Which is the appropriation of lands belonging to others, belong to other ethnic groups who happen to be minorities in the region, where the Igbos constituted the majority. Thereby, you can take sorry, you know what, I'm going to watch this video later. Thereby, they could take advantage of their land and mineral resources. I'm just going to move on quietly from that thing, because what I just said right now, that one is another topic on its own. Everybody should win. There's something that we learn in business, in negotiations. You want to have a win-win situation, so that when we are done conducting business, when we are done transacting, I want to be happy with the business, right? But I want you also to be happy, like you're going home with something. In Nigerian politics, one group doesn't even want to sell anything to anybody. They're just on their own. One group wants to sell to you and make sure everybody is fine. One group will cheat you because they have to win. That is what shows that they are smart. When you lose, not only do you lose the game, you also lose your clothes. That's what shows that they are smart. Nigerian politics for you. Back to this. Here's my pen. I might be no. You know, when you read you have to have your pen and highlighter. Even if you have done it before, you just might find something new. All right, where were we? What time is it? Wow. It's 7:39. How much more can I take? Do you think, sorry, someone is asking a question on YouTube. Do you think Azikiwe regretted his policy of domination after seeing how it led to the war and devastation of his homeland? No. I don't think Azikiwe regretted anything. And I'll tell you why, and why would I just speak like that? The devastation of his homeland happened between 1967 and 1970. Well, Azikiwe granted an interview in 1975, where he was talking about the 1954 Constitutional Conference, and he was proud of what he did, which was to champion the indivisibility and the perpetuity of the Nigerian Union. So no, maybe regretted in private though, but publicly, in 75, we were still talking about what he did, how he was able to win the argument in 54. 21 years later, that man doesn't sound like somebody who regrets anything. But let's get back to this. I want to see. Let's continue. So Papa said that seeing what happened with the allegiance that the Igbos had for Azikiwe during the Ikoli Akisoya crisis, it became very clear that they had unique ethnic loyalty and solidarity, and that they demonstrated it several times since that crisis. On leaving the shores of Nigeria in August 1940, so let me finish this one. It says, I thought the formula was unscientific and partisan, not in accordance with precedent, and not capable of ensuring harmony among the diverse ethnic groups in Nigeria. On leaving the shores of Nigeria in August 1944, I resolved that I would have nothing to do with politics until I had finished my studies and made some money. I also resolved that before I again entered into politics, I would see to it that the Yorubas evolved an ethnic solidarity among themselves, just as the Ibibios and the Igbos had done, in order to ensure a strong and harmonious federal union among the peoples of Nigeria. In less than a year after I reached the United Kingdom, I set to work to translate my ideas into realities. We're going to begin from here next time. He said, in less than a year after I reached the United Kingdom, I set to work to translate my ideas into realities. A group of Yorubas, mostly students, Dr. Oni Akerele, Chief Abiodun Akerele, barrister at law and member of the House of Representatives. Okay, so let me quickly explain something. Whenever he says barrister at law, all those things, he's talking about what they were in 1960. They were not all that in 1945. Okay? So he said, Dr. Oni Akerele, Chief Abiodun Akerele, barrister at law and member of the House of Representatives, Mr. Akintola Williams, chartered accountant, Chief Ayotunde Rosiji, Federal Secretary of the Action Group and member of the House of Representatives, and others, and I founded a Yoruba organization in London named the Egbe Omo Oduduwa, meaning a society of the descendants of Oduduwa. In view of the hostility and controversy which had marked the birth of the Egbe Omo Oduduwa, and for the general misunderstanding which has existed ever since about the real intentions of the organization, I reproduce here in full the aims of the Egbe and its methods of approach as set out in its first constitution, which was drafted by me with the collaboration of one of its founders. All right, I think it's going to be perfect to start from here on Wednesday. Well, let me just give you an idea. What you find is that when they started Egbe Omo Oduduwa, the idea basically was to do something that would be good for Yoruba people. They broke their aims and objectives into two categories. One, Yoruba, the other one, Nigeria. I've not seen that group that had that kind of thing. All the documents I see from the Igbo State China is how to dominate everybody. And I'm not lying. And if we ever have to read it, maybe next time. It's even here right now. The books are here. I'll read them out to you. So you hear it when the time comes. But I'm going to spend time on Egbe Omo Oduduwa on Wednesday. What we did today was to have like a recap of everything we've done so far, talking about Awo, his birth, and also his work, his studies, you know, his career, how he went to school, his marriage, also his foray into politics. And here we're talking about the idea of federalism. We did a lot of recap today because it's a Monday, and I don't want to just jump to something else. But maybe what I'll do going forward is that I will, even if you listen to it again, it still helps. But I'll ask that you please check out the videos that we've done on YouTube. Where is the live session? There's a live section. Those ones have no thumbnails, and it's intentional, so it will be easy to find. Okay, so it's just there. You can just find it. And then the ones with thumbnails, there are many videos that you can watch. So where we're going to start from next week is the fact that the existence of other cultural organizations somehow evoked in people like Papa Awo, and then people like Dr. Azikiwe, Abiodun Akerele, Ayotunde Rosiji, Akintola Williams, and so on and so forth. It kindled in them the need to have something similar for Yoruba people. The crazy thing is that there are certain people in Nigeria who had a problem with the fact that they started Egbe Omo Oduduwa in London and also in Nigeria. We'll get into all of that one next week. 1 second, please. excuse me, what was thumbnail mean? It just means picture, like you see this picture. Don't worry, just once you get on YouTube, just go to the live section of Busri Oris on YouTube. You'll find all the videos there. Olat, thank you. You find all the videos in the live section. You also find videos and shorts and stuff. And I'm going to be spending a lot of time on Ẹkáàbọ next week. Sorry, I keep saying next week. Next time. So let me just quickly explain how this week is going to go. Well, the next 2 days, I should say, not this week, just next 2 days. Tomorrow, we'll meet again at 1 p.m. By the way, let me appreciate everybody who has been gifting me with gifts. I don't usually stop midway because it only affects the flow. But I appreciate your generosity and I thank you so much for all the gifts, the hearts and the roses and the heart maze. Thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate it. And also, those who want to support us financially, please use the bank details up here to support what we're doing. Thank you very much. Now, tomorrow, we want to take our time to acknowledge the Midwestern and South people. All right, Midwest will be people in Benin and Delta. South, in this sense, will be the COR, Cross River, Ogoja River. So that will be Cross River State, Ẹkáàbọ State, Bayelsa State, and River State. So, but we're going to start with the Midwest because the Midwest invasion was 58 years on the 9th of August. Today is the 11th, right? So what is the 11th? Yeah, today is 11th. So it was 2 days ago, but we're going to do that tomorrow. Okay, we're going to listen to some recordings just to understand what happened during that period so that we don't get, again, bamboozled or carried away by the single narrative of victimhood from certain quarters. So that will be tomorrow. But on Wednesday, we're going to go deeper into this. We're going to go into Ẹkáàbọ. You know, we've done this before, but I think it's important to also do it again. We'll talk about why it was founded, how it was founded, what challenges they met, how they were able to weather the storms, and what, hopefully, what happened from the Azikiwe side, what happened from, you know, the NCNC, then the Igbo State Union, and so on and so forth. So do all of that. And when we are done with that, we'll go into the 1957 London Conference, because that was when the conversation about the whole idea of constitution happened. Federalism, I meant to say. The whole idea of federalism. And also it was 1957 conversation. It was 1957 conference where the idea of state creation came up. Okay, which led to the formation of the Willings Commission that met between 1957 and 1958. And thankfully, we have a document, you know, from 1958 Willings Commission. We have the document, the report, the Willings Commission report. We have it as well. When we get to that point, we will also visit that book to be able to understand some of these things and to also see things from the perspective of Awolowo, of Zik, Ahmadu Bello, and even of Dr. Ndeli, who was the head of the folks from Southern Cameroon at the time. But that will be tomorrow, right? Sorry, that will be Wednesday. It is well. Let me just say it this way. Tomorrow, Midwest, 1 p.m. every day, every weekday, 1 p.m. on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitter. Tomorrow, Midwest, and if we have time, we'll talk about the South as well. We'll talk about the Calabar, Ogoja, Rivers provinces. Wednesday, we'll go into Ẹkáàbọ and the challenges they face from none other than Zik himself. Yes, it's 1 p.m. Ife time. Thank you for reminding me. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. It's been a fantastic session. I know some people will probably want to respond, so I'm going to bring people up. If you'd like to be part of the conversation, please send your request. I'll quickly have some reactions to what we've discussed so far. I know it's been a lot of time, but we are going to have to run. So if you want to say something, please come up. Someone on YouTube says, Ohaneze have been saying recently that a major oil-producing part of the South should be added to the Southeast. You know, Iwofalenu. I'm going to sort one. She and what had this one. They already spoke now. The Asagba spoke on this matter that I just raised. The Asagba said no, that even if they create an animal state for them, it will be in the south-south, not the southeast. The traditional leaders are speaking up. They don't want, guys, tomorrow, you listen to what happened in the Midwest. You now put yourself in the shoes of the Midwesterners. If you would want to be aligned with folks from the Eastern region, that will be tomorrow. So that it doesn't look like, they hate Igbos. They don't hate Igbos. They have a history. And not just a history, the tendency is still very, very much there. Like, you see it from the way people act, the way they speak, the way they are. Nobody wants to become a tenant in his own land. And this has happened. This has happened. We'll get into all of that tomorrow by the grace of God. 1 p.m. if it's West African time. Any questions? Any questions? Any addition? Okay. Looks like we are all fantastic students. We got all the stuff. But the Midwest are suffering from Stockholm. No. Is it Benin that you think is suffering from Stockholm? Or Delta? So, to speak quickly on what you just said, it's not so much suffering from Stockholm as it is ignorance of the past. Like I said, 9th of August was when they celebrated 50th anniversary. And folks were like, isn't that people don't even know this thing happened? Isn't that people don't even know that this happened? A lot of people don't know. But like I always say, see, there's nothing wrong in like forgetting the past in the sense of forgiving people. No, let me put it this way. There's nothing wrong in forgiving people for what they did in the past, but you shouldn't forget the past. Especially when you're talking about the people. Especially when the people who did what they did in the past are still showing those tendencies today. So forgive, by all means, forgive. But if I notice that you are moving the same way your fathers moved, I have to be able to put 1 and 2 together and say, okay. Not to fight you, but just to check you. Nip it in the bud, quick. Why? Because one lesson from the past, one lesson that history gives you is this: if you don't nip it in the bud, it will go exactly the same route that it went with your fathers. You just be shouting and being insulted. This is why, if you are young, we are all young, most of us, don't be cursing your fathers. Be learning from their mistakes. Because if you don't learn, you will repeat the mistakes and your own children will curse you too. So let's break that chain. Those who experience the pains are not here to explain how they felt, hence the loss of memories. No, they actually did. That's the funny thing. They did. They experienced the pains. Books were published about these things. Newspaper reports were published. I mean, everything they went through is written, is down, is kani. Awalaka. Aka. And now when you talk about it, what do they say to me? They say things like, you are dividing Nigeria. But let me say that there was no Biafra war. In other words, if it panders to the victimhood of the Igbos, I'm right. If it mentions the aggressive nature or the atrocities what's the word now? Perpetrated in other places, then I'm destroying Nigeria. They are just interesting people. You see an Edo man fighting for Igbos to rule as if Edos are slaves. So again, let me also say that you cannot use LP to judge whether the Edos forgot what happened in the Midwest. Because LP was not done based on ethnicity for Edo people. You know, there are different things that came up with that LP thing in Edo. It's not just because they didn't vote for him because he was Igbo. They didn't vote for him because he was Igbo. There are many factors that contributed to Edo people, you know, extolling and, you know, talking about. Go to Edo State now. Go and talk about Peter Obi. It's not like it used to be now. His ethnicity did not change. It's just that he has unraveled. Someone says, but those books were not read and people want to suspend their beliefs. Exactly. And like I said, if forgetting the past is just about is forgotten, we're building something new, then it will make sense. Even though I still will tell you, don't forget history. But what's happening in Nigeria is not that they want you to forget the past so they can build something new. It's that they want you to forget the past so they can repeat it. Vote this copy. It's not impossible. And those are the ones that come up with Handshake, Baba Well song. That one is politics. That's politics. Edo was not against Tinubu because he was Yoruba. Nah, it's everything that's no. The Igbos were against Tinubu because he was Yoruba. The Edos have their own other reasons. The only thing about Labour Party, a lot of things already happened in their own states with APC and PDP. See, there's a history behind what they did. It wasn't that they just come and say, "Oh, we don't want Yoruba, we want Igbo." That's not what happened, though. You have to understand their own others. No, you're not being fair to Edo people. I know that they always change. Some of them change history, but to be fair, you have to understand their own local politics. What was APC's stance in Edo at that time? What was happening between Obaseki and NLC chairman, former NLC chairman, Adams Oshiomhole? What was happening among those parties? I mean, you have to, between those parties, you have to understand their own political issues before they now, I mean, listen, for the Southeast, the answer is OR. It was because it was from the East. And guess what? I don't even think it's a problem. It's just that they're always lying that it's not the reason. Okay. Sorry, somebody wants to come up. Let's have that person before we close for today. I don't know, Lagos. I think they have issues with Tinubu. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ sẹ́yìn, ó lọ pẹ̀lú pé wọ́n fàyàn kan kalẹ̀ kó wá di gọ́vnọ̀. Wọ́n pé àrárá o, kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bí o, kò ṣe bí tíbi tẹ́sí ń bọ̀ o. Àwọn ti ní àwọn issue already. You're right in your analysis. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't like the fact that they voted Peter Obi. Not because they didn't vote for Tinubu, but because Peter Obi, how? How now? But you know, they have their own issue. They have plenty. Tony Kabaka, people are writing things. People, they have. I think in order to be able to understand what happened to them, we have to be willing to understand their own local issues, and then we can now judge them right. With the East, the local issue was the fact that for the first time in a while, they had their own man, and they voted for him massively, but they don't like to admit it, because the day they admit it is the day they will show their hypocrisy. But I already know it exists, but it's fine. All right, vote this copy. Please go on. Good evening. Hello, Vodi. Evening, my brother.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. You've been doing a great job, and God will continue to bless you. You've enlightened someone like me, right? And what I need to say, right, because I have a lot of the Midwest, as you call them. I mean, through your education, I could differentiate, right? What I feel happened to some of them is that I feel that their parents and their grandparents, there's a sense when you feel defeated by this sense that, okay, these people have defeated me, and you suffered so badly that when you think about it and you think of a possible future of them emerging as a bigger clan, and if they emerge as a bigger clan, you also have to play a game of safety. So you don't write them off completely, because you don't know what the possible consequence of actions of in the way things are going. What about if they come up and they emerge, and you have written them off? Will you suffer another defeat? I think there's a mixture of that. It's a bitter and sweet, thinking. So I believe a whole lot of them, as the younger generation, do not know, but the older ones that knew, just few of them that are coming out to talk about it. But I just believe there's this feeling of, when you are, I don't know what English word to use, when you are subdued. Yeah, that's the word, subdued. Because, when you were reading some of this history, I feel like, the experiences were horrific. They were terrible, massacring people. I mean, it's not a good place to find yourself. So for you to now fight it, you have to be sure you are up and well above the coast. If you are not above the coast, you have to play safety so that you don't come out condemn it. And when these people emerge again, they can take another dimension too. That's what I think. One, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this copy. I know people in comment section, don't worry, it's just what he thinks. So we have somebody from the South. I don't know if you're from Edo State, but hopefully you'll be able to also help us understand this a bit better. This conversation is actually for tomorrow, to be honest. But just one more person on this matter before we close, and then tomorrow we'll really go deep into it. South, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, boss.
Welcome, my brother.
Yeah.
So big girl, you can't put girl for DP. They deceive also.
I thought it'd be that too.
Oh, that toy? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we don't hear you.
So, what's happening to the South as far as politics goes? To me, I feel like it's this Stockholm syndrome. We were with the East at some point, so it will be hard naturally to break away from these people.
But Edo was not part of the East, though.
No, I'm saying South in general. I'm
okay.
Limiting it to Edo State. Even Obi won Calabar, like my Cross River, my state, So our people naturally are still mentally
connected.
Yeah, connected to these people based on location. So that's what happened in the last election. So it's not necessarily about hate for the Yorubas or anything like that. No, I don't think that exists in the South at all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, that's not going to happen again, to be honest. And I think, again, see, this is what happens when you're not very, very smart. So when that election happened, they should just let it go and then just, work again for next week. Sorry, next election cycle. But since they insulted everybody, apparently they've shown their hands, and that's not going to happen again. I don't want to dwell on this South thing because it's not today's topic. Today's topic was the other stuff, but we're going to go deep into it tomorrow, and then we can have all the conversations on that matter. It's been a fantastic session. Rewaju, that will be tomorrow because, by the way, it's already past 8, and that's not even today's topic. So tomorrow we're discussing the Midwest and the invasion of the Midwest. We're not discussing, we're going to be listening to stuff about it, then we can discuss it for a bit. But we're starting at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Please be punctual. So we'll be able to cover we're going to be able to cover a lot of grounds. So thank you very much for being here. So all the thing about South, Edo, tomorrow, I promise, tomorrow. But for today, let me just Ẹkáàbọ. All right. Thank you very much. Someone says something in Biafra. The gang up against Jonathan and the failure of Buhari government elevated Obi, not his tribe and so on. No. Jonathan has nothing to do with. No, the book is Elechi, not Kelechi. Elechi Amadi. Someone says the gang up against Jonathan and the failure of Buhari government elevated Obi. No. What elevated Obi was NSAS movement. That was what elevated Obi. Jonathan had nothing to do with Obi. That one. The failure of Buhari government's concept was not even as much as the NSAS. NSAS was just trying to pay APC back. Because now that you have said that Buhari was one that did all the SARS stuff, and then you also have a situation where you are saying it was Tinubu that called the army, which of course makes no sense, considering the fact that I was not the commander-in-chief. By the time you say all those things, you look for anybody but them. Peter will be simply plugged into NSAS. But we'll get into all of that in time. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. It's been a fantastic time. Folks on Twitter, thank you for staying till the end. Coded Saliu Ali. I know it's our first time. Naira redesign factor did not even help Obi. See. The Naira design factor, the Naira redesign was to affect Tinubu. And it was not sponsored, it was sponsored by but you guys, I mean, it's been fantastic, hanging out with you. Thank you very much for making today's session a very lovely one. We're going to have another fantastic time tomorrow. It's going to be shorter, so please come early. 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time on Tuesday. So we meet here every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So I'll see you again tomorrow. We'll talk about Midwest, South, and so on and so forth. Those folks on YouTube, we're going to have to let you go because we're about to play our anthems. So every time here, we usually play the Nigerian anthem and Yoruba anthem.